You're listening to One More Wish, Book 5 in the Mistletoe Matchmakers of Clearwater County Romance by Bonnie R. Paulson. Wrapped in a bow and delivered with a plate of cookies, the town of Mistletoe faces a traumatic holiday season with secrets coming to light and hearts on the line. This might be a situation the matchmakers can't fix. Cari Dean holds an important piece to the puzzle, threatening to tear the families of Mistletoe apart. But as she rushes to help a new friend in danger, Cari faces the real possibility that she'll never find love, and she'll have to take her knowledge with her to the grave. Nick Lanford loves animals and the wilds of Montana. Saving as many horses as possible during a late August wildfire, Nick is injured and nearly loses his hand. Thanks to Cari, the last person anyone expected to rush into the flames, Nick and the horse are alive. But he's bitter as he faces the limitations of his injuries. He needs help with his day-to-day responsibilities and has to rely on Cari to do it. As the two work together around Mistletoe, healing animals and each other, Cari learns she's stronger than she thinks, and she can rely on herself as well as others. But can they both learn to rely on each other when the truth is revealed? How much is at stake, and how much will the spirit in Mistletoe be affected by the secrets released to destroy it? Most importantly, can Cari trust enough to lose her heart? Farsi Chapter 1. Crete. The room full of family members of both the Wilson and Dean families seemed to have frozen as they waited for whatever Cari had almost blurted out without thinking things through. She had a bad habit of doing before thinking, and normally her actions didn't have bad results. But right then, she was about to deliver a blow that would prove to be detrimental to the whole town. Cari blinked, pausing before she delivered the news she'd been holding on to since her mom walked out of the family home a while back. Cari had held on to that burden for far too long. She wanted to share it with someone, worry about it with someone, so that she wouldn't have to buckle under the weight of knowing terrible things about her mother. The night her mom had left had been burned into Cari's memory. All she ever tried to do was forget. Her dad never spoke about that night directly with Cari. Maybe he had talked about the situation with another sister? Maybe he knew things Cari didn't know, or maybe he even knew what she knew. But somehow she doubted it. Why couldn't Cari keep her mouth shut? Flynn and Kaylee had burst into the conference room announcing their elopement. While the family had congratulated them unrestrainedly, Cari hadn't been able to keep her mouth shut. She'd cut into the announcement with the vigor of a bull rider on opening day. She didn't ask if there'd be a reception she could cater. Of course, there would be some kind of a reception. They were the Deans and Wilsons, after all. Nothing would get in the way of celebrating a wedding, especially one that came out of nowhere. No, Cari had thrust her hands onto the surface of the table and blurted out that she had something to say. And now, everyone looked expectantly at Cari. She'd stood up. She'd interrupted everyone. But what was it she wanted to say? Whatever it was must be important. Cari was never rude or uncouth. She would never interrupt a celebratory moment for something trivial. Would she? It was like Cari could hear the thoughts of the other people in the room. She bit her lower lip and glanced around the table in alarm. She hated all of the attention on her, especially when she wasn't sure just how much everyone needed to know or should know. Why hadn't she thought things through? She should have asked her dad what he thought, or even asked him to tell everyone. Cari, what's going on? Lily cocked her head to the side and narrowed her eyes as she studied Cari standing at the edge of the table. Threats. Cari had to keep in mind that they had all been threatened. They'd all been taunted and challenged, and by the same woman they should have been able to trust. Cari licked her lips and lifted her chin. Someone had to tell the families. If they didn't know, they couldn't do anything to help Taylor and the rest of the town from whatever it was their mother was threatening them with. The audacity of that woman left Cari breathless with anger. How could she? That wasn't the problem. She'd left. Bye. Why was she coming back now? What did she possibly think she could gain from doing what she was saying she was going to do? Look, there's more involved with that woman calling Taylor. I have a feeling she's going to announce what she did before she left. Cari dropped her gaze to the table, tracing her fingertip on the wood grain in front of her. The room fell silent, and Cari took a deep breath. She didn't want to talk about what she'd seen, what she'd heard. To put it bluntly, her mother was shameful and shouldn't be able to have the opportunity to come back and make their lives miserable. That wasn't fair, and Cari didn't want to enable that in any way. She also didn't want to embarrass her father in front of the Wilsons. She cleared her throat, shifting her feet and pulling her shoulders back. Okay. This was harder than she'd thought it would be. She felt so alone. But that wasn't what was important. She had to get the truth out there. Now. Kaylee's phone buzzed and she pulled the cell from her pocket. In the quiet of the conference room, the movements were louder and more enhanced than they would have been in normal circumstances. Holding up a finger, Caylee stepped out of the conference room and took the call. In seconds, she rushed back into the room, tucking her cell in her back pocket, her eyes wide. I'm sorry. I don't mean to disrupt things, but the forest around Whistle Stop and the Wilson land is on fire. I need to go. She glanced at Flynn and wrinkled her nose, worry in the lines of her face. Some wedding night. Then she stole a peek at the rest of the Wilson clan, who stared at her in shock. Your place is in danger. Come on. Let's go. Flynn grabbed Kaylee's hand, and together they ran from the room. Okay, sounds like our place is in danger as well. Levi, Brock, can you guys get to the ranch and assess things from there? Flynn and Caylee will be heading to the stables. Mrs. Wilson turned and eyed Cari, her lips pressed in a line. Hold that thought, Cari. I know what you have to say is important, and we need to hear all of it, but we need to do this first. David. She nodded at the head of the Dean family, her eyes grave. Cari's dad stepped forward. I'll follow the boys to the ranch. Can someone find out who let Callie know about the fire? He pushed a chair into place at the table and glanced at the rest of the people in the room. We need to know exactly what they know and how. I don't want anyone in undue danger because of this thing. Shoving away from the table, Samantha held up her cell. Caylee just texted me that Dr. Lanford was the one to make the call. He's apparently already at the stables for a follow-up check on one of the client's horses. He's going to see how he can help. The veterinarian had made the call? Why would he do that? Why would he put himself in harm's way when forest fires had a mind of their own? The horses. Of course, he'd be worried about the animals. He seemed to have an affinity for anything with 4 legs. Hopefully, he didn't put himself in danger. He usually worked alone, and that meant he'd be out at the stables alone as well. A twinge in Cari's chest alarmed her. She liked Dr. Lanford. The last thing she wanted was for anything to happen to him. Cari rushed out of the building beside her sisters and the Wilsons, who hadn't left yet. Everyone piled into their own cars. Most of them would head toward the Wilson ranch. There were a lot of memories at the family home. Many people would be affected by any damage, not to mention the animals who took refuge on their land or called their barn home. But Caylee, Flynn, and Dr. Lanford would need help as well. Fewer people were headed that way. Cari followed the caravan headed toward the north side of Mistletoe. She hadn't been given directions, probably because she wasn't the type to wield a bucket in a fire line, but she could help in other ways. She just needed to know how. When the road split to either go to the Wilson ranch or go to the stables, Cari turned right. She could do some good for the horses on some level. She had to try. If Dr. Lanford was trying to help the horses escape the stables or just calm them down, then he could probably use some help. Cari was an accomplished horsewoman. All of the Dean girls were. She could help in that capacity. Those poor horses had to be so scared. Nothing was worse than the fear of a fire, and Cari didn't wish that on anyone, especially someone like Dr. Lanford.
Chapter 2. Nick. The smoke was already thick and unwieldy as it billowed from the hills north of Mistletoe. Somewhere far off in the distance, fire truck sirens blared through the peaceful late-afternoon quiet. But they weren't coming toward the stables. Nick Lanford parked his truck at the end of the drive to Kaylee's place and jumped from his seat. She'd become one of his most reliable customers, making sure to call him when a new horse was stalled with her and having a checkup done with each one. The only reason he'd been out that way in the first place was because one of the new clients at the stables had wanted a checkup on the horse before the season came to an end. That same client was stuck in North Dakota and couldn't run toward the stables at that time. Saving the horses was up to Nick. Kaylee wasn't there. No one would be rushing to help her when there were other places in danger of the fast-approaching flames. Nick didn't care about all the fancy homes, or even the not-so-fancy ones. He was more concerned about the animals. The lack of vehicles at the stables had alarmed him, so he'd called Kaylee. The shock in her voice confirmed she'd be there shortly. But that left Nick with the job of getting her horses freed and on their way to somewhere safe. Which way was going to be safest? He strode around the north side of the barn and stared toward the abandoned town ruins, a good half-mile or so north of the stables. The ruins were almost completely enshrouded, with drifting smoke coming south from the source. Nick licked his lips and then adjusted his cowboy hat. He'd left his vet jacket in the truck. There was no reason to be a doctor right then. What he needed to do was somehow gauge where the fire would end up, so he didn't send the horses that way. Yet, how did he guesstimate that? He wasn't a fire expert. As it was, he barely cared about the weather. Yet there he was trying to judge the direction of a fickle element that burned through anything it wanted? Yeah, that sounded sane. He huffed, placing his hands on his hips as he stared toward the town. Okay, he couldn't see any flames, but the thick gray and white smoke was thick as it moved upward into the clear blue sky, and then also made its way through the town and toward the stables. The smoke almost looked as if its entire goal was to overtake Mistletoe. It had some distance to cover, but with the dry August weather, there was no doubt the flames could make fast time. Everything in the area was wood, or something equally flammable. Forest fires weren't something you expected to face in a town called Mistletoe, and yet they should be expected. It wasn't logical to think nothing bad would happen there. A person couldn't ask whatever happened to Christmas in the summer. Licking his finger and thrusting it in the air, Nick furrowed his brow and concentrated. The slight breeze seemed to push against the tip of his finger from the east. If Nick moved the horses to the west pastures, they'd be safe from the majority of the flames, at least until the wind shifted. In Montana, the wind shifted without reason. The large skies and open plains made it easy to do exactly that on a whim. Before he'd gone into animal medicine, Nick had specialized in psychology. If he was going to give the wind a diagnosis, it'd be a culmination of narcissism, bipolar depression, and a manic frenzy. Not that Nick was a psychologist. He decided he would rather work with the less demanding and more humane animals. Long strides carried him around to the west side of the stables. Okay, there was a fence, and it looked like the far gate was open. If he could get the horses headed that direction, he wouldn't have to lead them there one by one. That would save severely valuable time. Stable doors were wide open and facing the west. Why weren't the animals coming out and trying to escape? In Nick's experience, animals were the most sensitive to danger. They knew when to flee and where to go. Domesticated animals were a little different since they relied on humans for everything, but horses should be instinct-driven enough they could make it out of there safely. Nick hoped. The stables weren't dark inside with the windows high overhead, and he ducked into the first doorway he came to. Hey, anyone in here? He didn't expect for the horses to answer him, but he also felt weird just going into someone else's space without permission. No one answered. He wasn't surprised, but he also wished someone had. There would be less liability if he wasn't there alone. A nervous whinnying drew Nick's attention, and he turned. The horses were kept in the side stalls opposite the open doorways. A broom stood against the wall beside an open stall door. She must have left last minute. Nick crossed the space between the stalls and opened the stall door. He held his arms out wide by his sides and tried to corral the horses from the stalls out the open stall. Some wanted to go, and others fought against his boundaries. There had to be an easier way. He lifted his fingers and pressed them into his teeth just past his lips and elicited an ear-splitting whistle. A few of the horses responded, leaping forward and bursting from the stables into the field. Kaylee had 12 horses stabled with her. After whistling, clapping, and moving his arms, Nick was able to cajole all of them out. Once outside, though, all bets were off. He moved to stand at the start of the fence line, his chest rising and falling with his rapid breathing. How was Nick supposed to get all of them to the opening of the fence line on the other side of the field when they were so scattered? He glanced again at the flames, searching for more to burn. If the horses didn't get moving, they risked more than just a rough exposure to smoke. Nick would do whatever it took to save them.
Chapter 3. Kaylee gravel flew in multiple directions as Kaylee turned the steering wheel on the truck, pulling into the unpaved driveway without slowing down. Much. She gripped the wheel as tight as she could, leaning forward as if she could propel the truck further and faster. Lanford is here. Do you see him? Flynn spoke quietly beside her. He hadn't fought her when she'd said she needed to drive. He hadn't said anything, as if he sensed her need to be as in control of the situation as possible. Slamming her foot on the brake, Kaylee shifted into park while the tires crunched to a fast stop. Frantically, she searched the area. After a second, she pointed toward the south end of the field past the stables where some of the horses were easily seen running. There, he at least let them out. Climbing from the rig and rounding the edge of the barn, Kaylee and Flynn both gasped at the sight of the smoke and flames eating across the slight incline and ruins of Whistle Stop. The smoke had been obvious on the drive there, but the majority of it seemed to be whisked away to the east by the wind before it really reached town. Tugging Kaylee's arm until she turned to join him beside the truck again, Flynn continued scanning the fire in the distance. Mistletoe has no idea how close the fire is. Flynn pulled out his phone and dialed, pressing the piece to his ear. Kaylee didn't look back. He'd be able to do what he needed to do. Kaylee needed to do the same. She left the truck and Flynn in the drive, rushing to the front of the stables and opening the unlocked door. Bursting through the doorway, Kaylee scanned the barn area. None of the horses were still inside. Thank goodness. She'd have to make sure and thank the vet when things weren't in such a state of emergency. What if the fire reached the stables? What if she couldn't save anything there? She had a minor twinge of remorse that she might lose the last thing of her parents that she had left, but she didn't dwell on it. Whirling around, she ran from the stables. Waving her arms, Kaylee motioned for Flynn to follow her. "We need to get the horses away from the fire. Can you call the Thompsons and let them know we're heading their way? We'll grab up any strays that we find." The neighbors were a solid chunk of acreage away, but they would have their pastures gated off with the crop rotations in place. Kaylee sprinted around the edge of the stables and hollered across the field to the doctor she could just barely see off in the distance. "Lanford, are they all down there?" She couldn't count the horses as they rushed to and fro in a panic. Cupping his hands to his mouth, the veterinarian yelled back, "All but one. I'll go after her if you make sure these ones get out the south gate." He jerked his head her way, the brim of his hat lifting and dropping before he turned and ran toward the northern edge of the property and the fire. Headed straight for the flames. He better not put himself in unnecessary danger. Kaylee took a deep breath, coughing slightly as she also inhaled the husky taste of smoke. The orange and red flames licked along the edges of the forest, curling and disappearing into the thick smoke. The fire was close enough that Kaylee could hear the popping and cracking as the flames ate everything in its path. She couldn't worry about the doctor. He would know what to do and when to stop. If there was a horse out there that the doctor couldn't save because he'd be in too much danger himself, the doctor would have to leave it. Hopefully, he wouldn't put himself in any danger that was beyond unnecessary. Callie sprinted back to where Flynn hung up his cell and studied her from under his own brim. "Flynn, we need to get the horses to the southern field." She glanced at the barn and blinked, tears welling in her eyes. She probably wouldn't see the barn standing again. It wasn't feasible. There were actual homes that were in danger, and while it was Kaylee's home and at least a dozen horses, she knew it didn't come close in monetary value to the cost of the other homes in the path of the fire. Flynn reached out, grabbing her arm. "What's wrong?" He followed the direction of her gaze and stared at the stables. "I probably won't see it again. I was trying to make sure I could get it burned into my mind, you know?" Kaylee shook her head, taking a deep breath. "I'm going to take Lanford's truck. You take yours. Meet me over at the Thompsons so we can get Lanford's truck back to him." She studied him and then leaned up, pressing her lips to his cheek and smiling. "Congratulations, Mr. Wilson, on your wedding day." Flynn's worry caved for a split second as he studied her. "And you as well, Mrs. Wilson." They paused for a brief moment longer, and then they parted, each determined to protect everything they could. Kaylee hoped Flynn stayed safe. She wasn't sure she was ready to lose anything, least of all the man she'd just found. Flynn Kaylee's long legs disappeared into the vet's truck and she started the engine. In seconds, she tore around the side of the stable like she'd chased horses on truck before. As soon as she was out of sight, Flynn barged into the barn. He couldn't save much, but he could at least save something. He climbed the stairs, moving out onto the catwalk with a determined gait. A railing with initials carved into it had caught Flynn's eye once. He'd seen Kaylee run her fingers over that particular piece of wood more times than he'd thought possible. He stepped back and then kicked it, once, twice, 3 times before the section of railing finally was budged loose enough Flynn could pull it from the fittings. With the railing in hand, Flynn ducked into Kaylee's apartment and secured a bag, shoving as many of her clothes and other personal items he could find. He couldn't afford more than a few minutes with how fast the fire was burning, but as he swung the bag over his shoulder, he realized he had one more thing to do. Out at the truck after a quick stop at the counter to grab her business books, Flynn tossed all of Kaylee's things into the backseat of his rig. He stepped back, his phone in hand, and took no less than 20 photos of the stables. He ran from side to side to get different angles and to get as many views of it as he could. He wasn't a photographer, but he didn't want to leave his new bride with no way to remember her life. He'd build her a new stable, as big as she wanted, but he wasn't so insensitive that he didn't know how important the original one was. Climbing into his truck, Flynn hoped he'd just destroyed the railing and would have to fix it and not that the entire barn would be gone. That didn't sit well with him, but he would do what he had to do just like Kaylee would. Before he could overthink what he was doing, Flynn tore off down the road, headed toward the Thompsons to be there when his wife arrived. The last thing he needed was to lose her on their wedding day. Chapter 4. Cari impatient to get to the stables, Cari furrowed her brow and tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. What in the blue blazes was she doing? She should be at the Wilson Ranch helping there. But no. She felt like she should be at the stables, helping Kaylee in whatever way she could. She finally pulled into the empty driveway, twisting and turning in her seat as she searched everywhere for signs of life. Her SUV wasn't much, but she should be able to see if anyone was around. At the risk of leaving her car and getting caught up in the flames coming ever closer to the stables from the direction of the abandoned town, Cari drove cautiously off the driveway and turned the tires toward the back of the barn. Was someone out there and she couldn't see them from the front? She picked up her cell and dialed Kaylee's number. After a minute, Kaylee answered, breathless. "Go." "Kaylee, it's Cari. I'm at your place. How can I help?" Maybe help wasn't needed. Maybe they were fine and Cari was just being ridiculous. It wouldn't be the first time she'd been too late to do something to help others. "Cari, we left the stables. I'm corralling the horses south. Lanford went to the north looking for a stray. We have his truck. Can you find him? He needs to get out of there. The fire is starting to flank around from the west." The line went dead. Cari slowly dropped the cell to set it in a cup holder. She looked around, first south and then to the north. Lanford was up there? There was only smoke and flame up that way. That's all there was. No way was he up there and a horse. No way. But even as she gripped the steering wheel and squinted toward the fire to see better, a figure suddenly appeared from the smoke. The horse's stride was frantic as she thundered toward the break in the fence and then went on through, disappearing onto the pasture. Cari glanced back to where the horse had come from. Kaylee had said Lanford had been searching for a horse. What if? Was that the horse he'd been looking for? Where was the vet? Cari licked her lower lip and then shifted into drive. She turned the four-wheel drive on and gunned it, careful to watch for a shadowy figure who might come out of the smoke. No matter how hard she stared into the smoke, Dr. Lanford wasn't coming out. Cari closed the distance to the line where the smoke was being blown away and stopped. She turned to position herself parallel as if there was a wall of smoke and she couldn't go inside it. She left the engine running and opened the driver's side door. The intense heat surprised her. She glanced to the side, noticing the cracking in the paint of her car. She had to hurry. Neither of them would survive that heat for long. With her legs shaking, Cari called into the smoke, over the roar of the close fire. "Dr. Lanford? Hello?" She turned her head and strained to hear something, anything over the crackle of the fire. "Dr. Lanford." And she paused, and that's when she heard it. Not far from where she stood. A groan had come through the noise. Panicked and dropping to all fours, Cari crept forward on the ground, pulling the collar of her shirt up to cover her nose. She didn't expect the shirt to protect her from the smoke completely, but at least some protection would be better than nothing. She blinked against the acrid smoke and dropped her collar from her mouth to call into the shadows. "Dr. Lanford, make another noise for me. I can't find you." She crept forward, careful not to leave the car too much. If she lost the vehicle, she'd be in the same predicament as the vet. Another groan pulled her 2 more feet forward and her hand brushed his body. Thank heaven. She didn't pause to overthink what she was doing. Cari reached out with one hand and closed her fingers around a portion of his shirt. She tugged it toward her, ignoring the moaning and cries of pain. She couldn't worry about that. She had to get him out of danger. Then they could worry about his injuries. She tugged and pulled, gritting her teeth as she pulled him painstakingly back the way she came. The heat singed and stung. Her cheeks felt like they were sunburnt without seeing any light. At the car, where she could see him, Cari caught one look at his right hand and the blistering on his skin, and she looked away. His pants were melted in places and there was other damage to his person, but she couldn't focus on that. She had to get him and her out of there. The back of her SUV would hold him. She opened the rear passenger door and yelled at him, "I need you to try to help me get you inside the car." He opened his eyes, staring blearily up at her as if he wasn't sure what she was saying. After a painful moment, he nodded, his features pale. "Okay, come on." Reaching down and moving into a squatting position, Cari put her hands under the vet's armpits and tugged and tugged. He was solid, but the more she did to try to move him, the more he seemed to understand that she needed help. He shifted to where his feet were under him, and then he launched himself toward the door of the car, falling across the seat with an oomph. "Okay, good." Cari shoved his legs in behind him, slamming the door and ignoring if he was comfortable or not. Right then wasn't the time to be nurturing. She had to get them out of there. The flames licked hungrily across the field. The heat intensified, creeping closer and closer as the fire moved toward the stables and where Cari stood beside her car. She slid into the front seat and shifted into drive, glad she was already in four-wheel drive. She winced when she hit a bump and Lanford cried out, "I'm sorry. Get ready. It's going to be a rough ride. I need to get us out of here. I'm so sorry." Was she talking more to herself than to him at that point? Probably. As long as Cari focused on getting them out of there, she wouldn't start freaking out. Who did she think she was? She was the baker of the family, not someone who drove in and rescued someone, certainly not an injured someone. Her heartbeat racing, Cari grimaced as she hit another bump and then rounded the southern edge of the stables. The fire had reached the driveway and the stables, nibbling at the wood like it was just getting comfortable. The stables were going to be gone before anyone could come save them. That filled Cari with sadness, and she turned to drive down the driveway to get out, when she realized that the fire engulfed the edge by the road. The fire hadn't gone any further than the driveway. If she could get to the road, they could get out of there. But how did she get there without going through flames? She wasn't sure she had that much courage. But the fence, it wasn't anything more than vinyl posts on the front-facing portion of the property. Cari didn't have any other options. She turned in a tight U-turn and pressed hard on the gas. "Hang on, Lanford. This is going to suck." She gripped the wheel with both hands and briefly shut her eyes when the front of her SUV plowed through the white split-rail-style fencing. The nose of the SUV dipped and then rose sharply as they climbed the other side of the deep ditch, and then landed on the road. Chest heaving with each gasp, Cari glanced at the rearview mirror, blinking as she realized what she'd just done. She'd done it. She wasn't sure how, but she had. Lanford's moans had stopped. Maybe he'd passed out. Honestly, that was probably for the best at the rate they were going. She barreled down the road, straight for urgent care at the small hospital that should probably be called a clinic more than anything. She wasn't a doctor, but his injuries looked pretty serious. Hands shaking, Cari picked up her cell and called Kaylee again. She swallowed against the scratchy ache in her throat. Kaylee answered, her breathing a little more controlled. "Cari, tell me you found Lanford." Blinking back tears at the news she had to tell Kaylee, Cari nodded, and then continued with the phone on speakerphone. "I did. I got him. He's pretty injured. I'm taking him to urgent care. I saw the horse he went after run into the south pasture. Did you get them all?" "Yes. She came through about a minute and a half ago. She looks singed in spots, but overall she'll be fine. They all will. The Thompsons set up a fire line. Nothing is coming below the middle pasture." Her voice dropped and the question was there, even though she didn't ask it. Cari cleared her throat, unable to stop the tears from streaming down her cheeks. "Kaylee, I'm so sorry. The fire was at the stables when I got out of there. There was nothing I could do. I'm sorry." Her voice broke on a sob and she clamped her lips shut. She didn't need to add to the devastation of the news she'd dropped on Kaylee with more tears. But Kaylee's voice didn't shift with emotion. "Thank you for thinking you could. I planned on losing it, so it's not as alarming hearing you say that." She paused and then continued. "Let me know how the vet is. I want to thank him for saving the horses. I'll make sure you're kept up to date on how everything else is. Thanks, Cari. I need to go." And she hung up again. Not that Cari minded. She set the phone down on the seat and pressed the back of her hand to her mouth, tears continuing to stream down her cheeks and drip down onto her shirt. As the adrenaline faded, her breathing hitched and she clenched her fingers on the steering wheel to contain the continuous shaking. What was she doing? Why did she think she could do anything worthwhile? She needed to stick to baking. There was nothing dangerous or heartbreaking in that. Delivering the news of Kaylee's lost home wasn't exactly using Cari's strong suits. Cari must have sounded heartless when she'd told Kaylee or something. Or maybe Kaylee hadn't understood what Cari was saying. There had to be a lot going on, and Kaylee was in the thick of it. Cari pulled into the drive under the overhang of the clinic and stopped by the doors. She jumped from her seat and darted inside, screaming for help. She might not be capable of a lot, but she could get attention. And right then, Lanford needed all the help he could get.
Chapter 5. Nick. "I don't think you should be doing anything but resting for the next few days." He glanced over his shoulder and then smiled tightly as he looked back at Nick. "Keep your bandages on and let the nurse help you with changing them. I think you're very lucky." The doctor wasn't condescending as he spoke to Nick, but that didn't mean Nick felt like a peer. There was something the doctor wasn't telling him. "What do you mean rest? Is there something you're not telling me?" Nick pushed his left hand onto the hospital mattress and shifted his legs to the side. He couldn't get comfortable. No matter how many meds they gave him, he couldn't stop feeling itchy in his own skin. He wasn't normally squeamish when it came to body parts and blood. At the same time, Nick didn't feel the desire to peek under the bandages on his right arm and lower legs. He felt, for lack of a better word, crispy. The doctor treating him, an older gentleman with graying hair at the temples and a pair of bifocals on his nose, leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Look, out of professional courtesy, I'm going to be straightforward. You probably won't be able to use your arm for a few months at least. There's extensive tissue damage, and we're going to have to repair a couple tendons. You really had some damage done." The devastating news felt like more heat being loaded onto his burning skin. Nick gritted his teeth and closed his eyes for a brief moment, then opened them again. Why couldn't you just tell me that? His filter was off with the medications, but he didn't care. Would he normally have asked something like that? Making sense of all the information was harder than he'd thought possible. Why couldn't he put things together? "I understand you're frustrated. I didn't tell you more because—" The doctor peeked again over his shoulder toward someone standing in the corner and tried motioning with his eyes. "Your visitor looks lightheaded the more I talk about what is going on. She almost didn't make it through the bandaging or the cleaning of the wound. You needed a lot of debridement. I would have had her removed, but she was so determined to stay here in case you needed her, I didn't dare put her on the spot." Visitor? Had Nick missed something? He wasn't aware anyone else had been there. The immense pain he'd been in had been so consuming, he'd only been focused on keeping his head about him. Cari had dropped him off at the front, and then he'd assumed she'd disappeared. He hadn't been able to focus much on his surroundings while waiting for the pain meds to kick in. In fact, the medical staff hadn't paused, as they'd immediately started cleaning the edges of the wounds. Much to his embarrassment, Nick might have been screaming during some parts of the debridement process, since the medication took a little bit to jumpstart. After that, he'd stared at the ceiling and tried ignoring the tugging and discomfort as best he could. Back in the present, Nick craned his neck to see around the doctor, pausing when his gaze collided with Cari's. He swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. Was it possible seeing Cari would affect him like that? Why would she be there for him? They were friendly around town, but what he could have possibly done to deserve her support? Working with her on her family dog couldn't have secured that kind of loyalty. Confused, Nick took a deep breath, wincing at the sting in his smoke-roughened soft tissue of his throat. He swallowed at the pain and tried speaking anyway. Cari, I didn't... Why are you still here? I thought you left. Who knew just how bad he looked? He didn't want to know. Yet there she sat, staring at him. She was seeing him in all his horror. He didn't want to feel weak around her. He wanted to feel like a man, strong, protective, and confident enough to flirt with her and have her giggle or whatever she did when she was flirting back. Nothing was as emasculating as a hospital gown. They told me to leave and then didn't really notice me again until it was over. I wasn't sure I would make it, but I was trying to be here for you, in case you needed support. No one should be alone during hard things. She wrinkled her nose, half shrugging as she rubbed her lower arms as if she were cold. I wasn't trying to intrude, I'm sorry. Immediately, Nick felt bad. He didn't want to attack her. She didn't deserve his crankiness. He shook his head, closing his eyes and trying to ignore the discomfort in his limbs and flesh. He hurt, and the pain wasn't abating. That wasn't Cari's fault. He didn't want to be weak around her. Not to mention, he didn't want to think about what the doctor had said about Nick not being able to use his right arm for a while. Focusing on Cari and what her presence was doing distracted him from the devastation in that prognosis. Nick swallowed, again fighting the dry mouth side effects of Cari's presence and the medication. He had to come up with something else to focus on, something other than the way he felt or what Cari must be thinking about him. So did the horse make it? He wasn't even sure which horse it was he'd followed into the flames, or if it had survived. Yes, I saw it run out of the smoke toward the hole in the fence. I spoke to Kaylee on the way here, and she said the horse reached them just fine. A little singed, but overall, not injured. She'll let me know more later. She raised her eyebrows and nodded tightly. You did good. That was brave of you. I can't believe how you just ran into the flames without knowing where the horse was. You can't believe it? But that's exactly what you did to get me. He furrowed his brow, grateful his face wasn't burned. How would that have left him feeling? Ugly as well as useless. Cari waved her hand, her laugh deep as she rolled her eyes. No, it wasn't the same thing. I parked my car on the edge and kinda crawled in there while yelling for you. Nothing brave about it. She laughed again, and Nick realized he enjoyed the sound, even if she was putting down her efforts to save him. Unable to turn his gaze from her, Nick murmured, "Well, I'm grateful you did." A becoming pink flushed Cari's soot-smudged cheeks, and she glanced away. Not wanting to make her feel more uncomfortable, Nick changed the subject again. "I think I heard you telling Kaylee something in the car about the stables. Everything is, well, let's just say nothing is really clear because of the pain." He hated admitting he'd been in that kind of anguish, or even thinking of the screaming he'd been doing when they'd cleaned his wounds. If he ignored that it had happened, maybe she wouldn't remember. He was going with that plan. "From what I understand, the fire is still going. They've got it about 15% contained along the northern lines, but it's looping around the south and trying to get into the eastern edge of town. Kaylee's stables caught fire when we left. I had to drive through the fence." She fluttered her fingers at her chest, pressing her lips together and looking down. "I didn't know how else to get us out of there. I hope Kaylee and Flynn aren't too upset." Nick stared at Cari. Was she really the type of person that was mindful of others? As much as Nick enjoyed the residents of Mistletoe, he wasn't aware of any who were more worried about ruining someone's property over making it out of a fire alive. "I'm sure it's okay. That's too bad about the stables." He wasn't being light-hearted about it either. The stables were necessary for a place like Mistletoe. Horses needed a safe place to stay, and the stables Kaylee owned were exactly what most horse owners needed if they didn't have time or money to house and take care of their animals themselves. "Do you think you're going to be okay in a couple days?" Cari folded her arms and ducked her head, as if she didn't want to put him on the spot, but also was curious. So, she hadn't heard what the doctor said. For some reason, that knowledge made Nick feel better. We'll see what'll happen. As long as Nick didn't feel like he was stuck and worthless in Cari's eyes, maybe he could hold on to a semblance of delusion where he could return to work on Monday, no matter if it was true or not. If Cari believed he'd be fine in no time, then maybe he could believe it for a little bit longer too. "I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back in a little bit. Is there anything I can get for you?" Cari stood, glancing down at Nick as he lay in his bed. She bent forward and smoothed her fingers carefully along the edge of his forehead, her touch blocked by a gauze bandage. "Sorry, it's coming off." She offered a side smile and backed away. "I'm okay, thanks." He didn't need anything, except a mirror. If her touch wasn't distracting, Nick would have asked Cari to explain why he had a burn on his face when it didn't feel like it. What exactly didn't he know about his own injuries?
Chapter 6. Taylor. Taylor paced back and forth in front of the window overlooking the north side of their property. The smoke in the distance was easy to spot from her position. She wasn't sure if she watched it because she was nervous about its location or because of the size. Both were alarming. The more smoke there was, it would seem the more fire there would be. Roman rushed down the stairs, careful to keep his voice quiet as he approached Taylor. "I'm going to head back up to the ranch. If you need anything, call. I'll try to answer." Taylor stopped in front of him, blocking his way as she folded her arms and studied his features for answers. "Is everyone okay? What's going on?" She wanted to yell at him that there was no way he was leaving her sight. She didn't like being out of control. While she knew she couldn't control the fire, at least she would know where everyone was and how she could help, if she was in the thick of things. Roman would leave and she'd have no idea if he was okay or not. That wasn't going to work for her. Roman took a deep breath and reached out, taking Taylor's hands in his. He ducked his head and met her anxious gaze. "Tay, everyone is fine. No one is hurt. Dr. Lanford is in the hospital with burns, but Cari is with him. I'm sure he'll be fine. Now listen. Lily and Amanda are coming over to stay with you. I need to get up there and help my mom and the boys. Taylor pulled away, thrusting her hands on her hips as she stood by the door. No, I can go help. I should be there to help. Her breath caught. She looked wildly around the room at the thought of Roman leaving her to go closer to the fire. He couldn't do that to her or the kids. What if something happened to him? Roman shook his head, his voice calm but firm. No, darlin'. We have the kids here. You need to stay and watch after them. Belligerent, Taylor narrowed her eyes. Maybe you should stay with them. I'll go. His lips curved into a soft side smile. Taylor, come on. They need their mom. And the reality of what she faced hit her. Taylor blinked back tears and swallowed against the tightness in her throat. But what if something happens to you? They need you too. We all need you. She bit her inner cheek to keep her worried sobs at bay. She couldn't lose Roman. He was everything to her. All those years ago he'd disappeared, and now there was a chance he could disappear forever. She couldn't accept that. She just couldn't. Her tall husband shook his head and reached out, pulling her against his chest. His deep voice rumbled against her cheek. Can you imagine what would happen to those kids if something happened to you? No. Let's agree that those babies need both of us, and leave it at that. He pulled back enough to take Taylor's face into his palms and turn her to look at him. The honest truth, Taylor, is, I can't think clearly if I think you're in danger. Here? You're safe. No fire will get you and the kids. Your sisters are coming. They'll help watch the kids and keep your mind off things. I need you to be safe. For me. That's the only way I can stay out of danger. He searched her face with eyes desperate for understanding. After the space of a couple heartbeats, Taylor nodded, taking a deep breath. Okay, I understand. But please, be safe. Be careful. Don't do anything heroic. If the house is going to go, let it. Make everyone get out. They can all stay here. Roman rolled his eyes. I'm not letting Levi stay here. He's annoying. Roman laughed and let Taylor go, kissing her forehead before grabbing a thick leather duster from a hook by the door. I love you more. Taylor smiled and watched him walk out the door to his truck, doing her level best to hide the worry tearing its way through her stomach. She whispered to no one in particular, I need you safe too. As Roman's truck pulled out of the driveway, Amanda's SUV pulled in. Taylor's sisters waved at Roman and then parked in front of the house. Taylor stood at threshold, smiling tightly as they climbed out of the vehicle and walked up the path to the door with their arms heavy with bags. Hey, are you ready to make some fun treats for the kids? Are they here? Amanda ducked past Taylor, heading toward the large kitchen with her goods. She looked around but didn't say anything else. They're napping. It's been a long day for them. Taylor wanted to nap herself, but with so much going on, she didn't know how she'd ever sleep normally again. Are you okay? Lily stood in front of Taylor, blocking the door from closing as she studied her sister. Her own features were drawn and pale. Is Brock out there too? Taylor blinked. She'd been so worried about Roman. She'd failed to think about what everyone else was going through. Brock would be in danger. Elizabeth and her own house were in dire danger. Roman had to go help his brothers who would be out of a home if anything happened. Lily wrinkled her nose and held up a pregnancy test box. I thought maybe I could take this with you guys for moral support. I swear I take one every month when I'm 5 minutes late. She laughed, but it was laced with worry and tears. Taylor nodded, moving her arms wide in an invite to welcome Lily in. Come on in. Of course, you can totally do that here. I have chocolate just in case it's a yes or a no. Taylor followed Amanda into the kitchen and shot a glance between the girls. Okay, so you're both here. Where's Cari? Or Brooke or Tanya? Taylor moved to help Amanda at the counter as she unloaded ingredients for ants on a log, caramel apples, grape flowers, and mud pie. What are you trying to do to me? I'm trying to lose the pregnancy weight. It's not for you, it's for your kids. Amanda laughed and shook her head, her curly dark hair pulled back in a low ponytail. Not for the first time, Taylor couldn't believe how much alike Amanda and Roman's hair was. She envied them the thick waves. Cari is helping Dr. Lanford, apparently. I guess he got pretty hurt when he was trying to help Kaylee with her horses. Cari saved him, from what Flynn told Brock. Lily helped move things from the counter to the fridge, still gripping the pregnancy test in her hand as if she couldn't put it down. Cari saved someone? Wait, what? Taylor stopped and gaped at Lily, standing in the center of the kitchen while staring at her two sisters with wide eyes. She doesn't do stuff like that. Cari isn't... I mean, she's a sweetheart and would do whatever anyone needs, but she's not the type to run into the flames. I know, but she did it. Lily shrugged, tilting her head to the side. I think it's good for her. She needs to stretch herself. She has a lot more potential than she lets herself believe she has. Definitely more than any of us every push on her. I agree. It's awesome to hear when she does things like this, like doing the last auction. Who would have thought she'd have done that? Amanda grinned, holding up her hands. I know she didn't auction herself, but that load of cookies was perfect and she put herself out there. That's exactly what she needed. I wonder how we can push for her to do that more. They laughed and stood there, talking until Taylor cast a curious glance at Lily. Are you going to stand there with that test all day, or are you going to go take it? Amanda glanced at Lily's hand, and her eyes grew wide. Go! Oh, how exciting. You would think it's exciting, but every time I take one, I know I'm going to get a negative result, you know. But still, I hope. And then when it happens, I'm crushed all over again, even though I expected it. Lily shook her head, her features forcefully neutral. Taylor furrowed her brow. She had no idea what Lily was going through. Every time she'd tried to get pregnant, she'd been successful. She'd never seen a negative result on a pregnancy test, and that made her feel bad for her sister. Well, no time like the present. Let's go. Amanda looped her arm through Lily's right arm while Taylor grabbed a hold of her left. With a grateful smile, Lily nodded and fell into step between them. At the door to the bathroom, she turned back and arched an eyebrow. Do you girls think you need to join me? Taylor and Amanda laughed, holding their hands at chest level as they backed up and leaned against the wall opposite the bathroom door. Amanda shook her head while she laughed even harder. I love you, girl, but not that much. I'm not even sure I love my husband that much. Taylor's snort laughed and then covered her mouth. The door shut. A few minutes passed, and then Lily's voice broke the silence with a loud sob and an undefined expletive. Taylor glanced at Amanda, and they rushed through the door. Was it really that bad?
Chapter 7. Cari couldn't figure out if she wanted to sit in the visitor's seat, the lobby, or go home. She wasn't sure what Dr. Lanford wanted, and she couldn't decide just how to ask him. What was she supposed to do? How did she ask? What if he wanted her to leave or stay, and she was doing the wrong thing? The indecision drove her nuts, but she didn't know how to ask. She stood outside the room they'd transferred the veterinarian to. After a little bit, he'd fallen asleep, and Cari stepped out to take a break and to check in with her family. But that was a while ago. Was it out of line if Cari went home? She wasn't sure what was expected of her. She didn't want to do anything that might upset the doctor. And honestly, she wanted to be there for him. She felt connected to him somehow. His eyes. The way he was hiding his pain like he could protect her or something. She couldn't look away from him, and it was driving her nuts. And there was something weird in that she didn't know his first name. For some reason, she felt like she couldn't leave until she learned at least that much about him. Cari? The doctor's voice faintly called from behind the partially closed door. Jumping, a little startled, Cari carefully pushed the door open and approached Dr. Lanford carefully. She smiled hesitantly as she got closer. He was awake. Even in a vulnerable situation like a hospital gown and patient bed, Cari was struck by the masculinity in the color of his skin and the strength in the lines of his arm muscles. He had no idea how absolutely appealing he was. He made vulnerable look delicious, and Cari was embarrassed that she was even thinking it while standing in front of him. He blinked as she got closer, his right arm resting across his stomach while a sheet and blanket was pulled up mid-waist. "I wasn't sure you'd still be here." He licked his lower lip and took a deep breath, as if he might still be under the effects of the medication. Well, I wasn't sure if I should head home or not. I wasn't able to find any contact information for parents or other loved ones." "Did you want me to reach out to family so you're not alone, Dr. Lanford?" Cari had seen him at his most vulnerable. She still couldn't look directly at the bandages on his arm without images of his injury flooding her mind. She was trying to ignore his facial bandages. Even with the white gauze on his face, his good looks were hardly marred. In fact, she wanted to stare at him even more. Hence, the need to avoid staring at him. She really was in a weird catch-22. She carefully folded her hands at waist level and smiled sweetly. For some reason, she was just all kinds of nervous and wasn't sure how to actually talk to him. It was as if the first time they'd met and worked together over the family dog's unfortunate incident with a porcupine had never happened. He blinked, softly shaking his head. The lights from behind him cast a noticeable shadow on his strong jawline as he moved. "No, it's Nick." Cari blinked. "I'm sorry?" "My name. It's Nick. You don't need to call me doctor. Please. You've been calling me doctor since we got in here." He leaned his head back again as if the conversation was more exhausting than he'd thought it would be. He cleared his throat and closed his eyes before opening them again to speak. I don't have any family. There's no one left." Cari's lips parted in surprise. She didn't like the idea of him being without family or loved ones. He was all alone. If she left, he'd be there in the hospital all by himself. That left a bad taste in Cari's mouth. He needed someone there for him. After a minute of staring at each other in silence, Cari shuffled her feet and then pursed her lips to the side. "Would you like me to stay with you for a little while longer?" As if he'd been thinking he'd like her to stay but wasn't sure how to ask. "Dr. Lan?" Nick nodded, slowly, keeping his gaze on her form. She moved to the side and pushed the visitor chair closer to the bedside so he could see her. They didn't say anything else, but Cari was glad for the reprieve of conversation. She didn't know what to say. She liked that he wanted her there, even if it was only to fill a gaping hole from having no family to call on. At least she was needed. At least someone needed her for more than baking, even if it was as simple as sitting there with him. As if he fought the sleep pulling at him, Nick's eyelids slowly grew heavier and heavier. He shifted his focus from Cari to the wall and blinked hard, but he couldn't fight it long before his eyes closed and stayed shut. Cari watched him, careful not to be loud as she shifted in the chair. Was she supposed to just sit there with him? If that was the case, she had no problem. She liked being needed. He hadn't said how long he wanted her there, but she'd treat it like he needed her there until he said he didn't. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Her phone buzzed in her back pocket and then buzzed again. She stood quietly, moving toward the door as she slid the cell from her jeans. In the hall, she answered the phone, her lips pressed tight at the sight of her father's name on the screen. "Hi, Dad. Is everything okay?" For Cari time had all but stopped as she'd been ensconced in the clinic where Nick was, and unable to see what was happening out in the real world, the condition of the fire, and if the Wilson home was long gone. "Cari, I'm glad I got you. It seems the fire is, for the most part, under control. They have it contained, but with a windstorm forecasted for early in the morning, they're not optimistic it will stay that way. Lots of prayer chains have started throughout Mistletoe. Add it to yours, all right?" Dad's gruff voice wasn't normally so grim as he spoke. Cari nodded, glancing up and down the relatively quiet hall. She hadn't checked the clock in a long while. What time was it? Are you doing okay, though? Where did you get to? Fatherly concern was evident in the pushy questions. I'm fine. I'm at the hospital with the veterinarian. He's sustained quite a few burns. He's all by himself, Dad. I thought I'd stay here with him for a bit and make sure he's okay. She lifted her chin. She had nothing to be embarrassed about, and she wouldn't act ashamed. Nick needed someone to stand by him. Cari had no problem doing just that, no matter what other people thought of her. Well, that sounds good. Service is always a good thing to do for others. Her dad hemmed and hawed for a moment, and then, look, the reason I'm calling outside of checking on you is that I was wondering what it was you were going to share with the families. That all ended rather abruptly, and I didn't get a chance to find out myself. Cari folded her arm, keeping her cell to her ear, while tucking her free hand under her bent elbow. She dropped her gaze to the ground and inhaled deeply through her nose. Well, honestly, I was going to share about the affairs and the things Mom said before she left. She didn't wait for a response, as she rushed on. Dad, I think they should know about her indiscretions. I know you think it will make you look bad, but no one thinks that about the victim. She's the guilty one here. I know you don't like the label of victim, but that's what she's doing. She hadn't meant to reference her father as a victim, but it was true. His ex-wife was the problem there, not him.
David paused, his breathing soft but noticeable across the cell line. Looking around, Cari realized she'd paced away from Nick's doorway and she moved back, careful not to be too loud as she got back into place outside his ajar door. Her father exhaled. Look, I know you're probably right. Everyone should know what the possibilities are. I don't want anyone thinking of me as a victim, or as someone to pity. We should be getting to the bottom of the fact that she wants to ruin us. Why would sharing her infidelity do anything for her other than make her look bad? This is Jennifer, Dad. She doesn't think logically. The only reason I think we should tell the families is because I think we need to take the power back. Get all the questions off the table. Answer everything we can. If we open things up and get our information out there, maybe someone else has some details they don't know are important. We can put the pieces together and make sense of what is going on. As soon as we take the element of surprise from her, she no longer has any control and can't go after you, or Taylor, or the businesses. Wasn't that what was important? I know it's hard, but sometimes we have to do the hard things to get what we want, you know? Even if that means looking weaker than we actually are. Get everything out. Pride be hanged. Yeah, you're probably right. Let me think about this. With the fire, I doubt there's anything we can do about it immediately anyway. I'll get back to you. And Cari, be careful. Her father said his goodbyes, and Cari did the same, hanging up the phone before turning back to the doorway. When she walked inside, she paused at the sight of Nick watching her come in. What had he heard, and had she woken him up? She didn't want to share her family's secret and shame with just anyone. But Nick wasn't just anyone. Not right now. Not in the hospital. What Cari needed was someone to talk to, someone to confide in. She needed to talk about what was going on in her heart and mind, and she couldn't with her sisters or anyone else. Maybe Nick could be that for her. Maybe she could be there for him and he could be there for her. There was only one way to find out.
Chapter 8. Nick Cari's voice carried easily through the silence of Nick's room. He couldn't get her words out of his head. Sometimes the hard things had to be done. He couldn't stop worrying about what he needed to do. How was he going to take care of the area animals when he was the one who was going to need to be taken care of? With the fire, and who knew who was affected, Nick had to take into account that he was going to be in high demand sooner than he'd expected. It was par for the course in his industry. Steady income, unless there was a disaster or other tragedy, and then everyone and their neighbor brought in every animal they owned. The best thing would be for the animals to be triaged, but as it was, Nick was already going to be unable to perform the duties he needed to. "Nick, are you okay?" Cari approached cautiously from the doorway, returning it to its slightly closed position. "Are you in pain? Can I get you anything?" Her mindfulness of others was apparent immediately. Nick didn't need to know her a long time to figure that out about her. Was he in pain? He hadn't thought too much about it. As long as he didn't focus on his injuries, he was able to just ignore the ache, like it wasn't there. But thinking about it, there became a distinct edge of burning that he wanted to disappear. He reached out, his fingers fumbling for the nurse call button. Cari moved forward, picking up the remote and carefully placing it in Nick's unbandaged hand. "The button is right by your thumb." She stepped back, watching but not hovering. Nick pressed the red button with his thumb, his breathing almost erratic as he tried to calm down from the spike in pain. "It just hurts, like all of a sudden." "Yeah, I have no doubt. The doctor said something about you needing consistent pain medication for the next few weeks. But if you're going to be better in just a few days, why would you need medicine for so long?" Cari's forehead furrowed as she studied him. Her own problems shadowed her gaze, but she wasn't focused on that. For some reason, that bugged Nick. He wanted her to focus on her, not him. Grateful for the distraction, Nick focused on Cari's question. He gripped his uninjured fingers into a fist to redirect more of his attention away from the wounds. "Actually, I lied to you." "You lied? Why would you do that?" Cari didn't seem upset. Instead, she seemed more curious than anything. Why indeed? Nick looked past her as if he was trying to remember something when in fact, he just didn't want to see the disappointment in her eyes. "I didn't want you to feel bad for me." Cari shook her head, arching an eyebrow. "I have a feeling you're not being completely honest again, but I'm not going to push. And for the record, I already feel bad for you. So, why don't you tell me how long you're going to be down, so we can look at this from a reality-based perspective?" She sank into the seat beside her and watched him, her lips half smiling. "Okay, so the doctor said something about months. The burn ate a lot of my muscles in my arm, and I'm going to be recovering for quite a while." He sighed and leaned his head back again, letting his gaze naturally rise toward the ceiling. He might as well be completely honest. "What's going on, Nick? We don't know each other very well at all, but I'm here, and you can vent to me. Sometimes, just getting things off our minds can help a lot." She scrunched her nose like she wasn't sure why she was saying what she was saying, but she only ended up looking cuter than normal. Cute? Was that really what Nick should be thinking right then? Maybe the meds were having more side effects than they should be. He hadn't explored what he looked like yet, but he couldn't be the same. She wouldn't want a broken man, and he was beyond fixable. But she had a point. He did need to talk things out. He needed to figure out what he could do, what he should do. What did he have to lose? He really needed some perspective. Maybe talking it out with someone like Cari was exactly what he needed to straighten things out in his head. Nick sighed. "Okay, so here's the thing. I'm hurt. Worse than I let on earlier, obviously. I can't go back to full-time or even part-time work for a few months at the earliest, according to the doctor." Nick reached his free hand up and pressed it to the bridge of his nose. "I don't have the option to close my practice, though. I need to work. Davidson is gone. He left early when he realized I had things in hand. Now, I'm the only vet in the area. Even Dr. McAllister is too swamped to come this way. We're the only 2 vets in Clearwater." Cari watched him, like she expected him to start laughing or something. A knock at the door interrupted Nick's monologue. "Mr. Lanford, did you buzz that you needed a nurse?" He cleared his throat and shifted his eyes to take in the kind older woman moving toward his bed. Nick nodded. "The pain is getting worse." He kept his voice low. No reason to be loud or rude when it wasn't anyone's fault that he hurt. "Oh well, that will never do. Let me get you your pain control button." She reached over and handed him a small button at the end of a tube. Okay, hit this when the pain becomes more than just dull or manageable. You'll have a limit, so only hit it when you really need it. She smiled at him and nodded. Go ahead. Give yourself a dose right now. Nick used his thumb and pressed the button. The machine clicked and buzzed, and a small shot of cool liquid went into the IV site. He almost held his breath as he waited for the pain to dissipate. Okay, you're all good. Let me know if you need anything. I'm Janelle. She nodded at Cari as she turned to leave the room. After her shadow disappeared from the window by the door, Nick glanced back at Cari. Had anything he said made sense? I know you probably think I'm whining and I sound like a baby or something, but I'm not complaining for the fun of it. I promise. I genuinely hurt and no matter how hard I push, I'm not sure I can go back to work. Cari shook her head. Her shiny hair fell past her shoulders, and she hugged her arms across her waist. No, actually, I don't think you sound like you're whining at all. I saw what you came out of. I saw your wounds before they were covered all pretty with those bandages. I was here when they cleaned them. You're not faking or complaining or anything. I don't think that either. She bit her lower lip and furrowed her brow. I wish I could help. I'm not sure I could be a veterinarian by Monday. She laughed, the sound warm and friendly, and exactly what Nick hadn't known he needed. He half smiled, sinking into the comfort of being around her. She had an incredible bedside manner, and while he'd already witnessed it with her dog, he hadn't realized it extended to people too. Was it possible? He lifted his chin. I have a proposition for you. Cari arched an eyebrow. If you think asking me to marry you in a hospital is a good idea, we have a lot to discuss about appropriate and romance. Her cheeks flushed, but she didn't look away. The Dean woman was boldly humorous. Not marriage. I'm not the type. I like being on my own too much. He grinned and chuckled. However, my proposition is based on being around me quite a bit. I hope it's not too distasteful. He waved his left hand over his form. Would she say no? Probably. She said before that she didn't do well with squeamish situations. Never know unless he tried. A shadow crossed in front of her eyes, and she blinked. The shadow was gone, but Nick couldn't help but feel like it was something he'd said. If he wasn't careful, he'd scare her off before he even had a chance to ask. What if she really was disgusted by the way he looked or the idea that she would be around him a lot? He wanted to be around her, and the more he was, the more he did. Maybe his mind was all jumbly. The drugs must be working now. Just because he wanted to be around her didn't mean she wanted to be around him. If she didn't, though, then why was she still there?
Chapter 9. Cari cleared her throat. She'd been joking about the marriage part, but for some reason the idea wasn't too far out there. She didn't think marrying Nick Lanford, veterinarian, was a bad idea. Wait, what was she thinking? Had she accidentally gotten a shot of the medication he was on? Why would she think marrying a man she didn't quite know would be a good idea? Not to mention the fact that he'd made it clear he wasn't the marrying kind. She swallowed. Anyway, what's your proposition? Since we established it will most definitely not be marriage. Cari didn't let on how much his adamant denial of that possibility stung. Was there something wrong with her? Is that why she'd been unable to find her match? Maybe she wasn't marriage material or appealing or attractive. She shrugged it off and waited with a neutral expression on her face. She didn't need to pressure him. Plus, she was curious to what he could possibly want from her. She wasn't a nurse and she wasn't a vet tech. What good could she possibly be? With his unbandaged hand, Nick picked at the blanket stretched across his lap. He hadn't let on that he was in serious pain other than to ask for a nurse. Even his facial expressions seemed neutral. The burns covered his body in various spots. Cari hadn't seen all the damage, but over the last couple of days, he hadn't said just how much pain he really was in. And it had to be substantial. Well, I need to work. It will be at least a week by the time they let me out of here. That's a lot of sitting here for nothing." He avoided her gaze for another second, staring at the blanket at his feet. "It's hardly going to be a waste of time since you'll be healing, Nick. I mean, you need to give yourself a break, and you can't get back to work. The doctor—" Cari lamely motioned over her shoulder, wrinkling her nose. Why was he rushing things? Why didn't he realize he really did need to heal? Men. Right. The thing is, I need to work. Clearwater is very low in vets to animals, and I'm already going to lose all this time. He shook his head, pressing his fingers to the bridge of his nose. My patients and customers need me. She hadn't realized how severely lacking the industry was. Cari nodded, folding her hands in her lap as she watched him. Okay, that makes sense. What can I do? Maybe Nick needed her to call in some other veterinarians or something. She could do that. She was good at researching and finding solutions. Nick cleared his throat, avoiding Cari's gaze. I was going to see if you'd be interested in helping me. Work with me. I could really use your hands. You seem to take direction well, and you're steadfast. I don't know anyone else who would have come here to sit with me when it wasn't their duty. We barely know each other. You did that, though. He offered a soft smile that reached his eyes. His voice lowered. I could really use the help if I want to get back to work. Cari's lips parted in surprise. Work with him? But he worked with injuries and hurting animals. He did things she purposely avoided in her normal day-to-day life. There he was asking that she do them every day on a normal schedule. She blinked as she considered him. What exactly did she say? I'm honored that you asked me, honestly. I don't do well with blood and whatever else you face. I work best in the kitchen, with a recipe, and no one hurt or bleeding. That last part was the most important. She didn't want to see pain from other creatures, human or otherwise. She couldn't handle it. I'll walk you through everything. I'll be right beside you every step of the way. You won't have to be in any situation on your own, and most likely, we'll be doing boring things 90% of the time. He grinned, his smile charming without being pushy. Of course, it will be contingent on when I can actually get out of here. I'm going to push for this Monday, but it might not be for another week. He gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. Would Cari be able to do it? What if she got too nervous or scared? Not that she scared easily, but what if she just couldn't do it? As if he sensed what Cari was thinking, Nick lifted his chin with a challenge in his eyes. You're strong. You can do this. I need your help. Come on, Cari. You dragged me out of the fire on your own. If you can do that, helping me deliver a baby calf is nothing. Cari scrunched her lips to the side. He had a point. She'd pulled him from the fire and she'd been scared. He'd been in pain, but she'd done what she needed to do. Could she do what he asked? Could she help him in his time of need? He needed her. That left her warm and gooey inside. Nothing she'd admit to. Put aside the money and the time. She didn't care about either. She'd get to know Nick better, and that in itself was a lot of incentive, which just added to the appeal of being needed by someone. He motioned toward his face and the bandages still taped to the side, covering the side of his eye and the upper part of the cheek side of his forehead. I understand if you're not interested in seeing my ugly mug every day, but if you think you can handle that, I think we could do some real good together. His smile faded, and he watched her with a somberness Cari didn't understand. Did he really think he was ugly now, after his injury? She hadn't seen what his skin looked like under the bandages, any of the bandages, but she doubted they would detract from the lines of his jaw and the startling gray of his eyes. If she said no, would he think it was because of the way he looked? You really shouldn't be working, though. Cari huffed as if he hadn't spoken. Sometimes you do what you have to. Nick leaned his head back, his eyes closing as if she'd already said no. That finality left her a bit shaken. She wasn't saying no, but she could imagine if she had. The possibilities would slip away and she wouldn't have the chance to go out and help someone who obviously needed her assistance. Not to mention the chance to meet more people in Mistletoe and Clearwater County. What if she was passing up the chance to meet her match? She leaned forward in the chair and laughed. Okay, don't be so pushy. I'll do it. Nick's eyes snapped open and he lifted his head. You will? You bet. But don't say I didn't warn you when I start crying over the first sign of a problem. She wagged her finger at him, only partially joking. He didn't smile. Don't worry. I've cried working, too. His honesty brought Cari up short and her smile fell from her lips. If Nick had cried, what did that say about what would happen when Cari got out there? There was a shifting in the way Cari and Nick occupied the same space since she'd agreed to work with him. Grabbing up a hoodie before walking from her dad's house, Cari glanced out the window at the approaching storm clouds and grinned. Maybe grabbing some ice cream sundaes and taking one to Nick was exactly what he needed. For the last week, she'd stayed with him every day. Every night she'd gone home late and every morning she'd gone back into the hospital early, just after the sun rose from the sky. The pain medications the doctors had him on dulled the pain but also made him extremely tired. He slept a lot of the time and when he wasn't sleeping, Cari asked him questions. Lots of questions about what kind of animals they would be working with, what type of situations she would be in the middle of, what type of research he wanted her to do before they went out in the field. If she could come up with the question, she asked him. He would laugh and answer each question with exactness, his eyes lighting up as he talked about what was obviously a topic near and dear to his heart. She pulled her hoodie on and climbed in her rig, stopping at the cafe for extremely early morning sundaes with extra hot fudge. Nick liked his chocolate. Cari had learned that when she'd brought in double fudge chocolate chip cookies for the staff, and Nick had begged her for 3 of them. 3. That was before he tried them. Cari might have packed him his own dozen in her bag for seeing him that day. At the hospital, Cari carried the ice cream treats in a cup carrier and smiled at the staff she passed by. She still couldn't get over the idea that Nick didn't want to ever get married. But that wasn't important. At least it shouldn't be important. She wasn't dating him. She was going to work with him. But still. The possibility wasn't there. Even with how attracted to him she felt. Even with the compatibility between them. He'd been point-blank adamant that he wasn't the marrying kind, which meant he wasn't the relationship type. And Cari was. She didn't do casual, and she deserved more than just a fling. She wanted forever, and she wanted a wedding. But that didn't mean she had to want it with Nick. No. His comment just made her realize that she needed to seek forever with someone who wanted to the same things as her. She could do that. She could start looking. All she had to do was get Nick out of the hospital and working again. Then maybe she'd meet someone. That couldn't be a bad thing to wish for, could it? She paused in the doorway to his room and studied him for a second. He was awake, staring out the window. His eyes shadowed and his skin pale like he hadn't slept a week. She strode in like she hadn't seen the break in his armor, because that's what she'd seen. Normally he was upbeat but informal, quick to have a smile even when he was obviously in pain. But this time, she could see his worry. And that made Cari feel unsettled. Dr. Lanford, I have a treat for you. Cari spoke softly, careful not to disturb the peaceful early morning. He didn't even have his main room lights on, just the backdrop lighting behind the bed. Nick moved his head slowly, turning his gaze to fall on her in all its soberness. His lips didn't even attempt to quirk into a smile. What's the matter? What happened? Cari dropped her attempts to be joyful. She set the cup carrier on the table as well as the bag of cookies she'd brought in. Her small satchel held some things for them to do while they waited to hear when he would be going home. The doctor had been hopeful he would go home the coming day. Cari and Nick had talked the topic into the ground, but they kept coming back to it. He wanted to go home. He wanted it more than anything. Nick's eyes held on to their lackluster appearance as he spoke, his voice dull. I have to stay in another week. My nerve conduction test didn't go as well as they'd hoped. His lips closed and he turned back to staring out the window. Taking a deep breath, Cari nodded and straightened her shoulders. Okay, that's all right. Another week won't be bad, Nick, I promise. You'll get better faster, and this way when you get back to normal, you'll be in a better place than if we rushed out of here. She moved forward, resting her hand on his upper arm and waiting for him to turn to look at her. She offered him a soft smile. Hey, I brought you ice cream and double fudge chocolate chip cookies. Today is a good day, I promise. He studied her, something in his eyes sparking back to life. Okay, cookies I can handle. Maybe you can give some to the doctor and bribe him into saying my nerves are fine. He offered a ghost of a smile and reached for the sundae she offered him. Nothing wrong with sugar to start the day, right? They both smiled, and Cari held on to the fact that she'd been able to make him smile, even if it was a fake one. She'd crossed the problem of his hand possibly not working later. Right then, she just needed to get him through his hospital stay. She could do that. She could do hard things. Nick needed her to.
Chapter 10. David. With 2 weeks since the massive forest fire behind them, David was relieved to see most things returning to normal. The stables were destroyed, and that was terrible, not only for Kaylee, but for the town. Mistletoe needed those stables. The town relied on them to help during times like the ones the townspeople faced after the fire. 4 homes had burned, including their barns, and there was no stable to put their horses in. At least the Wilson home hadn't been destroyed. That was a blessing David thanked the Lord for daily. David sighed, sipping his herbal tea and staring out the front window in the kitchen. There were a lot of things he would change, but helping out the Wilsons in their time of need wasn't one of them. Even as the Wilsons had been the Dean family rivals for years, there was a closeness in the two families now that so many of the matchmakers had been matched together. He loved seeing his children happy and seeing his family growing. For David, that was the sweetest part of being a father. The sun was just starting to come up over the eastern sky. David breathed in through his nose. He loved the early mornings. With only a few of his girls still at home, he held on to the fact that his family was growing and there was a positive future for the unmatched girls. They had potential. There was so much they could have, and be and do. Footsteps carried down the hall, announcing the person before she arrived. Cari smiled as she walked into the kitchen, grabbing an apple and wiggling her fingers at David. "Morning, Dad. I'll see you tonight." David slowly lowered his mug and stared at Cari. "Wait, what? See me tonight? It's not even 6 a.m. Where are you going that you won't see me until tonight? And why are you up so early?" Cari wasn't a morning person. Well, at least as far as David was aware. She hadn't been home much the last couple weeks, and David hadn't had a chance to really find out where she was going or where she'd been. She grinned, shaking her head. "I'm going to work. The offices don't open until 9. What are you doing at work?" David furrowed his brow and cocked his head to the side. What had gotten into Cari? "I'm not going into the Dean offices, Dad. I'm working with Dr. Lanford for a little while." She took a bite of the apple and leaned her hip against the kitchen counter, watching David like he should already know this. "But you're a matchmaking baker. You don't work with blood and stuff or animals." Was that the only thing he could come up with to say? Was he rejecting the idea of her working, or was he more in shock that she was actually doing something outside of the family businesses? Not to mention the fact that David really didn't know who this Dr. Lanford was. What kind of a man would be able to convince Cari to do doctorly things? David eyed his daughter as he waited for a reply. Cari shrugged, taking another bite. "Yeah, I know that's what I am. But what if I'm more? More. Plus, he needs my help and I think I can do it." Cari studied David like maybe he would think she couldn't do it. The realization hit him with the force of 100 bricks. He could use the opportunity to bolster her confidence, or he could smash it. Either way, David had never realized before how much of an influence he was on his daughter. He sipped his tea again, stalling as he searched for the right words. He nodded. Cari, if anyone can do it, it's you. You're very good with people and animals. He couldn't have asked for a better helper. I'll get dinner on, so you don't have to worry about it. Cari's doubtful frown morphed into a giddy smile, and she stepped forward, pressing her lips to her dad's cheek. Thanks, Dad. I've been so nervous. I think I can do it too. Something else was in the light of her eyes, and David wasn't sure how to define it. Good for you. If you need any help, you just let me know. I'm going to get ready for my boring day of matchmaking. He winked at her as she turned and waved, heading toward the front door. David wasn't sure if he needed to call her back and tell her to be careful, or if she was big enough. She knew to do that. Of course, she was old enough. He hadn't had teenage girls in a long time. They knew how to take care of themselves. That didn't mean he liked not being needed, though. He loved his girls, and he just wanted them to be happy. Maybe that's why he was so upset about Jennifer coming back into their lives. Not that he didn't want her to be in their lives, but more about the way she was doing it. Why couldn't she be the mother they needed, rather than the happy destroyer she was turning out to be? According to Taylor, Jennifer hadn't even asked about her children. She hadn't asked anything about the other girls. That left David feeling hollow inside. What kind of a woman didn't care about her own children? And then the question that inevitably always followed. Did the girls know that he loved them? Was that enough? No. But somehow David hoped he'd made them feel loved and wanted. Even though he knew he couldn't replace their mother, at least he could say he'd been there as their father. Too bad that just didn't feel like enough sometimes. Chapter 11. Nick. 2 weeks. 2 weeks Nick had lost of work. He was behind on normal appointments. Forget about the urgent add-ons from the fire and other emergencies. As if that pressure wasn't enough, Nick couldn't get his pants on. He couldn't take a shower. He had no idea what he was doing. The doctor had let him out of the hospital because Nick had convinced him he could take care of himself. He'd promised he could do all of the things he needed to. That was 3 days ago, and he'd never proven himself to be such a liar in all his life. He couldn't do any of the things he needed to. He could make dinner. He could barely stand without unbearable pain shooting up his leg and stretching the skin across his hips. He wore light cotton scrub pants, and that was it. He couldn't pull shirts on over the bandages, and he didn't know how to change the wound wrappings on his own. Nick had no idea what he was doing or how he was going to survive. Scratching at the beard that had determinedly claimed its space on his face, Nick stared blearily at the ceiling. What was he going to do? He could barely use the bathroom without needing help. He hadn't taken a shower since the hospital because, at least there he'd had help. There he'd had someone who knew how to change his dressings and could actually reach with their hands. He could hear his heart beat. Thump. Thump. No other sound in his house. Why was he there? What was he doing? Knock. 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 Was that his pulse? What a weird sound for a heartbeat to make. The sound came again, and Nick blinked. That wasn't his heart. The knocking came from his front door. Pushing himself up from the bed with his only good arm, his only good anything, Nick called out, with a voice still raspy from the smoke damage. Coming, hold on. Who would be at his house at 6:30 in the morning? Limping carefully from his room and making his way down the hall, Nick sighed. He didn't want to answer the door. He didn't want to see the mess that was his house. He didn't care who was there. He just wanted to tell them to leave. After another minute, he finally reached the door, and he took a deep breath. Everything still hurt. He could feel the effects of his medication wearing off, the edges of his pain taking on a little more of a sting. Then he'd realized, if he was a drinker, he'd probably be drunk by then, and just never emerge from the haze. He leaned his shoulder on the door jamb and reached with his left hand to open the door. He was out of breath. Not enough sleep over the last couple weeks. Everything exhausted him. Standing on his front deck like a fresh bouquet of flowers was Cari. Her long blonde hair had been French braided down her back, and she'd left her makeup natural. She wore jeans and a brown t-shirt with a breast pocket and deep brown cowboy boots with a taupe-threaded design. She raised her deep brown eyes and smiled at him with warmth, and then a mixture of confusion. "Dr. Lanford, are you okay?" She opened the screen door and moved closer to him, searching his features, and her confusion changed to alarm. "You're not ready." "Ready for what?" His throat hurt, and a headache worked its way through the haze of no sleep. Cari swallowed, allowing the screen door to close behind her. "Work. You told me to be here early so we could go over expectations and standard practices. What's going on?" She glanced around his house, and her eyes grew wide. "Nick, what exactly is going on?" Her tone changed from confused to alarmed. He reached up, rubbing his only good fingers down the unburned parts of his face. He wanted to hide from her searching gaze. Before the fire, sure, he could stand his ground and give her a similar perusal. He would grin at her, flash some charm, maybe even flirt with her. But he'd seen what he looked like now. He'd seen how a lot of his body was covered in burn bandages. He'd seen the pink, fresh scarring of skin that was working to get healthy, but that made his skin appear more puckered and rough. He'd given up on changing his bandages when he'd seen the scabbing and still raw wound edges. He seemed able to handle wounds on animals and react appropriately, helping them and getting things done, but seeing his own body torn up wasn't something he really wanted to face. Facing Cari, though, was hard, and he blinked. "Let's cancel, Cari. I need to go back to bed." He shook his head, waving his hand as he turned from her, limping carefully back toward the hall, waiting to hear the door close behind her as she left. Instead, she bustled past him, moving around the main level of the home and opening curtains and pushing windows wide. After she let some air into the space, she turned, planting her hands on her hips as she eyed Nick. "Okay, let's get you in the bath. I'm going to make some calls. I remember the nurse saying a bath will be good as long as it's not too hot and your arm doesn't get submerged. Your burns on your lower legs are second degree, but they can be immersed since it's been 2 weeks." She smiled bravely, as if she was strong enough to deal with his bandages. Swallowing, Nick shook his head. He was amazed at her willingness to help, but he didn't want to put her through that. "I can't let you help me, Cari. It's not appropriate." Not to mention, before the fires he'd liked the way she looked at him like he was a big man who could protect her. Now, though, with his wounds the elephant in the room, how could she ever look at him as anything other than a victim? Cari waved her hand again and moved past him down the hall. "Nonsense. Appropriate doesn't really apply to us, does it? I mean, I pulled you from a fire. I've been in your hospital room nonstop." She chuckled as she ducked her head in room after room, probably searching for the bathroom. "Ah, here it is. Okay, so come on. I can help you. At least to the point where you can get in the water." She glanced back and then avoided looking at his chest, her cheeks pink. Did the bandages embarrass her? Okay. I need help getting the bandages off." He spoke haltingly. He didn't want her to see him as dependent on anyone, and yet there he was asking her to help him even more than just with his job. He also didn't want to be around her and stink. He didn't even want to think about his facial hair. As if she read his mind, she winked and waved toward her and the bathroom. "Come on. I'm not going to shave you with a close razor, but I can at least buzz that mess off your face. I have a feeling you don't normally do beards, especially with that jawline." She cleared her throat and then smiled brightly. Was she saying she liked his jawline? Something tickled in his chest, but he didn't let that go any further. She hadn't seen his face. She only saw what she remembered seeing. He didn't want her to see what hid under the white bandage. If she saw that, she'd leave and never come back. As helpless as her presence made him feel, he still wanted her around, and he selfishly didn't want to push her away. Nick nodded slowly, moving with his constant limp toward the bathroom. What was she going to do? Help him get naked? That left him nervous. That really wasn't appropriate. He wanted her to think of him romantically, but not as a pervert. That just wasn't okay. "Why don't you take a seat on the toilet, and I'll get things ready?" Cari moved into the bathroom after making sure he was following her in. She busied herself at the counter, getting into drawers until she found what she wanted, setting the clipper set beside the sink, and pulling out the various items to do what she'd promised. Giving him a few minutes to settle, Cari finally turned toward him, her smile warm and inviting. "Okay, here we go. Let me take that bandage off. Let me know if it hurts, okay?" Her smile didn't waver as she moved toward him, lifting her hands without hesitation toward his face. Just as she touched the tape on the lower edge of the bandage, Nick grabbed her wrist with his good hand. He stared hard into her eyes as she shifted her gaze to his, her eyes full of questions. Nick grumbled, "It's not pretty, Cari. I don't—" He swallowed, his throat constricting from more than just damage. Her chest rose and fell as he studied her face. He really didn't want to see disgust on her beautiful features. She was perfect, while he was broken. She pulled her hand back, raising the other one, and gently cupping his lower face where the bandages weren't. Her smile softened, but she held it in place and spoke gently. "I don't care what it looks like. I'm here to help you. Nightmares and all. Got it?" She arched an eyebrow in challenge, and then slowly moved her hands to the bandages, watching his eyes, as if he might tell her to stop with a blink or a shiver. He said nothing. Maybe if she was horrified enough, she'd run away screaming and he could avoid any more humiliation. Cari's neutral expression didn't falter as she carefully pulled the tape from his skin, extracting the hair that clung to the adhesion with a persistent tenacity. "Sorry, I'm not trying to hurt you." She had no idea that her touch was feather light, or that the butterflies in his stomach had created a fever pitch of energy. He liked her fingers gently caressing his skin, and he didn't want her to stop. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything, in case he gave himself away. She cautiously pulled the bandage from the side of his face and gasped beneath her breath. Nick kept his eyes closed. He didn't want to see her disgust or horror. He didn't want to see what he'd lost in her opinion of him. "Oh, Nick, I'm so sorry. I should have acted sooner. I didn't find you soon enough. I could have saved you this pain." Cari's words stung, but not because of the pity, but because of guilt. Her guilt. She blamed herself? Nick's eyes opened and he studied her, reaching up again to claim her wrist in his fingers. "You saved me. If you hadn't pulled me out—" He didn't finish that train of thought. He didn't want to think what could have happened. "It's not your fault I look like this." She couldn't know that he was slowly resigning himself to a lonely life. Who would want someone that looked like him? He'd never considered himself the marrying type, but that was when he'd had options. He'd always suspected that at some point in his life, he'd settle down. Looking the way he did, his options had severely narrowed, and that left him breathlessly depressed. She tossed the bandage in the garbage beside the toilet and took a deep breath. "Let's get the rest off, okay? I think we'll leave that one, though." She pointed at his arm and moved to his side and shoulder, where she deftly removed bandages, making soft sounds of sympathy as she did so. She worked down, lifting the hem of his scrubs and pulling the bandages from his calves. "Okay, I don't remember if you have any on your thighs. If you do you think you can remove those?" She didn't blush, as she might have, but she kept it almost professional, for which Nick was grateful, and also regretful. He couldn't help wanting her to look at him with pink in her cheeks. "I don't have any bandages on my thighs. They painted second skin over the blisters, and that should come off soon." He nodded at her. "I can take it from here." He could. He just needed to get in the water and wash himself. "Okay. Well, first, let me buzz that mess off your face." She laughed, picking up the clippers and turning back to him, her eyes bright as she ignored his wounded side. "I once did my dad's, and let me tell you, he was always grateful I didn't try to razor him." She wrinkled her nose in that cute way she did, and then bent over his seated form as she carefully buzzed the whiskers from his face. She didn't go too close to the skin, but got enough off that by the time she was done, Nick felt like himself. He breathed a sigh of relief, already feeling better about his situation. Cari brushed the errant hair from his shoulders and his chest, her cheeks pink again. Thank goodness. Okay. I'll start your water. Let me know if you need help. I'm going to be out here. She shook her head, laughing. I'm not very comfortable in these situations, obviously. She took care of the mess with his beard, and then ducked out of the bathroom, leaving little doubt that she was ready to escape the space with him. Hopefully, it was because she was embarrassed, and not because she found him hideous. He stood, hoping to avoid the mirror with the door closed, but unable to miss the movement in the reflective glass. His face, his chest. He didn't want to look anymore, because then he would know. He already knew what Cari had seen. He stepped into the tub, absorbing the warmth of the over-warm but not hot water, and closed his eyes as he sank in slowly. Careful to keep his bandaged right arm from getting wet, Nick winced when the water hit the burns on his lower legs, but not so much from pain as from awareness. He didn't even want to think about what he would have to do when he got out. He'd have to put on his clothes, figure out how to bandage himself back up and worse, face Cari and all his vulnerabilities. Could his day get any worse?
Chapter 12. Lily. Avoiding Brock was getting harder and harder. At first, when Lily had seen those double lines, she'd about fainted in her sister's bathroom. The next thing she wanted to do was call Brock immediately. But then she'd called out for her sisters to get her another test, and then another, and another. It wasn't until 5 tests had all proven to be positive that Lily sank onto the edge of the bathtub and rested her elbows on her knees. She was pregnant. Finally. She was pregnant, and she didn't want to tell Brock. After swearing her sisters to secrecy, Lily rushed home. She couldn't focus. She couldn't be around Taylor and Amanda with this on her mind and Brock busy trying to save his mom's place. She couldn't focus. She'd wanted a baby for so long. How was she supposed to process the positive test results? As she stood in front of the mirror before leaving to meet Brock almost 2 weeks after the positive tests, Lily spread her hand over her still flat stomach. What if it was just a joke? What if there was no way she was pregnant and the tests were just playing games on her? It wouldn't be the first time she was excited only to have her hopes dashed. She'd been slightly nauseous every morning, but honestly, she was like that when she thought she just might be. She'd started believing that she was perpetuating the symptoms because she wanted to be pregnant so badly. She'd stopped trusting herself. But she pulled out one more test from her stash of more than 20, and she took the test. Positive. Next thing was to tell Brock. She picked up her phone and texted her husband. "Can you meet me at the diner? 20 minutes?" She knew he would meet her. Lily didn't need to wait for him to answer. She grabbed the test and her purse and rushed out to her car. She just wanted to tell him and have him say it was okay to be excited. What if she lost the baby before she'd even had a chance to celebrate? Her lips felt chapped as she shifted the car into drive, pulling into town and parking in front of the diner. She stumbled inside, anxious to get away from the heat. Christmas decorations in the middle of September would be unnatural for anywhere else, but in Mistletoe, a hot 4th of July didn't feel right without Christmas tree lights strung up overhead and pine boughs decorating the doors. Between breakfast and lunch, the crowd was thin, and Lily slid into a booth in the far corner so she could face the door. She had to know what he would think. She had to know what kind of a mood he was in. He'd been distracted the last 2 weeks as he and his brothers had rushed back to their moms every day to fix the fences and other items that had been damaged by the ravaging forest fire. She sat on the edge of the seat, her eyes wide as she watched the door. She gripped the test in both hands, covering the white case and glancing repeatedly at the small window with 2 pink lines. 2. There were still 2 lines. They hadn't disappeared yet. How long had she wished for those 2? How long had she cried every month when she'd failed the tests? How many times had she held her negative test results to herself so she wouldn't upset Brock? And there she was, waiting to tell him that they were going to be parents. Her heart pounded and she felt a little lightheaded. Melissa stopped by her booth. "Hey, Lily. Can I bring you something? We have a few things on special today." She smiled, leaning on the support between the booth beside Lily's and her own. Actually, can I get a cookies and cream milkshake, please? That sounds amazing. For the first time in forever, Lily wanted to eat. She usually forced herself to eat, but now, because she was pregnant, she couldn't help wanting to feed the baby as much as it needed. Her baby. Boy or girl, she was going to have a baby. She jostled her leg up and down in anticipation of the overwhelming joy rippling through her. Where was Brock? And suddenly there he was, walking through the door as he pulled his hat from his head. His eyebrows were knit together above the bridge of his nose as he strode confidently toward Lily. "Hey, babe, you okay?" He slid into the seat across from her, pulling one of her hands into his. The test in her hand clattered to the table when he tugged on her fingers. He glanced down, his eyes narrowing at the sight of the test. He took a deep breath and wrapped both of his hands around hers. "Lily, I think we should stop trying. I don't like seeing you like this. The negative test results are getting to be more than I think even the doctors had predicted." He patted her hand, ending by rubbing his thumb on her palm. Lily blinked at Brock, glancing from him to the test and then back to him. She furrowed her brow and then, with her free hand, picked up the test still showing positive. She turned it around so the window faced him and slid it across the table, pointing at the 2 lines. 2. I have 2. Her breath hitched and she sucked in as if gasping on the truth. Brock stared at her a moment, then dropped his eyes to the window, studying it as if it was a false positive. He shook his head, letting go of Lily's hand and leaning back in the booth. His eyes roved the room from his angle and then shook back to focus on Lily. "Hey, Brock, can I bring you a milkshake like Lily?" Melissa set the milkshake in front of Lily with a straw, spoon, whipped cream, and a cherry. Lily glanced at Melissa. "Yes, please." "Thank you, Melissa." "Wait, what does that mean, Lily?" Brock didn't move, just watched Lily with suspicious eyes, cautious eyes. As soon as Melissa ducked from the table, Lily leaned forward, reaching for his fingers which barely clung to the edge of the table. She couldn't contain her excitement any longer. "Brock, I'm pregnant." How long had she wanted to say those words? Pregnant. We're going to be parents. Tears filled her eyes, holding her hostage so she couldn't blink or they'd spill over her lashes. You need to take another test. They can be false positives." Brock stared at Lily as if he fought the words she'd said. He didn't want to believe it either, in case it wasn't really true. Hadn't Lily felt the same way? "I took 5 the day I found out and 1 every day since. It's a yes. We're pregnant." She took a deep breath, aware that soon she wouldn't have as much room to take such a deep breath. How long until she showed? How long until she felt the baby move inside her stomach? She splayed the fingers of her free hand over her flat stomach, overjoyed that she would soon be round with child. Brock's fingers sat limply in Lily's hand. "I don't know what to say." "Say you're excited. Say something." Lily needed him to be as excited as she was. She needed someone else to feel the surreality of the moment while also embracing the possibility. Lily's dreams were within grasp and she needed Brock to reach for them too. Brock leaned forward, his gaze intense as he stared at Lily. "Should you stay in bed? Are you okay? How long have you known?" Lily laughed, shaking her head. "No, I'm not staying in bed. I'll be fine. I'll be extra careful, but I can't keep the baby just because I don't leave the bed. That's not a healthy pregnancy. I don't think." She rolled her eyes. "And I've known since the fire. I took 5 tests at Taylor's. They were sworn to secrecy so you wouldn't find out before I was ready. I had to be sure I was before telling you." She licked her lower lip, pulling the milkshake in front of her. Brock watched her, a soft smile on his lips. "You haven't had a milkshake in a long time." "I know. I feel like, I don't know." I need to be careful of my weight, but I want to celebrate and I finally feel like eating something. Do you think it's okay for the baby?" Lily wrapped her fingers around the icy glass. He nodded, waiting to reply as Melissa sat a matching milkshake in front of him. He thanked her, and after she left, he smiled at Lily even more. "The thing is, Lil, you look happy. You need to do what will keep you happy. Your happiness will be the best thing for our baby." He glanced in the direction of her stomach and then back up to her face. "I can't believe you have a baby in there. I'm—" Obviously overwhelmed, Brock avoided Lily's eyes for a moment as he sipped at the milkshake and worked on controlling his emotions. Lily knew exactly how he felt. A baby. Their family was growing after so much longing and unrealized dreams. Was she going to be able to do things the way Taylor had? Lily wasn't as organized. What if she couldn't have more after the one? As if sensing something wasn't right, Brock broke through the silence. "Wait, stop." Brock shook his head and tapped her flat hand on the table. "No, don't think like that. I can see your mind working. Let's stop and just take one baby at a time. Let's enjoy this baby. Don't add worry to it, okay?" "How did you know?" Lily pressed her lips together. How did he know she'd gone there? You do that when you're happy. You jump to worrying about things you can't control as if you're afraid you can't possibly be happy. So just stop. Enjoy your milkshake. Enjoy the fact that you're going to have a baby. We're going to have a baby. That's what you need to be wrapped up in. Do you understand? Leave the rest of it at the door. He half smiled as if he didn't want to ruin the seriousness of his comment, but wanted to soften the monologue. Lily swallowed, taking a deep breath. You're right. I can do that. A baby. They were going to have a baby. Everything looked so right in the world. Why make everything gray? Chapter 13. Cari. The last plate slid into position in the dishwasher and Cari started the machine. She rinsed her hands off in the sink and wiped up errant water along the edges of the counter with the towel. She turned and surveyed her work. She hadn't been able to get everything done that needed to be finished, but what she was able to get done had made a significant difference. Checking the clock on the wall, she moved to the bathroom door and knocked gently. Nick, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just not sure what to do. His voice was dark and husky. Embarrassment would do that to a confident person. Okay, just a second. I'll be right back. Cari ducked back down the hall, motioning toward the man she'd called and who had arrived not more than 5 minutes ago. Neil, he's in here. Back at the bathroom door, Cari knocked again and then said, I'm coming in. Try to cover up. She laughed, and when Neil stood beside her, she twisted the door handle and pushed the door open. Fortunately, Nick sat on the toilet lid with his lower body wrapped in a dark brown towel. He watched her, his torn-up facial features varying shades of red and purple depending on where it was burned worse. Cari didn't wince. She didn't see the wounds as anything more than what they were. They weren't him. They wouldn't be evident after they healed. And if they could? So what? They wouldn't take away from the man he was. Nick looked up at her, his unaffected cheek ruddy and flushed. Then he glanced beyond her, his brow furrowing. Cari motioned behind her. Nick, this is Neil. He's a nurse I called in who will also work as an assistant where needed. I pulled some strings to get the best and get him here as soon as possible. Cari moved to the side. Hopefully, Nick heard the warning in her voice. He might not like her tactics, but he needed help and she wasn't going to sit around while he got worse because of any misplaced male stubborn pride. That's the only experience she had with any guy, so hopefully he didn't take it that way, but she was prepared in case. Neil studied Nick and nodded tightly before pushing past Cari. He turned and faced her and then nodded his head toward the doorway. Excuse us, Ms. Dean. He'll be out in a moment. Cari nodded and bent down. Hold on. I got some clothes and bandage supplies for you. She stood again, handing over the armful of items that she'd retrieved while she'd gone through Nick's home and cleaned things up. Nick's eyes were wide as he watched her while the door closed, cutting him off from Cari in the hall. The sounds of low voices carried through the door, and Cari sighed, heading back into the kitchen. At least he hadn't fought too much. He most likely was in some kind of surprise or shock, so he hadn't had a chance to react, but she wasn't going to stand there and wait for him to get offended. In the kitchen, she turned to the oven and pulled out the quick no-rise cinnamon rolls she'd put in when she'd first put him in the bathtub. They were almost ready. He'd been in the bath for quite a while. Thankfully, Neil had shown up when he had. Cari wasn't sure how to go in and help Nick get dressed. There was only so much she was ready for. As it was, she'd had to psyche herself up to work with sick and injured animals. She hadn't been prepared to work on Nick. Oh well. Honestly, being around him left her feeling useful and needed. How long had she needed a purpose, and there he was offering her one. Whether it was with him or the animals, she wasn't sure she really cared. She was needed. That was more important than anything else. She mixed the icing for the rolls, a little less hectic or rushed since Neil was in the bathroom helping Nick. Why did she care? When had she taken Nick on as her responsibility? Because somewhere between pulling him from the fire and the hospital she'd latched onto him. She couldn't stop thinking about him, or worrying about him. She'd flirted with him before, but had never been sure if he reciprocated or not, and for some reason, now she felt like she was the only one who could help him. Or maybe she liked that she felt needed more than anything else. Nick was a good-looking guy. He was smart and had a lot going for him. Part of Cari's confidence issues came from the fact that she felt like she wasn't enough for anyone to want anything to do with her. Enough being she didn't have enough talents or smarts. She wasn't extraordinary, and that made her doubt her marketability in the dating arena. Noise came from down the hall, and Cari pulled the pan of rolls from the oven, setting it on the stove to cool. She pulled clean plates from the cupboard and dished up cinnamon rolls and smothered each one in white vanilla frosting. Neil came out, his eyebrows raised. Limping behind him came Nick with his face freshly bandaged and the edges of gauze protruding from under the collar of his button-up shirt Cari had picked out for him. He smiled at her hesitantly. Neil is definitely a nurse. Cari laughed. What did he do? Try to take your temperature? Neil laughed, taking off his gloves and tossing them in the garbage. You cleaned? Nick studied the downstairs, his wide with shock. Was that displeasure in his voice? She'd taken over and hadn't been asked. Had Cari overstepped? Why did she care? When had she taken Nick on as her responsibility? Because somewhere between pulling him from the fire and the hospital she'd latched onto him. She couldn't stop thinking about him, or worrying about him. She'd flirted with him before, but had never been sure if he reciprocated or not, and for some reason, now she felt like she was the only one who could help him. Or maybe she liked that she felt needed more than anything else. Nick was a good-looking guy. He was smart and had a lot going for him. Part of Cari's confidence issues came from the fact that she felt like she wasn't enough for anyone to want anything to do with her. Enough being she didn't have enough talents or smarts. She wasn't extraordinary, and that made her doubt her marketability in the dating arena. Noise came from down the hall, and Cari pulled the pan of rolls from the oven, setting it on the stove to cool. She pulled clean plates from the cupboard and dished up cinnamon rolls and smothered each one in white vanilla frosting. Neil came out, his eyebrows raised. Limping behind him came Nick with his face freshly bandaged and the edges of gauze protruding from under the collar of his button-up shirt Cari had picked out for him. He smiled at her hesitantly. Neil is definitely a nurse. Cari laughed. What did he do? Try to take your temperature? Neil laughed, taking off his gloves and tossing them in the garbage. You cleaned? Nick studied the downstairs, his wide with shock. Was that displeasure in his voice? She'd taken over and hadn't been asked. Had Cari overstepped?
Chapter 14. Nick's house smelled inviting and delicious. He'd only eaten bread and peanut butter the last few days. He couldn't drive anywhere. Couldn't. Actually, It was more that he didn't want to face anyone looking like he did. He didn't want to drive around town in the kind of pain he was in. Who would look at him? Who would he know that would then see he was no longer in one piece? The pitiful looks he would get. He couldn't face it. He could barely face himself in the mirror. Nothing else was an option. He looked around the kitchen after asking if Cari had cleaned. He didn't want her to feel like she was supposed to fix his life. He just wanted help with work. The rest would be just fine as it was. Eventually, Nick would believe that lie. He just had to repeat it over and over for a few long while. She bit her lower lip, her eyes wide as she studied him. "Sorry, is that okay? I know it has to be hard, and I tend to clean and bake when I'm nervous or worried, and I've been a little bit of both." She wrinkled her nose and laughed nervously. "Not to mention, I ramble something fierce." She cleared her throat. "I'm sorry. I know I've overstepped my bounds. It's not really my place to get you a nurse or anything like that. Sometimes it's—" She sighed. Rather than watch her struggle any further with the topic, Nick half smiled with the uninjured side of his face. "Don't worry about it. I didn't realize how much help I was going to need until I got home and couldn't do much of anything. I appreciate Neil." He nodded toward the male nurse who had professionally gotten him rebandaged and dressed and didn't make him feel like Nick was less of a man at any point. Hope lessened the shadows behind Cari's eyes, and she motioned toward 3 plates piled high with cinnamon goodness. "I made cinnamon rolls. I figured we might all need some sugar after the early morning." Neil grabbed a plate and a fork sitting nearby and moved to the table. "Cinnamon rolls are my favorite. I won't turn those down." Nick laughed, copying Neil's movements. He was hungry for something different than the plain fare he'd been forcing himself to eat. "This smells amazing, Cari. Thank you." He looked down at the sight of her wide smile. Her happiness did something to his insides. Just simple praise had left her glowing. Why would she come around him when she could be doing so much more? Why would she want to help him with the animals, or anything else for that matter? Self-pity reared its ugly head until Nick used his fork and speared off a fluffy, gooey bite of the cinnamon roll. Shoving the morsel in his mouth, Nick was prepared to like the dish. He wasn't prepared to have his eyes roll back as his taste buds were inundated with the most delicious cinnamon roll tastes he'd ever had. The plump raisins burst in his mouth, and he just wanted to eat more. And more. "This is the best cinnamon roll I've ever had." Neil spoke before Nick could, eating fast and gulping at the milk Cari set before them all. She sank into the chair between Neil and Nick and grinned, daintily picking up her fork and cutting a bite from the roll on her plate. "Thanks. They're pretty easy." She glanced at Nick, questions in her eyes. "Are you okay with that, Nick? I wasn't sure if you'd had a special diet assigned or anything." Nick had to chew slowly. The damage to his cheek tugged when he moved his mouth too fast. But it wasn't a bad thing that he had to eat slower than normal. He was able to enjoy the food she'd given him. He finally swallowed, nodding his head and licking his lips. "These are amazing. Thank you." What else could he say? What else should he say? He wasn't sure how to react to all that she was already doing for him. She didn't have to do any of it, and yet, there she was, setting up so much for him, and essentially making his life 1,000,000 times easier when he'd been sure it would be a permanent version of hell. Cari snapped her fingers. "I forgot. Just a second." She stood, moving back toward the front door and then coming back into the dining area. Neil continued eating like she'd never left, spearing another bite and chewing with relish. She sat back down with a pen and paper, leaning toward Nick. "Okay, what kind of food do you like? We can get some microwavable dishes and then pieces for easy meals as well. I'll make you some things too, but let's make sure you have all the snacks and things that you like. You might not like the same things as me." She laughed, tapping the bottom of the pen on the table, smiling at Neil when he laughed along with her. Nick narrowed his eyes at the easy rapport between the nurse and Cari. Was Neil interested in Cari? For some reason, that left a bad taste in Nick's mouth, and he sipped the milk to try to eradicate the image of Neil and Cari from his mind. "I'm not picky. I like a lot of things." Was she going to try to get him to go to the store? He was already exhausted, and they hadn't even had a chance to go over the things they needed to cover. The rest of the day loomed before him. What was he supposed to do when every day was like the previous 3? Empty, hard, and lonely. Maybe Cari would stay. Maybe Nick could play off the pity and keep her around. He didn't want to force her to stay with him, but he felt better already, after having her around for just an hour. He felt human again. She was fast going to become his addiction. If she wouldn't stay for pity, then Nick didn't have a hope in heaven that she would stay at all. "Okay, I'll pick some things out," she wrote speedily, getting up and digging through his cupboards and poking through his fridge, taking notes every few seconds until she had a solid list on the paper. Neil finished his cinnamon roll and rinsed the plate in the sink. He moved across to Cari, holding out his hand. "I'll be back in a couple hours. Let me know if you need anything else while I'm out." He took the paper from Cari's hand and nodded at Nick before he walked out the front door. Nick stared after him, still working slowly on his cinnamon roll. After a minute, he glanced back at Cari, his eyes narrowed. "Is he going shopping for my groceries?" Why did that seem off to Nick? "Yeah, he'll be back before lunch to check your bandages and to help out some more. Let's go over some things. You had mentioned showing me how your truck is laid out. I'd love to get familiar with how you have things set up." Her smile distracted Nick from the pain building behind his eyes. There was so much she'd already done for him. Nick wasn't sure what he'd done to deserve a visit from an angel, but he was fast on his way to believing that's what he was dealing with. Nick glanced down at his plate and blinked. Neil didn't have to go get the groceries. He doesn't even have to be here. Was that guilt? Nick didn't like how fast he'd become dependent on others. He had to be able to do things for himself. He had to. Cari's laughter wasn't loud, but more like a soft shared secret between the two of them. "Actually, yeah, he does. That's what he's paid to do. While you're busy at work, he'll get your errands and other tasks done so you don't have to worry about those on top of getting better. And when you're here, he'll help you with physical therapy and anything else you need help with." Cari nudged his knee with hers. "You're going to get better, and you won't need Neil. It's only temporary." Her reassurances didn't leave him feeling empty, like he half expected to be left by everything. Nick rubbed his eyes. "I didn't..." He blinked and stared at the cinnamon roll. "I didn't thank you for pulling me out of the fire." His throat tightened. He'd been left damaged and ugly, but at least he was still alive. She was smaller than he was, and she dragged him from the smoldering fields. He still couldn't believe that he'd made it out with his vision intact, with his body actually left fairly unscathed. "You've already told me thank you, but I'll say you're welcome again." Cari didn't giggle, but her eyes sparkled as if she were teasing him. Nick grinned, the clenching in his stomach easing. Maybe they could be friends. He didn't have to worry about the way she thought he looked, if they were friends. He could count on her not to run away from his disfigurement, if they were just friends. How could he hope she'd fall for a man who looked like him? "Why are you doing this?" His words slipped from his still hoarse throat and out of his lips that he could actually feel without facial hair slipping between them. Cari seemed to still as she turned her head and watched him, her fork poised halfway to her mouth. Her confusion softened as she considered his question. Then she inhaled deep enough to make her chest rise. Setting her fork down on the side of her small plate, she folded her hands in front of her and leaned forward as if to get closer to him. "Honestly, I don't know. I feel like we have something tying us together. I know that sounds stupid, but pulling you from that situation made me feel responsible for you. I know it's weird, but I can't leave you alone until I know you're going to be okay. Maybe say until I know my job is done." Cari screwed the side of her mouth up at the corner and half shrugged. "I know. I sound like a sap. I just..." Nick shook his head, nodding slowly and pushing another chunk of the roll around on the open portion of his plate. "No, I understand. I just don't want you to think you have to do any of this, or that you owe me or anything. I'm capable. I don't need anyone's pity." He lifted his chin as if that would make him appear less vulnerable. He hadn't forgotten the fact that he was bandaged and burned, and that she'd seen him at his worst. Cari's smile spread across her face, smoothing the worry and confusion from her features. She reached out, touching his uninjured hand carefully. "You don't know me yet, Nick, but I don't do anything because I have to. I only do things I want to." And Nick couldn't look away from her large eyes. Taking a deep breath, Nick kept his thoughts to himself, as he couldn't help thinking she wouldn't be there unless she pitied him. Was sympathy really that strong? For a woman with more than he could ever have to come and clean his house, make him breakfast, and hire a last-minute nurse? What could possibly motivate her to do any of that, if it wasn't for pity? He already owed her so much. He didn't want to owe her even more. He nodded slowly, and then dropped his gaze again to the half-eaten pastry. "I'll pay for the nurse. I don't want to burden you more than I already am." Cari shook her head. "No, you won't. He was my idea. He'll work for you as long as you need him. I hope you'll make him earn his pay. He's a brilliant nurse and comes highly recommended." Nick studied her, and then took the last bite of his cinnamon roll, chewing slowly, but relishing the flavor. After he swallowed, he nodded. "Are you ready to go outside and see the truck?" Cari narrowed her eyes. "Sure, but let's keep it a light day. I'm beat. Your house was messier than you'd think." But even as they teased each other on the way out the front door, Nick knew Cari wasn't calling it a shortened day because she was tired. She was watching out for him, and Nick had no idea how she knew he was already tired. He'd take it, but he'd love to know how she'd picked up what he needed without him saying anything at all.
Chapter 15. Amanda. While in the middle of the August heat, at least the days were getting shorter. Amanda shrugged the strap of her purse up higher on her shoulder and reached out, knocking with a closed fist on her sister's door. Their father had recommended each of the girls swing by and check on Taylor every so often since she'd had the twins. Not that Taylor couldn't do it, but just to make sure she wasn't drowning in her need to always be in control. Babies smacked the control right out of a person. Amanda didn't need to be a mother to see that fact. After a delayed moment that gave Amanda time to scan the drive as well as the front yard area, the door swung open, revealing Taylor standing in the foyer with a baby in her arms and her small toddler clinging to her leg. All three looked like they might have been crying. Amanda swung her purse just inside the door and plopped it on the ground, reaching out for the newborn and relieving Taylor of that small bundle. Jerking her chin toward Isaac, Amanda murmured, "I've got this one. You tend to him and yourself. I'll keep an eye on the twins." She had no idea how, but she knew it wasn't an option. Taylor needed help, at least in that moment, and Amanda wasn't going to abandon her, no matter how daunting the situation. Had no one stopped to consider the fact that even with Amanda there to help, Taylor was outnumbered? "Thanks." Taylor sniffled, wiping her arm across her face as she reached for her oldest son. She pulled him into her arms and crooned to him as they closed the door behind Amanda. Taylor carried Isaac to the couch in the next room and sat with him, holding his small body in her arms with her cheek pressed to the top of his head. She spoke to Amanda, who had followed her sister into the room. "He fell, and I just got Ivy to sleep, and then Ian decided he didn't want to sleep, and that's when Isaac bumped his head on the edge of the counter. Utter chaos. And then you knocked." She sighed, squeezing Isaac tight. "Well, I'm glad I did." Amanda glanced down at the infant in her arms. Ivy's long lashes framed eyes so blue they could only be Wilson eyes. "She's so pretty." The small baby waved her hand in the air with no real intent. The house wasn't in shambles like Taylor's stress level would suggest. In fact, quite the opposite, as every throw pillow was in its exact spot and not a toy was in sight. "I'm amazed that your house isn't burnt to the ground. This is not the home of an overwhelmed woman." Amanda grinned, winking as Taylor jerked her gaze up to Amanda's face. "Of course it's not. I have a maid." Taylor's stern expression turned into a grin. "You have a maid? You? Wow, you gave up some control, huh?" Amanda settled back in the chair kitty corner to Taylor's spot on the couch, and cradled her niece in her arms while searching Taylor's face. Taylor was a control freak, and it was a family joke, but also a point of pride. Her abilities were renowned, and no one could question her methods. Sheepishly, Taylor wrinkled her nose. Okay. So the only way I was willing to hire a maid like Roman wanted was if she did exactly what I wanted and my way. Roman needed to hire 3 of them to do it my way. She laughed, but her cheeks had high points of color declaring her embarrassment. Amanda chuckled. That's totally understandable. Just think. You're actually putting money into the economy and you're keeping your sanity. Nothing's better than that, right? Amanda fell quiet and then glanced at Taylor again. Questions in her eyes. Did you hear about Lily? I was here with you when she found out she was pregnant. Unless... Wait, did she lose the baby? Taylor tensed, leaning forward a little bit while her arms were still full of her son. Worry darkened her gaze as she studied Amanda, waiting for the ball to drop. Amanda shook her head, careful not to jostle Ivy too much. No, she's fine. I just heard she finally told Brock. They're the picture of perfect happiness now. Amanda grinned, but her smile faded and she dropped her gaze to the carpet in the center of the room. Hey, what's going on? This is a good thing. We want them to be gross and romantic and clingy and happy. Taylor laughed and shook her head. Seriously, it's a good thing. But she continued studying Amanda like there was something Amanda wasn't sharing. Which there was. Amanda didn't really want to tell anyone, but she needed to talk about what was bugging her. She just didn't know how to start. I am happy for them. Honestly, She trailed off, uncertain how to continue. Okay, spill. What's going on? It's not as hectic now, thanks to you. We can talk. Taylor smoothed Isaac's hair while he pulled away and disappeared around the corner, returning a moment later with a handful of toy cars and trucks. He set them on the coffee table and made small engine sounds as he ran them back and forth on the wood grain. Amanda took a deep breath. She had to get the pressure off her shoulders. She was having a hard time focusing on anything else. I just feel like we're on the precipice of something bigger than we can understand. Something is going to happen, and it's going to leave things changed in such a horrific way that we'll never be able to go back to how we are now. Amanda's words softly filled the room, and she glanced sharply at Taylor in case she could somehow take them back. The sense of foreboding didn't fade, and that left Amanda more worried than anything else. Taylor nodded, drawing her legs up under her on the couch as she considered her sister. I couldn't agree more. Mom is, or was always a bit of a drama queen, but when she said things, they usually were exactly like she'd described. I can't help but think whatever she's holding over us really can destroy the town or our families like she suggested. She huffed like a small laugh. At least it's a sign that people don't really change much. I guess that's comforting in its own way, right? Right. I'm worried that I'll be more affected than anyone else, Tay. I've never felt like I fit in anywhere, and what if Mom is going to make that even worse? She couldn't say to Taylor just how adamant she was that she could feel this had to do with her. Amanda couldn't declare that because the only basis for the thought was her feelings, the dark ones that hid deep in her chest behind her heart. She'd never fit in, and that was the first time she'd actually declared it so adamantly to someone in the family. Taylor tucked her chin and stared at Amanda. Are you kidding? You're a part of the family just like everyone else. Of course you fit in. Of course you do. What can I do to help you feel more like you fit in? I can't dye your hair. I refuse to do that. Your hair is the prettiest out of everyone. Taylor folded her arms as if Amanda had made the suggestion and she was arguing with whatever Amanda might say before it was even mentioned. Amanda wasn't sure what she wanted or what would fix the hole in her heart, but she couldn't help the thoughts niggling at the back of her mind. She didn't fit in, and that much was obvious. Why was an entirely different matter? She shook her head, offering a half smile as she tucked the edges of the soft pink blanket around Ivy's tiny hips. No, you're right. I think I'm just cranky that I have nothing to do and no one to claim, right? Even Cari seems busy with the vet. Changing the topic to a safer one like Cari would get the heat off Amanda. Thankfully, it worked as Taylor's eyes grew wide. I know. Dad said she's working with him or something. I can't wait to hear how that goes. I also love that Cari was the knight in shining armor and saved him from the fire instead of the other way around. Amanda waved her hands in front of her. My friend Neil is the vet's nurse, and he said Cari is just a business associate with Dr. Lanford. I don't know what that means, but it can't be a bad thing. Amanda shrugged, listening as Taylor talked on and on about the men in Mistletoe and who she thought would be a good match for Tanya and Cari. She tactfully left Amanda's matching possibilities off the table. Some things just weren't okay to talk about in front of someone if they hadn't been asked. And Amanda had most definitely not asked. Chapter 16. Cari. The Jensen archway over their drive was one of the most creative Cari had seen. Anytime their kids or grandkids had found an empty bird nest, they nailed it or glued it in some manner to the lodge poles standing on either side of the paved driveway. Over the years, it had turned into one massive collection. Cari shook her head as they drove under it. I haven't been out here in forever. She turned the wheel on the truck as she drove along the windy path toward the barn and house. Nick sat beside her, silent for most of the ride out except to point out where to turn. Cari didn't tell him she'd already been there as he told her. The tension around Nick had only seemed to mount since the day before when she'd first shown up at his house. They'd carefully gone through his truck, stopping when Cari sensed they'd spent enough time and he could use a break. That morning, though, when she'd arrived at his house, things were running smoothly and Neil had Nick ready to go and out the door when she pulled in. She'd parked her car and transferred to the truck, taking the driver's side without asking. With his injuries, it was probably safe to assume things would be easier if she did the majority of the physical activities and gave him a break. Before Nick could say anything in response to her comment, Cari parked in front of the large barn just down a slight incline from the ranch-style house. Do you want me to grab anything? She wasn't sure what he would need at the Jensens. Let's see what they need first. Cynthia said they need some checkups. A lot of births the last few weeks, and I haven't been here to check on the babies. Nick clipped the consonants like he was irritated. What could Cari have possibly done to upset him? She hadn't even been around him that much. Cynthia Jensen emerged from the barn door, a warm smile on her face. She reached out a hand toward Cari. Cari Dean. It's been a long time. I haven't seen you since you did that bake sale last year for Kaylee. I've had dreams about your s'mores bars. Any way I could buy some of those from you? I'd even like to do a subscription, if it's an option. Cynthia wiggled her dark, neatly plucked eyebrows and grinned. Even with her good-natured expression and comments, there was a seriousness in her words. Cari giggled. I'm not gonna lie. Those are definitely on my top 5 treats list. I'll make you some and bring them by. She looked past Cynthia toward the inner workings of the barn where soft noises came from. I'm going to hold you to that. She looked over Cari's shoulder at Nick, who joined them. Have you had any of her cooking? It's amazing. Cynthia reached forward, shaking Nick's uninjured left hand. Glad to see you, Doc. Keeping his tone neutral, Nick nodded gently at Cynthia. Nice to be here. Thank you for your patience. I'll be supervising, but Cari will be helping me with the checkups. She's essentially my hands. He smiled, the expression not reaching his eyes as he complimented Cari. Was it a compliment? Or was that an underlying line of bitterness Cari caught? I have a few people who do that for me, so I completely understand. She motioned toward the barn. Come on in. We're considering culling our herd since we've lost the processor for their fiber. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Cari looked around at the inside of the barn with its neatly organized tools hanging on the wall and cleanly swept floor. Let's set up over here, Cari. Nick's husky voice cut through her thoughts, and Cari turned. Nick stood by a small bench set up in the corner next to the door. Somehow, Cari had walked right by it without seeing the details. "Do you want me to grab the medical bag?" Cari hovered on the balls of her feet, waiting for him to tell her what he needed or wanted. She wasn't sure what was wrong with his mood that morning, but she understood he had to be in pain. He had to be frustrated. He had to feel different than he'd felt before the fire. Cari couldn't add more to his stress by expecting him to be the same carefree, laid-back man he'd been before the flames. Nothing was fair about the situation, and she was doing everything she could to help alleviate that pressure for him. At his nod, Cari ducked outside, grabbing the case Nick had instructed her as the main general bag. He had other collections for certain specialties, but the general was the best bag for most of the jobs. She lugged it against her side, carrying it back inside and doing as Nick said, as he directed her on how to set up a station to check the animals in. In no time, they were checking over baby alpacas. Cari did what Nick said, reporting what she could see and feel with as much description as possible. They fell into a comfortable routine where Nick's tone was less snappy and more professional, with a lilt of teaching that left her more secure and more in control, even though Nick was in charge. They finished the last of the alpaca checkups, and Cynthia led the mother into the pen. After she came back out, she approached Cari and shook her hand again. "That was amazing, you two. How long have you worked together? It was like watching an extension of yourself, Nick. Very impressive." She moved, rearranging things around the space as she spoke like she didn't know how to just sit. Active people were always busy. Taylor was a lot like that. "What do you do when you cull a herd, Cynthia?" Cari bent down, putting the stethoscope back into the case and glancing up at Nick to cautiously check his condition. Was he okay? Was he pale from pain? Or maybe he was flushed from overwork. Cynthia cut through Cari's mental checklist as she studied Nick. "Actually, I'll have to either sale or euthanize a large number of them. The market isn't very good for herds right now either, so unfortunately we will probably end up getting rid of them as humanely as possible." "Wait, you'll have to kill them? Why?" Cari stopped staring at Nick. She couldn't comprehend why anyone would use benign words like euthanize and terminate when they were talking about the actual killing of innocent animals. "Well, if we aren't able to make money, then we won't be able to feed them and they'll suffer. That's the last thing I want. I love these animals. It's killing me that we have to even consider the option." Cynthia sniffed, blinking away the glassy look in her eyes. Cari knew it wasn't her place, but she couldn't help trying to think outside the box. "I was thinking about your situation." She ignored the sharp look Nick gave her and she continued. "If your processor is out of the picture and I'm assuming you can't find another processor, what about you?" "It's not that easy, Cari." Nick's rebuke was gentle but obvious. "Sorry. I'm just wondering." Cari dropped her gaze and finished picking up the items. Why was she acting nervous? She wasn't doing anything wrong. She zipped up the bag and stood, half shrugging. "I mean, I'm assuming you know how to process, right? Is that an option, if you can't get another processor? Cut out the middleman and you cut out their fees, right?" Ignoring Nick's hard stare, Cari smiled at Cynthia. She wasn't saying anything that was inappropriate or nosy. There was nothing wrong with getting to know the other residents of Mistletoe, no matter how hard Nick glared at Cari. Cynthia stared at Cari, her expression neutral as she folded her arms across her chest and settled her weight on one foot. "Actually, we know how to process. I never considered actually cutting out that step. My daughter and her husband are actually really good at fiber manipulation. We could sell from here. I'm already set up for that." She licked her lips and nodded, her eyes slightly narrowed as she thought through the suggestions Cari had made. "Thanks. What a great idea. We can look into that rather easily, actually. Just the option alone takes a huge weight off my shoulders." Nick nodded and ignored Cari as he shook Cynthia's hand and made his way out to the truck, sliding into the driver's seat. Cari smiled at Cynthia and climbed into the passenger seat, She didn't say anything as she sat there with Nick in the silence. What was he thinking? Was he mad at her? "Are you okay?" Cari asked quietly. She was starting to get frustrated. She hadn't done anything to him, and he was angry at her. There was no other explanation for the way he was acting. She didn't understand it, and she wanted to. Nick reached forward with his right hand, about 6 inches, and then stopped another 6 inches from the ignition. His bandaged fingers would be unable to grip the keys or turn them. His nostrils flared as he inhaled sharply and then leaned forward, resting his forehead on the upper curve of the steering wheel. He didn't make another sound as Cari sat beside him, staring at the way the sun streamed through the windshield. They'd be too warm in just a few minutes to just sit there much longer. "Tell me, Nick, are you okay?" Cari kept her voice low as she sat there, getting warmer and warmer. Nick laughed hoarsely. "No, I'm not okay. I can't do anything for myself. I have a male nurse who has to help me dress. I had to hire you to help me do something I trained a long time to do. I can't even drive an automatic truck. Nothing. I can't do anything." He leaned his head back, resting against the headrest and closing his eyes. "The worst thing is how mad I am. I'm just mad. I'm mad at you. At Neil. At the doctors. At everyone." He opened his eyes and looked out the window away from her. "I don't want to be mad, but I am." Cari took a deep breath, folding her hands in her lap. Hearing that he was mad at her didn't make things easier, but knowing that he was probably mad because of his injuries made it easier to be patient with the situation. "Do you think that maybe it's going to take time? I don't know what's normal in this situation, but I wouldn't think you're wrong in feeling the way you do." Cari motioned toward the truck dashboard. "I do know we might melt if we don't start the truck. Do you want to switch until we figure out how to get you driving again, or do you want to climb out and figure things out right now?" She didn't want to rush him, but she couldn't handle the heat. She loved her air conditioning. Baking was only possible because of an AC unit. He turned his head and looked at her, something deep in his gaze. Without another word, he climbed from the seat and rounded the hood. Without waiting for an invitation, Cari climbed from her seat and went around the back to the driver's side. Slipping into the driver's seat, Cari turned the key in the ignition and punched the AC button, swiveling the fan knob to high. The truck didn't take long to cool down, and she breathed deeply with appreciation. Nick shut the door behind him, and he turned to face Cari, his expression dubious. "How do you do that?" "What? Cool off? Watch. You just lift your arms and let the cool air hit you full blast. It's nice. You should try it. Might fix whatever is making you cranky." She winked, laughing as her sarcasm shocked him into shaking his head. "No. I mean, how did you do that with me? You calmed me down even though I want to kill something. You gave Cynthia something to think about as an option other than culling her herd. You got Neil to come at the last minute and commit to an indeterminate amount of time as my personal nurse. I mean..." He splayed his hand in front of him, tilting his head toward her. "How do you do that? It has to be a special talent." Laughing at herself, Cari shifted into reverse and turned the truck around. "The thing is, I don't like seeing people upset. I don't like confrontation. But I like when people shoot for their potential. Sometimes it's just easier to make suggestions." Nick tapped his good fingers on his leg, looking out the windshield. "You're a fixer. Got it. That's actually a rare characteristic." "A fixer? What can I fix for you?" She meant to say it helpfully, but it came out more flirtatiously than anything else. Sadness dimmed the humor on Nick's features as he looked out the side window. "I'm not going to make a good project. You might need to look elsewhere. I'm too broken." Was that possible? Was there really such a thing as someone that was too broken, especially a man like Nick Lanford? Cari wasn't sure, but she definitely wanted to find out.
Chapter 17. Nick. The more time Nick spent with Cari, the more he realized just what he'd lost in the fire. He worked with her, spent time with her, and tried not to long for what he couldn't have. He had scars in places he'd never expected, and the more he had to acknowledge his wounds would never completely heal, the more Nick had to accept his hopes and dreams would have to change. I think you need to consider working on using your left hand. Neil buttoned the shirt up that Nick had selected. The nurse lifted his eyes to Nick's steady gaze and shrugged. I really think you're selling yourself short by not trying harder to see what you can do. You're injured, not worthless. Had they really gotten close enough in that time frame of just a couple weeks that Neil felt he had the right to tell Nick what he thought he should or shouldn't do? That unsettled Nick. If he was close with his nurse after just a couple weeks, where would they be in a few months to a year? How long was he going to accept having help in his life? Was Neil a long-term commitment or a temporary crutch while Nick got himself back on his feet? And just how much of that same mentality applied to Cari? Was she temporary in his life? That thought made him unaccountably sad. Why would he be upset that they went back to only seeing each other sporadically around Mistletoe and only when circumstances threw them together? Could it be that she brightened his day significantly and it had nothing to do with working with him? Her knock came at the door, and Nick jerked his gaze back to Neil, who finished buttoning the shirt, and smiled back at Nick. You better go. Opportunity is knocking. Embarrassed by Neil's words, Nick strode from the room and down the hall. His limp was almost completely gone, and he was grateful at least that injury hadn't been permanent. He didn't want to talk about the dark tissue marking his legs and side where the burns had been. At the front door, Nick took a deep breath and pulled the panel open. He blinked at the vision Cari presented that early in the morning. Her hair was pulled up in a messy bun atop her head. Light makeup highlighted her natural beauty, and she raised her gaze from the box of donuts and 3 to-go cups in her arms. A warm smile increased her beauty, and Nick couldn't speak. He smiled as he motioned for her to come inside. Hi, I had to bring donuts. They're having a sale in town. She shrugged, leading the way into the kitchen. And, let's be honest, I prefer starting my days with sugar. Nick chuckled, finally finding his voice. Thanks for bringing them. She smiled as she pulled out some plates and glanced up as Neil joined them in the kitchen. Neil winked at her, making something in Nick's chest twist. Not for the first time, Nick wondered if Neil was interested in Cari. Who wouldn't be? She was more than the perfect package. He'd never met anyone so warm and giving before. She did everything she could for others, and didn't ask for anything in return. Cari put 2 donuts on each plate and slid them across to Nick and Neil as she kept her own in front of her. She did the same with the cups. Okay, I need an honest opinions. Which one do you like better? Nick took one of the stools at the counter and studied the items on his plate. Both were obviously maple bars, but they were different shapes. One was a triangle, while the other was a flat bar style in a rectangle. Both had a light brown frosting. I like being a taste tester. Neil winked again and lifted the triangle bar to take a bite. Then he did the same with the other bar. Nick followed suit. He tilted his head to the side. They're both delicious, but the triangle one I just want to eat more and more. Cari's eyes widened, and she looked at Neil, pressing her lips together as she waited. He nodded, setting the rectangle back to the plate and eating the triangle bar. Yeah, I agree. I'm not even going to finish the other one. Cari clasped her hands together at chest level and beamed at Nick and Neil. You guys, that's my donut. I made those. You really liked it? Nick was suddenly struck with the desire to do whatever it took to make sure she smiled like that as often as possible. He nodded. I definitely agree with Neil. You made these? I want to buy a few dozen and settle on the couch with some milk. Nick fumbled the donut, dropping it clumsily to the plate. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He couldn't even be graceful as he ate a donut. She'd never see him as a whole man. Nick would always be segments of who he'd once been. Are we going out again today? I think I'm getting the hang of these checkups. She didn't seem distracted by Neil, but that could easily be because she felt like she owed it to Nick to pay attention to him. He didn't like the pity play, and that was exactly what was happening. She pitied him, so she spent time with him. Nick wiped his mouth with a napkin in his left hand. Nothing felt natural. He was completely out of his element and didn't know how to gain back the control of his life that he desperately missed. "I'm going to do some errands and be back about lunchtime. If you guys want to meet back here, I'll grab some pizza. It's time to celebrate the last week of Nick's bandages." Neil polished off both donuts and drained the cup in front of him. Shifting on his seat, Nick cleared his throat. "Yeah, well, that's okay. We don't need to celebrate." Would Cari think he was being prideful? He didn't want anyone thinking he had to celebrate something as simple as bandages coming off. Cari dropped her hands to the counter and grinned. "Of course we need to celebrate. You have come so far. This is exciting. I can't wait to see you looking like you again, and not a mummy hybrid." She laughed, and Nick couldn't help laughing along with her. Yeah, well, should we get going?" He slid from the stool and did the best he could to ignore her remark. That reminded him she was waiting for the old Dr. Lanford to come back, while Nick had seen his skin in between bandage changes. He was nowhere near normal, and he didn't want to see her disappointment when she saw the scars lining the side of his face and head. At least he was able to hide the marks on the rest of his body with clothes. Would the excitement in Cari's expression fade when she realized he wasn't the man he used to be? He didn't want to find out. Too bad the bandages needed to come off. At least with the coverings, Nick could pretend he was going to heal completely. Wasn't that what they were all doing? Pretending everything was going back to normal?
Chapter 18. Cari. The weeks were passing fast, and Cari felt her purpose strengthening every day. There was nothing wrong with getting to know Nick since she worked with him. Yes, she was definitely going to go with that. She was only interested in him because they worked together. And Santa hated Christmas. She did like how much she was needed, and how much she enjoyed spending time with Nick seemed to be an added bonus. When she wasn't with him, like right at that moment, she felt an emptiness around her like a vacuum that only seemed filled when Nick was around. She didn't push him on anything. If he didn't answer a question or reply to something she said, she acted like she hadn't said anything, but it was getting tiresome. She didn't know what he was thinking half the time. That drove her nuts. Walking through the front door at home, Cari set her purse on the bench set to the side of the foyer. She strode into the kitchen, smiling at her sisters, some of their husbands, and her father as they gathered for a weekly family dinner she hadn't attended since the fire. "Look who's here. We haven't seen you in forever." Taylor wiggled her fingers at Cari, mixing the contents of a large plastic bowl in front of her. "Yeah, I've been busy." Cari moved across the kitchen, grabbing out some serving dishes to put on the dining room table. "You're hardly ever home. It's weird." Their father leaned on the counter, bracing his elbows on the granite like he was settling in to watch her for a while. Cari laughed, shaking her head. "It's not like that at all. Dr. Lanford has been behind because of his injuries, and I'm helping him try to get caught up. Some days it's longer than normal hours." "Well, we're talking about doing the auction again. Kaylee said it's okay." Lily motioned into the air with a wooden spoon she dropped back into a glass bowl. "We want to do it early December. Do you think you can be in it as a date this time?" Cari stopped what she was doing and stared at Lily, her mouth agape, but no sound coming out. Why couldn't Cari do it? She was doing things over the last few weeks she'd never thought possible. Maybe going up for auction was exactly what she needed to help even more with her confidence. She nodded. "You know what? I think that sounds perfect." Lily, Taylor, and Tanya squealed, moving around Cari like they were in some kind of football huddle. Amanda grinned from where she stood at the stove. There was something distant in her eyes. Cari hadn't been around to check in on her. She'd have to fix that. "I think it's important we get the list ready now so we can bring in more buyers." Taylor scraped the bowl into another pan. Roman rocked their youngest in the corner of the living room. The open floor plan made it easy for him to participate in the conversation. "Who is the fundraiser for?" Cari set the dishes on the table and moved back into the kitchen to get more supplies out like utensils and plates. We're covering the Humane Society. They need a bunch of work done on their place, and they don't have enough of a food storage for when times get tight and donations are down. They also want to start accepting animals other than cats and dogs. We'd like to help make that possible. Roman studied the infant in his arms as he spoke. "Aw, I love that place." Cari grinned. "We've been in there a few times this last week to help with spaying and neutering. I guess Dr. McAllister has been coming in from Colby to do the other days when Nick can't do it." She laughed, claiming cups for the table, too. "So, now it's Nick, huh?" Lily arched an eyebrow, offering a side smile filled with teasing. Cari wrinkled her nose and pressed her lips together as she shook her head. Slip of the tongue. It's hard not to call him by his first name when we're around each other all the time. Of course, just like it's hard not to have feelings for a good-looking guy like that, too. Tanya nudged Cari with her shoulder, giggling as she moved by. Of course, Cari was interested. Nick wasn't just good-looking. He was smart and kind and loved animals. He had his issues he was going through, but that didn't mean he'd be frustrating forever. He was going through some things even she couldn't understand. She swallowed. Cari hadn't really seen any signs that he was interested in her as more than a helper and a friend. She could live with that. They hadn't agreed on more. Why force something that might ruin the friendship they were building? Well, the thing is, I don't think he's interested in more. He's going through a lot, and I understand that. I don't want to press him for anything he's not ready for. Taylor glanced at Cari. I think that's smart. Guys don't know what they want initially. She peeked over her shoulder at Roman. Right, babe? She turned back to Cari and winked. Whatever you say, Tay. I agree. Roman obviously wasn't paying attention anymore, but that just made the situation even funnier. Has anyone heard any more from Jennifer? Dad didn't call their mother Mom anymore. He'd stopped a long time ago when Tanya had said she'd rather not call her that. A mom stayed around. Mom was a title Jennifer didn't deserve. Without saying it, they all had agreed with her sentiment. And there Jennifer was trying to destroy things for the family all over again, as if her desertion hadn't done enough. Do you think it's possible she decided not to go through with what she threatened? Lily grabbed a pair of salad tongs and carried her dish to the table. That would be nice, but we all know there are some things she is. Nice isn't one of them. Amanda shook her head. No, I think she's looking for the right opportunity. We have to figure out what she knows before she has a chance to do what she threatened. There was so much they didn't know. What if it was nothing and she was just bluffing? But at the same time, what if she wasn't? What if she had information that really could destroy Mistletoe and the Wilsons and the Deans? Were they willing to take that chance?
Chapter 19. Nick stood in front of the bathroom mirror. Neil had gone to grab new bandages from the front room, leaving Nick to stare at his unbandaged face. The skin was raw and pink, almost red in some places where it was more raw than others. If he held his head to the side, cocked just right, his face looked normal because the scarring was hidden, but turn his face straight on, and his damage was there for all the world to see. If it was there for the world, and he rarely went around others, then it would blatant and in your face with Cari. How could she ever see past the scar tissue when it was all Nick saw? He wanted to cover it, hide behind the bright white bandages. But how long would he be able to do that? How long would he be able to claim that he was healing and getting better? The scabbing was evidence that things were getting better, but the twisting and stretched portions of skin that road-mapped his injuries were the stopping point for his healing. He knew it. He just didn't want Cari to see where he was stuck, but sooner or later, he had to stop covering himself up. Do you want a smaller bandage this time? You're probably well enough we could go without a bandage like we'd planned, but if you want to keep things covered for a bit longer, there's no harm in that. Neil came through the bathroom door, his arms full of fresh bandage materials, gauze, tape, and antibiotic ointment. Giving himself a tight nod, Nick turned and faced Neil. Actually, I think I'll leave it off now. He set his jaw. No time like the present to scare Cari off. "Are you sure?" Neil narrowed his eyes, setting the bandage supplies on the side of the counter. "There are still some rough areas that look angrier more than anything." Nick took a deep breath and ignored his reflection in the mirror as he pulled his shirt on carefully. He still couldn't use his right arm for much of anything, but at least pulling things over the sleeve-like bandage wasn't as painful as it had once been. He still couldn't use his fingers, though. Neil glanced at Nick's face and then back at the gauze with a doubtful expression. He took a deep breath. "Okay, if you think you're ready." Ready? Who said anything about being ready? Nick wasn't ready. He wasn't ready to get up every day and have another man come in and move him around in his own life. He wasn't ready to rely on someone else for work or personal things. He certainly wasn't ready to toss in his abilities. The doctors didn't need to tell him he was going to have a hard time gaining complete control of his right hand again. He just didn't want anyone else to know of his vulnerabilities. That wouldn't make him seem any more masculine to Cari. He needed something to help him save face. Maybe walking out with no more bandages would take off the vulnerable, fragile aura he had to be exuding. Nick's cell buzzed before he could say anything more to Neil, or Neil could push to make sure he was positive about no bandages. Pulling the cell from his pocket, Nick swiped the screen and pressed the phone to his left ear. "This is Lanford." "Doc, it's Timothy. Can you get over here immediately?" Seth Timothy's voice blurted through the earpiece. Nick didn't hesitate. "Of course. I'll head right over." They hung up, and then Nick remembered he couldn't start the truck. He couldn't do much of anything with his injuries, even mostly healed. And just when he thought he'd have to call Timothy back, a knock on the front door pulled him from the bathroom. "Neil, I think Cari is here." Nick rushed to the front door, pulling the handle with his left hand. "Cari, you're here." Cari furrowed her brow and looked behind her, and then at the watch on her wrist. Yep. Same time as every other day." She tucked her chin as she studied him. "Hey, Nick, you look great without your bandage." She craned her neck to the side as she tried to see his wound better. "Wow, it's getting a lot better, isn't it?" She reached up with tender fingertips and grazed the edges of his wound, touching the healthy part of his skin with a feather-light touch, bringing goosebumps to Nick's arms. As if realizing she was touching him, Cari pulled back and looked around. Pink brightened her cheeks, and she shook her head. "Sorry, that wasn't appropriate. Are you ready to go?" Her question snapped Nick back to the moment. "Actually, we need to hurry. There's an emergency over at Timothy's ranch. Are you ready right now?" "Of course, let's go." Cari didn't waste any more time. She turned and climbed into the rig, turning the key in the ignition and putting the rig into reverse after Nick climbed in the passenger's seat. The Timothy ranch wasn't more than 8 minutes from Lanford's at normal driving speeds. However, Cari got there in 3. What had she meant by the things she'd said about his wounds? Why hadn't she recoiled in fear or disgust? What was it about her that felt different from everyone else? Not that everyone treated him like he was disgusting. Quite the opposite, in fact. Everyone made some kind of comment that ran along the lines of they were sorry for what happened and then they went on to business. And not one of them had left Nick feeling like he should be ashamed of the way he felt. And Cari, she acted like nothing had changed. But she'd been there. She'd pulled him from the fire. She'd seen his injuries and heard the way he'd hurt. And she hadn't walked away. Instead, she'd been there every day helping him, animals or not. Would she have been there if he hadn't been hurt? Cari climbed from the newly parked rig and grabbed Nick's bag without having to be asked. She moved and stood beside the door to the barn. She never went to the house, as if she sensed that Nick's work wasn't in the house. It was only where the animals were. Seth Timothy pushed the barn doors open, his denim overalls smeared with bright red blood that had darkened in spots. Red splotches stained his arms, and his hands looked like they'd been dipped in red paint, and then attempted to be wiped off, but didn't get everything. Nick didn't hesitate as he held out his left hand. "Seth, what's going on?" Cari stood behind Nick, careful to let him run his business the way he needed to, but also certain to make sure he knew she was right there. Look, I wouldn't have called. I would have just put her down myself. But she's pregnant and close enough to term. I'd like to try to save the calf. Can you help?" Seth turned on the ball of his boot and waved them to follow. From the way his hands and clothes looked, and the simple phrase, Nick was going to have to lead Cari through a messy situation. She'd been tough so far. Could she stay strong through the job?
Chapter 20. Cari blood. There was so much blood. Cari swallowed as she followed behind Nick, clutching the bag tight to her chest. Had Timothy said something about putting the animal down himself? An attack? What were they walking into? Cari followed mutely behind Nick, stepping cautiously through the barn in case she stepped the wrong way and twisted her ankle or something more embarrassing. She wasn't sure what exactly they were headed toward, but she was more than willing to help Nick where she was needed. For the handful of weeks she'd been able to meet every challenge they'd encountered. Thankfully, they hadn't had too gruesome of experiences. For that, Cari was grateful. Timothy had said something about saving the calf. Wasn't that the baby? What baby? And why weren't they running? They stepped outside of the barn doors and Timothy opened his stride, leading the way toward the periphery of the property. Nick moved as fast as he could and Cari stayed beside him, unwilling to leave him behind. She knew he was still trying to recover, often ignoring his pain to continue working alongside her. Timothy stopped walking just on the outside of the line of property in the woods. Whatever he stood by was hidden by long-grown grasses, brush, and the shadows of trees. The sun was up, but early morning summer clouds hung in the sky with just a tease of rain in the air. Cari glanced above her and continued in stride with Nick. She wasn't sure what was going on, but the amount of red on Timothy didn't leave her feeling completely secure in the situation. Up to that point, there hadn't been a huge amount of blood at any of the appointments Nick had taken her to. She glanced at Nick, noting the hard set to his jaw and the squint in his eyes. He had no idea how handsome he was with his chiseled jaw and the straight line of his nose. Even the scarring was more rakish than offsetting, giving him more texture than just the standard cowboy good looks. Bison off in the distance lumbered about, not really moving fast or much at all as they ate the grass at the creek running through the majority of Timothy's ranch. Nick fell into step ahead of Cari, leading the way down a well-worn path that was only wide enough for one person among the tall grasses. His broad shoulders blocked Cari's view of the scene as they approached, and he came to a stop, continuing to keep her from seeing fully what they were up against. She poked her head around his arm and froze, blinking in shock. A bison lay on its side, head lifting and lolling as it tried to move. The whites of its eyes showed the fear. "We can't save her." Timothy stared at the bison, sorrow on his face that was tempered with business. "Can you save the baby?" Baby? That wouldn't be Nick. That would be Cari. She'd have to save the baby. It would be her doing the things Nick told her to do, no one else. Nick turned, as if sensing she was starting to panic. She couldn't even look directly at the injured animal. She saw something suffering and she broke out in a sweat. Nick used his good hand to touch her shoulder and he slightly bent down to capture her gaze. Hey, you're okay. I'm right here with you. This will be easy. It will be good. We have to get the baby out before the mom has to go. We have to save the baby. Can you do that?" He nodded, holding her gaze. "Sure, you can do this. I know you can." His words were soothing and calm, confident in her ability. The glimpse of the Nick from before the accident was what held her in place when he was distant from his injuries. He bolstered her without even knowing what he was doing. She let him hold her steady with his gaze, and she breathed in through her nose and out through her mouth, nodding her head. "Okay, you promise you won't leave me?" Nick shook his head. "There's no way I would leave you. Come on, let's save that baby." Cari moved around him, confident in his reassurances until she came up on the red and brown mud on the ground around the bison and the blood on the lower half of the animal. She stopped, her hands out in front of her as if to stop seeing the scene. Nick's voice came low and comforting right behind her. "Look beyond what you're seeing. We need to save the baby. We're for sure going to lose the mom, but if we hurry, we might be able to save the baby. Look beyond the blood. Just get on your knees and let's save a life." Cari bit her bottom lip and took one last steadying breath. She gripped the bag in her arms and dropped to her knees. She'd listen to whatever he said. She had to fall into the zone of listening and learning, removing herself from what she was seeing and doing. Just do it. She could have her hands shake later.
Chapter 21. Nick. Walking. Cari, through the steps of inducing labor on the bison, felt more intimate than just saving an animal's life. Timothy could have disappeared for all the notice Nick gave him. Kneeling beside Cari, Nick murmured directions to her, noticing the way her hands shook at first and then grew steadier as her confidence in her actions took over. She did everything he said with precision, never straying to try her own thing. Her hair was pulled back, tight in a French braid, and as Nick knelt behind her, he caught the occasional scent of cinnamon and vanilla from her creamy skin. Was it inappropriate to think about how smooth and soft her skin would be in that moment? He hoped not. Nick couldn't stop thinking about Cari's skin, or her eyes, or the way she smiled at the smallest things. And right then, as he watched the way she worked, Nick had to admit he appreciated her steadiness, the way she did what she said she was going to. Her integrity had its own quality, and Nick was grateful for it more than anything else. "Nick, I think—" "Oh my word, here it comes." Cari cautiously pulled the calf from its mother, the infant covered in afterbirth, but not breathing. Cari glanced worriedly between Nick and the baby. "He's not breathing. Tell me what to do." "What do I do?" She reached forward, rubbing the baby bison's head and chest, her voice growing more panicked. Glancing behind her at Nick, she waited for his reply. What could she do if the bison was born dead? Stillborn wasn't exactly something that could be cured, but Cari didn't wait for Nick's answer. She pressed on the bison's chest, wiped its mouth clear, put her finger into the baby's mouth, and cleared out any possible obstruction. She rubbed the baby, ruffling the wet hair, moving the legs, and even gently shaking the baby. Nick watched her in disbelief. Why was she fighting so hard? Why did she care? The mother was already gone. Her eyes had taken on a glossy, unseeing sheen, and her head had dropped to the side. She wasn't breathing anymore. That was probably why the baby wasn't alive either. Nick glanced at Timothy, taking in the man's wide eyes and disappointed expression. What had he thought was going to happen? The mother had been torn up and left for dead, probably when the rancher interrupted the kill. Timothy took his hat off, knocking it against his upper thigh as he watched, turning his attention off into the distance, as if trying to distance himself from the situation and loss. How was Nick going to convince Cari to stop? And then, there was a plaintive sound that was neither Cari nor the dead mother. Nick jerked to the side, staring in disbelief, as Cari went from vigorously rubbing down the calf to checking him over as he awoke. She'd revived the stillborn, despite Nick's cynicism, despite Timothy's discouragement. Despite everything, Cari had revived the baby. Maybe there was something to be said about optimism. Nick grinned, reaching forward with his left hand and feeling the warm, breathing animal for himself. He glanced up at Timothy, whose distancing had shifted to disbelief and shock. "You did it! You saved him!" Timothy whistled and waved his arm. "We'll get him on one of the other bisons for care." A ranch hand rode up on the back of a horse, sliding wordlessly from the saddle and moving in to help with the baby. Others came in to help with the mother's body. Cari sat back, wistfulness softening the excitement on her features. Knowing Cari like Nick did, he had no doubt she probably wanted to take the baby home and name it or something. He couldn't look away. She was sensitive and captivating, and Nick didn't want her to stop helping him. He didn't want her to not be around him, but that was inevitable. The more he was with her, the more he grew to need her. Timothy followed his men as they moved the animals from the spot, leaving Nick and Cari to watch after them. Cari stood, brushing at her hair with blood-soaked hands, leaving behind bright streaks of red on her skin and hair. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Standing beside her, Nick couldn't look away. She was captivating, and she had no idea how much. She had no idea what kind of appeal she was to him. It wasn't just that he couldn't look away, it was that he didn't want to look away. He wanted to stare at her forever. Cari lifted her hands in front of her, dropping her gaze to stare at them. Her fingers shook, and she turned her hands over and then back, staring. Was the blood shocking to her? Was she starting to go into shock? Nick turned to fully face her, studying her for some sign of weakness. The last few minutes had been more than she'd been prepared for. She'd probably lose it any second. Cari turned to face Nick, her eyes bright and wide. She shook her head, pressing her lips together. This was it. She was going to start crying. Nick braced himself to soothe her. Instead, Cari reached forward, grabbing Nick's lapels with her unshaking fingers, and pulled him close. She lifted her lips and pressed them to his mouth. The connection was instant and immobilizing as Nick tried to understand what was happening. She was kissing him. After that, before they could get into the kiss, Cari pulled back, her cheeks pink. "I'm sorry. Nick didn't wait for her to finish her sentence. He reached out, wrapping his good hand around the back of her neck and pulling her close again, melding his mouth to hers. Re-establishing the connection again, Nick moved his mouth over hers, gently pressing her closer to him as she sank into the kiss. She reached up, gripping his wrist in her hand as she angled her head to the side. The kiss deepened, and Nick forgot about his disabilities, his injuries, and the marks left behind. Cari had saved him from the fire. She was saving him in more ways than one. As they broke apart, Cari stared into Nick's eyes, and he slowly smiled, as he tried to reach out with his right arm, but then he stopped. Stabbing pain arced up his arm and elbow to his shoulder, making him wince, and he pulled away from Cari for a brief moment. She dropped her hand from his, and he followed suit, already feeling the distance grow between them. "I'm sorry. That was unprofessional. I'll just..." Cari bent down, picking up the items she'd used for the bison and shoving them back in the bag. Nick closed his eyes and winced, but not from pain. Was he going to say something? It wasn't professional, but he didn't want professional with her. He wanted anything but professional with Cari. And yet, he'd established the boundaries of the relationship. He'd said it would only be professional. True, he'd been trying to relieve any stress around expectations and get her to agree to work with him, help him, but he hadn't planned on kissing her. He hadn't planned on wanting her to be around him as much as he did. Now, what did he do? They walked in an uncomfortable silence back to the truck. Nick finalized some things with Timothy but climbed into the truck only moments behind Cari. She didn't say anything as she drove them to their first appointment of the day. He'd ruined her excitement for the save. He could have celebrated more with her. It was a big accomplishment, and he'd ruined everything. That's what he was turning into. A cynical man. He couldn't. He had to find his excitement and optimism again. He couldn't rely on Cari to provide that for him anymore. He couldn't suck that pure joy for life out of her. She would only see him with pity. He couldn't even kiss her without being in pain. He couldn't be the man she deserved. Not the way he was. Not broken and unable to do much of anything. If he didn't get stronger and be the man she deserved, she'd never be willing to consider him as anything more than the man she pitied, the man she had to help. He had to make himself stronger and more independent if he wanted a place in her life. She would probably be fine with him as he was, but he wouldn't do that to her. He had to prove he didn't need her to prove to her that he wanted her. Nick clenched his fist at his side before climbing out at the Jensens for a follow-up on the alpacas. He had to figure out a way to get stronger, become his own man again. He had to figure out who he was and how he was going to do the things he needed to without relying on anyone else. He could do that. Then maybe he could convince Cari to give him a chance at loving her. Odd, How he wanted to prove he didn't need her, just to prove how much he actually did. She'd understand. He just had to take the steps to make himself stronger and rehabilitated. He could do it. He had to.
Chapter 22. Cari. Even getting the slight sting of rejection from Nick wasn't enough to dim Cari's euphoria. She hadn't meant to hurt him. Maybe he'd been mad at her for hurting him too. Not to mention she'd crossed the line he'd set in place when he'd asked her for help. He'd been explicit about keeping things professional, and Cari had crossed that line. She hadn't meant to, but she also couldn't help the excitement and rush of adrenaline coursing through her at saving that baby. Maybe Nick was mad that she had taken the initiative to save the baby herself and hadn't waited for his instructions. She wasn't sure what to do, but she wanted to save him. She had to save him. For some reason, it was all she cared about in that second. She needed to save that baby bison. She had to. And when she did, her heart had swelled. She'd done something good, and she was more than a little proud of herself. They only had 2 more appointments, and then Cari dropped Nick off at his place. He was subdued and distracted, and Cari didn't know how to broach the subject about what was wrong. Maybe nothing was wrong. Maybe the man she'd glimpsed more than once had slipped away because of his pain, which just made her feel that much worse for him. She didn't want to pity him. She just wanted him to see her as something more than the help. She pulled into her family home after the shorter-than-normal day with Nick. Somehow she wasn't sure how, but somehow she would figure out how to help him. Maybe she'd be able to convince him to let things go beyond professional lines. At the same time, she also recognized the fact that maybe he didn't want someone like her. The thought was sobering, but she couldn't deny it. She wasn't ambitious or amazing. She didn't have traits that stood out to anyone else. She wasn't phenomenal, and a guy like Nick deserved someone who was breathtaking in every way. Parking her car beside Amanda's, Cari grabbed her stuff and climbed out of the car and walked up to the front door. She wanted to tell someone about her morning. She really wanted to talk to Nick about it, but he seemed to be distracted by his own issues. Maybe her dad would be home and interested in talking. Cari pushed through the front door, all smiles as she strode through the foyer and into the kitchen, right into the middle of a conversation between Amanda and their father. Amanda didn't even falter as she spoke. "I need to know what's going on. I feel like there's a bunch of secrets between so many of us, and maybe they're all about me." Amanda blinked back tears, dashing her fingers under her eyes. Cari moved up to lean against the counter, studying her sister and father with concerned curiosity. "What secrets do we have that involve you?" Amanda glanced at Cari, then at their dad. "Things don't feel right." Cari looked at Amanda, cocking her head to the side. She narrowed her eyes. "Amanda, I promise I don't have any secrets about you. Not that I know of anyway." "Dad, do you?" Cari turned her gaze to David, trying to ask him with her eyes what was going on. David shook his head, blinking at Amanda like Cari wasn't staring at him. "Amanda, I don't know what you're talking about. What brought this on?" He leaned forward, rubbing her shoulder as he waited for her answer. The kitchen didn't have the normal cookie baking smell like it did when Cari was home all the time. Instead, it smelled like cleaning solution, which wasn't a bad thing, but definitely wasn't a great thing like brownies or bread. "I kind of felt like you guys were going to bring the issue up when we were talking about Mom." Amanda glanced down at her hands, her long curly hair creating a veil around her, blocking her face. Dad glanced at Cari, questions in his eyes. Cari shook her head. She had no idea how the things they wanted to talk to the family about had to do with Amanda. "Can you just tell me? I won't say anything to anyone else. I need to know. Did she leave because of me?" Tears long restrained tracked down Amanda's cheeks. She looked at both of them, anguish twisting her features as she sought some kind of answers. Cari stepped around the edge of the counter. All thoughts of her morning adventures vanished as she focused on her sister's pain. "Amanda, no. Mom didn't leave because of you, or any of us." Cari looked at her dad, pleading for help. That Amanda could even question that as a possibility, let alone believe it was the actual reason for their mother to leave, left Cari's chest tight and aching. Amanda kept her chin tucked as she shook her head. But you don't know. I mean, she and I got in a fight a couple of nights before she left. We yelled at each other. I said some things, and I think that's why she left. No one else fought with her. No one else had problems with her. Just me. Amanda's shoulders slumped forward, shaking as sobs racked her body. Reaching out, Cari rested her hands on Amanda's shoulders, pulling her in for a hug. She met Dad's eyes over Amanda's curls. They needed to tell Amanda. If nothing else, it would at least help her realize that the family's abandonment issues had nothing to do with Amanda. David rested his hand on Amanda's back and then murmured, "Jennifer was having an affair. I'm not sure with how many men or if it was a steady lover. I don't know, but that's why she left us. She wanted nothing to do with me anymore. If it hadn't been for me, she probably would have stayed." Amanda's sobs slowed and she lifted her head, piercing David with her gaze. "She was cheating on you?" She sniffed, wiping her nose and watching her sister like their father was hard to believe. Cari set her jaw, her nostrils flared. "I saw her. I caught her and she knew. She didn't even try to hide it as she left." Cari blinked her own tears back at the memory and the fact that she had to report it at all. But if she'd said something sooner, maybe Amanda wouldn't have been tearing herself up about the blame. They had to admit it wasn't any of their faults. Jennifer had chosen to leave rather than try to work through things. There was nothing logical about it, and yet, guilt had a funny way of working on a person's heart. Hadn't Cari thought for the longest time that she could have said something or done something to keep Jennifer from leaving? Mom chose to leave, and it had nothing to do with us or our life. She made that choice. It wasn't our fault. Do you understand? Cari gripped Amanda's shoulders, shaking her slightly as she waited for Amanda to meet her gaze. Eyes red-rimmed, Amanda looked at Cari with doubt, but hope also. "Do you really think it wasn't my fault?" "Honey, it wasn't any of our faults." Their dad pulled her toward him, wrapping his arms around her back and pulling her tight. After a minute, Amanda drew back and took a deep breath. "Have you ever felt like you didn't fit in?" She glanced at Cari and then up at their dad, as if their answer to that question would mean the world. "Yeah, all the time." More than Cari could say with just a few words. She never felt like she fit in. She was a misfit matchmaker, and she couldn't explain why she felt like that either. But she had. She'd always felt like that, and it left her feeling bereft. She hated that Amanda had ever felt like the same way. "That's how I've felt my whole life." Another large tear streaked down her cheek, and she sniffed. "Well, no more. You're ours, and that's all there is to it. If you don't fit in with family, where would you fit?" Cari grinned. "You think there's another weird family out there that makes a living matching lost souls to each other? Think again. I happen to know we're one of a kind." She laughed, careful not to mention that the Wilsons were very similar to their situation. Amanda quirked a side smile and nodded. "Yeah, you're right. I've just been feeling crazy, I guess. I'm glad I wasn't the reason she left. I do feel bad that we fought, but at least I'm not the main reason." "You're not even a small part of a reason. Get rid of that thought right now." Cari pulled back, clapping her hands. "Okay, I think we need unicorn cupcakes. Anyone else want some?" Amanda's eyes lightened and she nodded, pulling her hair back in a low, sloppy bun. "Yes, tell me what to do." And they worked together to make cupcakes that left you feeling complete, even if your world was falling down around you. As Cari nibbled hers, she couldn't help wondering what Nick had thought of their kiss, or even if he thought of it at all. Maybe he regretted it so much. Maybe she'd put him in a bad position and now he didn't want anything to do with her. She'd have to apologize to him the next day before they went out for more appointments. She didn't want anything weird between them. And as much as she liked kissing him, she wouldn't put him in that situation again, no matter how much she wanted to kiss him again. PAULSON, Chapter 23. Elizabeth. Everything wasn't good in Mistletoe, and Elizabeth wasn't sure how to explain it. With the fire and having lost so much of their acreage and alfalfa crops for their animals, there was a lot of preparing for winter they needed to do. And yet, even with all of that to occupy her thoughts, Elizabeth couldn't focus. All she could think about was the secrets that Jennifer Dean had alluded to. Secrets that would supposedly destroy the town and the two families everyone relied on. What was wrong with that woman? Hadn't she had enough time to look back and regret the things she'd done? She'd left a man like David Dean who was nothing but kind and loyal. Didn't she see the amazing girls she'd left behind? Even knowing that Jennifer should be more aware of the mistakes she'd made, Elizabeth couldn't help feeling deep in her gut that Jennifer knew something bad enough to warn Taylor that it was coming. What could it possibly be? What had Jennifer learned or done? Because there was no doubt she'd done something. A woman like Jennifer only did things that made her happy. She never worried about other people. Was there a possibility that there was something in Mistletoe's past that Jennifer had knowledge of? Elizabeth had been around a long time, too. She collected things, and one of the things she collected was newspapers. She'd once teased Simon that she had to have a way to document everything that went on in their town since no one else would. Was it possible there was dirt there and she just had to look? The Mistletoe Missive had been around since the early 1940s. The newspaper only came out twice a month. Elizabeth started collecting them when she was 10, and she'd missed out on almost a full 20 years. But that was okay. She counted them as the practice years for the missive. Maybe she'd find something if she went through the papers she had. Making her way upstairs to the attic, Elizabeth pulled her hair back into a ponytail and unbuttoned her short-sleeve button-up shirt. She wore it over a tank top, and it was already getting warm in the house. The AC didn't reach the attic, and Elizabeth wasn't planning on sweating to death. Upstairs, Elizabeth shoved the creaky door open and moved into the slanted ceiling space. Sheetrock and carpet finished the area, but the boxes and trunks lent a definite air of storage to the space. Elizabeth stood with her hands on her hips and studied the trunks first. Which one would have what she was looking for? Might as well start with the one nearest her. She slid the large steamer-style trunk closer to her and knelt on the ground, brushing at the dust on the black painted lock. The lid opened easily, held in place over the trunk body by leather straps secured in the corners. Calendars, planners, journals, and photo albums stacked neatly in the trunk. Elizabeth leaned over, pulling out one thing at a time as she considered each item. What exactly would the secret look like? She pulled letters out of leather bags, but they weren't to her or even from that century. She'd secured a lot of their family items from over the generations in many of the trunks for safekeeping. What exactly was she looking for? The planners stacked beside the trunk next to the used calendars. Who was the rumor about? Or the secret? Did Elizabeth believe that whatever Jennifer had to share was actually factual? She needed to get into the newspapers. She pulled the last planner from the steam trunk and stared into the bottom. Her gaze landed on a small box that was no more than 4 inches high, 8 inches wide, and 5 inches long. The sentimental style box wasn't one Elizabeth recognized from any point in her marriage to Simon. Maybe one of the kids had left it there. She looked around for a key to put into the dime-sized lock. Now, she was looking for 2 things: a secret and a key for a lock and box she didn't recognize. "Mom?" Levi's voice was easy to make out as he called up the stairs. "I'm coming." Hurriedly putting everything back in the trunk except the box, Elizabeth tucked it under her arm. As she passed by her room after leaving the attic, she set it just inside the door on the dresser before going to find Levi. She wasn't sure what was in the box that shifted and moved, but she'd find out. She had to. There were too many secrets to leave anything undiscovered.
Chapter 24. Nick, did Cari regret the... Nick couldn't sleep as he thought. of the day. Cari had saved that baby bison. She'd acted with professional compassion and hadn't given up just because Nick hadn't responded to her questions. Then he'd rejected her excitement. What he'd rejected was his attraction to her. He was making too much of the situation. He'd taken her initial kiss as more than what it was. She'd been so excited because of her performance. Who wouldn't be excited? She'd probably adrenaline, and her kiss had merely been a platonically excited one. Had to take it further and kiss her more, deeper.
What had he been thinking? What games was he set to lose? He'd promised to keep it done that. What was he thinking? But the next day, Cari showed up, and it was like nothing had happened for her.
She didn't act like she thought about kissing him every waking moment and dreamed about the interaction when she was asleep. No, she wasn't showing any signs of suffering the way Nick was. What if she didn't know he'd meant the kiss?
Oh, he'd meant it. If she didn't know how much emotion was behind it on his end, then he'd just rather go along with her, act like nothing had happened. What else could he do? Chase down the conversation and make her acknowledge that he liked her?
A lot? That he could have even started falling for her? No, he couldn't add any further strain to their relationship, not more than they already had. And he desperately wanted a relationship with her, if it was platonic and professional. So, when she offered him a chai tea from down the way, he smiled and acted exactly like she did, like nothing had changed, like he didn't want to kiss her again, like he had no idea what it was like to press his lips to hers, like he wasn't lonely except for when she was with him, like he didn't know he was a mess and who would want someone who looked like him. They went about their day, and then
the next, and every day was more time spent with her, more faking that he didn't want to kiss her, that he hadn't kissed her, that he couldn't stop thinking about her. Dagnabbit, he was going insane, and the more time he spent with her, the crazier Nick became. Friday night, after spending another day with Cari, he sank onto the chair outside the bathroom and stared up at Neil as he waited for Neil's help in changing to more
clothing. "What's wrong, boss?" Neil called Nick boss. Tension was more common with Nick's frustration at a debilitating high. Neil seemed to sense when Nick felt the most broken.
He did what he could to get it off his shoulders. Normally Nick matched him, teasing and joking and hiding his sadness and depression deep inside where it couldn't bug anyone but him. But not that night. He closed his eyes and dropped his chin to his chest, swallowing deep before his words ripped from him. She's all the good things, you know. She's optimistic in absolutely impossible situations. She smiles even when I'm rude and incorrigible. I don't understand why she keeps coming around. She didn't. The type of woman to stick with what she said she'd do out of pity or integrity. Why was she coming around? I think she likes you. I know she cares. She doesn't have eyes for anyone but you. Stop being so hard on both of you and let yourself heal. Let her help you. Neil finished unbuttoning Nick's polo and carefully pulled it off Nick's stiff right arm.
No, there's no way she can be interested in me. Have you seen me? Nick leaned back, catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, before rolling his eyes and leaning back to his original position. No, she can't want me. I'm broken. What if she just sees me as a project, as someone to fix? What if she's determined to get me back to perfect when you and I both know that's not possible? Nick reached up with his left hand and wiped it down his face. Neil stepped back, folding his arms over his chest. He tucked his head back, narrowing his eyes as he studied Nick. After a drawn-out moment, Neil spoke. Look, I spoke with the doctor today. He wants to add physical therapy to your regimen here at home since you're not making it to your PT appointments. I can't go to them. They're 3 times a week. I have to work. Every minute has to be spent working since I'm so slow at it. I'm doing half the workload but paying Cari for all the time. Nick sighed. There's no way I can keep going like I am. The practice will be broke in just over a month, and Mistletoe will need to bring in another veterinarian, which would leave me without a way to take care of myself. He sighed, leaning forward and bracing his left elbow on his knees. Nick didn't want to ask Neil what else the doctor had said. He'd skipped the last 2 follow-ups for a reason, a very big reason. He didn't want the doctor to tell him what the prognosis would be. He knew it wasn't going to be good, but that didn't mean he wanted to hear it from a specialist's mouth. What else did he say? Nick couldn't help asking. He needed to know, even if the news wasn't good. Maybe if the information came from Neil, Nick could stay in denial a little longer. Not that he was in full denial. He knew his hand and arm were bad. He just didn't want to hear that it would never be the same. He couldn't hear that, because then everything would be lost. You know what he said, but that's why you're not going in for the appointments. Neil turned away, then spun back, disgust on his face. Look, I get self-pity. I mean, I have that down to a T with my ex. She left me because I work too much. I get it. Whatever. So, I wallow in ice cream on the weekends, which means I have to run every morning just so I can have that ice cream. It's a vicious cycle. And yet I do it because I'm depressed about losing Maria. You know? So I get it. The self-pity about the issues with your arm and the rest of your injuries. But Nick, I expect better from you. You put yourself through school, and you've taken over a thriving practice. You only lost partial use of your arm. According to Dr. Nyberg, you could most likely get almost 90% of the function and feeling back, but you have to work for it. You have to work for it. I can't do it for you. Cari certainly shouldn't have to do it for you. There is no reason why you can't make this work. You just have to stop feeling sorry for yourself and do it. Nick's mouth fell open as Neil's speech finished. He blinked at Neil. Was that how he came across to others? As someone who couldn't do anything? Or refused to do anything? Look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken so boldly. I just see what you're doing, and I think sabotaging your chances at happiness is not the way to go about getting your life back. Neil shrugged, moving forward with a t-shirt to pull over Nick's head. But Neil was right. Nick wasn't going to be able to get his life back or his self-respect if he couldn't even put on a t-shirt by himself. He shoved the chair back as he stood, lifting his shoulders. He was as tall as Neil, and before his accident, he'd been as muscular, which came natural because of the heavy lifting of the animals and other things he did to stay busy and take care of his place. Since the accident, he'd become an indoor person, and that wasn't natural for Nick. If anything, it was making it worse. He reached out, closing his fingers around the soft cloth of the shirt in Neil's hands. I'll do that. Nick set his jaw and ground his teeth together. His arm, shoulder, and hand hurt just breathing or standing wrong. But enough. He had to figure out how to make this work, especially if he wanted to be more independent, and that was the end goal. Neil's eyes widened as Nick pulled the shirt close to him and took a deep breath. With his left arm, he shimmied the shirt hole up his right arm, gritting his teeth when he yanked the shirt a certain way, and it triggered a spasm of pain in his bicep. When he got the arm through the sleeve hole, Nick then ducked his head to pull the shirt over his head and down around his shoulder. He groaned, but grunted at Neil, who had moved forward to help. No, I have to do this. Grudging respect lined the edges of Neil's mouth as he stopped where he stood and watched Nick struggle. Finally, after more than 5 minutes of struggling, Nick got his shirt on and situated around him in a comfortable way. He wiped at his forehead with his left wrist and gasped for air. I'm going to need your help bringing the treadmill up. The bike is already set up, but the treadmill is downstairs. I'd rather have easy access up here to the machine so they're in my face every day. Less friction to getting the workouts done. He didn't wait for Neil to nod. He stood and moved across to the spare bedroom he'd previously set up as his workout room. He'd closed the door and hadn't looked back when he'd gotten home from his accident. Instead, he pushed the door open and stared at the dusty equipment. He couldn't sit around anymore. He couldn't wallow in his self-pity. Nick had to figure out what he was doing. He hadn't made it through almost a decade of veterinarian school by giving up when things got hard. He couldn't give up. If he could get his life back, get his independence back, then maybe he could convince Cari that he was more than just a project, more than a pity case, more than just someone who needed help or sympathy. He was going to get everything back, prove he didn't need her, and then he was going to get her to fall in love with him. What choice did he have? He was already half in love with her already. Turning back to Neil, Nick lifted his chin. I'm going to need exercises for my left hand to make it my dominant, and I'll need that list of exercises for my right. Also, is there any treatment I can do that will speed up healing? He didn't want to say it, but he had to release Cari from wasting her time with him. Until he got things back together, he had to convince her that a woman like her was so much better than him. She deserved a fully intact man. He had to start letting her go now, until he could prove to himself and her that he was everything she deserved and more. He could do it. Because if he didn't, someone like Neil would come in and sweep Cari off her feet. That's the last thing Nick wanted. Neil nodded, narrowing his eyes as if to say something, most likely argue with the route Nick was taking. But Nick shook his head and held up his left hand. As long as we're being honest, I'm glad you don't have any feelings for Cari. That makes things easier. He grinned, for the first time in a long time, genuinely smiling at the situation. Don't go getting any ideas, now that I said that, though. Neil laughed, shaking his head. Are you kidding? Cari is intimidating. She's so happy all the time. I need some downtime. She is gorgeous and a hard worker, though. I'm not sure there's better out there, to be honest. He eyed Nick, and then let his humor slide. I don't think you should push her away. Work on yourself, but don't hurt her. This will be better for her in the long run. I know what I'm doing. Nick lied. He had no idea what he was doing, but proving his independence had to be a good move. No woman out there wanted a needy man. That wasn't a good thing in anyone's eyes. And Nick didn't want to push Cari away when they hadn't had a real chance at finding out what they could be together. And Nick was willing to do whatever it took to figure things out.
Chapter 25. Lily couldn't figure out what she wanted for dinner. She wanted something sweet and then savory. Or maybe both. Was there both? Were there any dishes that were sweet and salty? Or maybe What if she wanted a tangy? Lily licked her lips and pulled her feet up under her on the couch. She'd been studying the pregnancy all afternoon. What could she eat? Sushi was out. Not that she liked seafood. She was more of a steak and potatoes kind of girl, but steak didn't sound very good at the moment. Potatoes didn't either, which was weird. Mashed potatoes had always comforted her, and now she wanted nothing to do with them? That was just off. Her mouth was dry, and she didn't want anything else. Maybe? Eating do's and don'ts weren't the only things in the books. Lily flipped through the 5 books she had spread out in front of her and cringed at the thick sections focused solely on causes of miscarriages. Miscarriage. That was Lily's next worry. She'd taken so long to get pregnant, she hadn't had a chance to really figure out what she would do to protect the baby once she was. Should she stay in bed until she had the child? Some of the books said it was smart. Others said no. Some said you could eat spicy food, while others said do whatever you wanted. Lily folded her arms across her chest and rocked back and forth on the couch, her breaths coming faster and faster. She was going to lose the baby. She had no idea what to do, no idea what to eat, no idea what she was doing. Tears blurred her vision, blinked to get them out of her eyes, but they spilled over her cheeks. Lily dashed them away from her skin only to have them replaced with more hot tears. The door opened, and Brock strode in, his hat cocked to the side with a rakish tilt that normally would cause Lily's pulse to skip. But this time, tried to catch her breath. Concern shadowed Brock's eyes, and he lengthened his stride until he reached the couch beside Lily and pulled her onto his lap. What's going on? Are you okay? He looked her over, wiping at the tears on her cheeks as he took her face in his hands. Tell me, baby. Lily hiccuped, closing her eyes and leaning her head forward until she rested against his chest. Brock had her anything happen, but that didn't mean her shaking was any less. I'm scared. Why? What's going on? Brock repeated the question as if he could get it out of her with redundancy. It worked. Lily lifted her head and met Brock's concerned gaze. What if we lose the baby? No. What if I lose the baby? Honey, we just got pregnant. Aren't you excited? Brock stroked her hair, studying her expression as if she might be holding something back. Drew back, furrowing her brow. Of course I'm excited, but Brock shook his head. No, just be happy for a little bit. No buts. We were so worried about getting pregnant, we didn't take the time to enjoy our journey. Don't your pregnancy. But the books, they say, what if I eat something that is going to kill the baby? She wasn't saying any words that made her feel any more comforted. A smile laced Brock. Sighed and shook his head. No, listen. Do you think pregnant mothers have never eaten? What? He pulled the closest book to him and scanned the paragraphs. Sushi? Do you mean no babies? Or raw cookie dough? Or anything. I don't believe it. You're treating this really lightly. I can't believe you're not more worried. Lily wiped at her nose, looking away from Brock, upset. Why wasn't this more important to him? Brock's voice softened, and he set the book back on the table, moving to rub his hand up and down Lily's back. Honey, I'm not saying you shouldn't be worried. I'm just saying I think you should enjoy this too. Lily nodded. Are you worried? What if I can't keep the baby? It was my fault I couldn't get pregnant. Brock stilled, studying her where she sat on his lap. He finally shook his head, reaching up to graze his thumb over her cheek. Oh, Lily, you can't blame yourself for everything that seems to go wrong in our lives. We have a great life. We're having a baby when it's our time. We're going to be fine. I'm hopeful. Things are going to work out. I know it. Lily nodded, glancing down and then back up at him. Do you really believe that we're going to be okay? Brock stared at Lily as if she were the sun and the stars. He murmured, You have to be okay, Lils. I can't handle if something happens to you. Do you understand? Lily braced her hands on his chest and leaned forward, touching her nose to his. Nothing is going to happen to me. Or the baby. Your family is getting bigger, Brock. And she'd never been more certain than right then that she was going to be fine. And the baby would be the same. She had to believe that for Brock's sake. Chapter 26. Samantha. Samantha wiped the side of her boot in the grass to get the soot off that she'd collected as she'd walked around Kaylee's place. The entire place had succumbed to the fire that had ravaged north of Mistletoe over a month ago. She'd been terrified. As had most of the townspeople. No one wanted to watch their homes and businesses go up in flames. As Kaylee's place had burned and the flames had gotten painfully close to the Wilson home, many had counted their blessings and prayed for rain or control of the fire. Kaylee turned off the engine and climbed from the small tractor Flynn had bought for them to clean things up before they started rebuilding. While they were in a state of limbo with no place to call their own, they stayed at Kringle Ranch. I know you said you like doing things yourself, but isn't this taking it to the extreme? Samantha waved at the tractor, laughing as she folded her arms. Glancing over her shoulder as Kaylee approached Samantha, she laughed, flipping her ponytail behind her. Well, I'm still looking for things that might not be damaged. I was hoping to save the business books or, I don't know, something to hold on to. My dad built this place. Kaylee burned back, folding her arms across her chest as she blinked back tears. She stared at the shell of the stables, her chest rising and falling with her barely controlled breathing. Samantha glanced to the side, pressing her lips together. The last thing she wanted to do was make the situation worse. But she had no idea what would slam reality home for Kaylee or not. Kaylee was Samantha's best friend, and the last thing she would ever do was make her sadder or more upset. Kaylee had just bought the property. She'd just secured her rights to her family property, and then a fire claimed the one thing she had left of her parents. That just wasn't fair. Samantha glanced at the ground, kicking a rock with the toe of her boot. I don't know what to say, Cal. I'm so sorry. Kaylee shook her head, wiping her cheeks. Nah, it's okay. Flynn was able to save some clothes. I don't care about clothes, you know? Yeah, I know. You've never been concerned with the material things. Hey, we didn't get a chance to celebrate or even talk about this much, but hey, we're actually sisters. Samantha wanted to put some kind of a positive spin on the day Flynn and Kaylee had gotten married. The fire hit the same day. Kaylee stilled, turning to look at Samantha with her eyes wide. I never thought of it like that. You're right. Her tears gave way to smiles and she laughed. We're finally real sisters. That is crazy. She shook her head and swallowed. Waving her hand to encompass the horizon with Whistle Stop in the background, Kaylee sighed. The only things that survived were the rock foundations. I can see everything that was lost. She chuckled. What do, you know? It's part of life, I guess. Flynn said we'll take the insurance money and recreate what was lost and go bigger. Is bigger what you want? Samantha knew Kaylee was anything but the type of person who would want more, bigger, better. I want whatever Flynn wants. As long as I get to have horses and make my business more successful, I'm not going to split hairs. She half shrugged and then started striding toward the burned-out shell of the stables. Come here. I want to show you what I found. Samantha fell into step with Kaylee, walking along beside her in pensive silence. Only with a friend like Kaylee would it be okay to be silent and not have anything be wrong. Kaylee led the way around piles of burnt siding and crumbling charcoal. Some wood was so destroyed, Samantha couldn't tell if it was siding, paneling, railing, steps, flooring, ceiling, or whatever else made up a building. Kicking a huge flat burnt piece of wood to the side, Kaylee knelt. Look, my dad put this in when they built the foundation. She pointed to 2 handprints, obviously different sizes. Initials and a date scratched into the cement under their impressions. They were theirs. I think it was when Mom and Dad first built the stables. The sweetness of the gesture left Samantha warm and fuzzy. She oohed as she watched Kaylee run her fingers over the indentation of the cement. Hey, I brought sandwiches. Are you hungry? Samantha motioned toward the rigs halfway down the drive. Come on, I brought you brownies too. At the truck, Samantha and Kaylee took seats on the end of the open tailgate. She handed sandwiches over to Kaylee and one for her. Do you know if Lanford is doing any better? Kaylee bit into the ham sandwich and wiped at her mouth while glancing at Samantha. Yeah, I guess Cari Dean has been working with him. She said something about saving a baby bison. According to her, it was amazing. She shook her head and popped a chip into her mouth. I guess she's doing the auction too. Wow, really? Cari? She wouldn't do it as a date last time. Is she this time? Kaylee's eyebrows raised at Samantha's nod. Good for her. Things change so much and so easily. It's hard to know what's happening, but I'm glad Cari is changing like this, and it's for the better. Me too. I like her. When is the house going to be done? Samantha motioned toward the building site just past the original placement of the stables. Another few weeks. Want to go for a tour? It's one of my favorite things to do. Kaylee took another bite and grinned. Samantha laughed. You bet. I'd love to see how Flynn is going to spoil you. Kaylee shook her head. Just choosing me has spoiled me. I feel the same way. Samantha finished her sandwich, grateful her friend was able to turn something so negative into a positive. That's what she would want for her sister. Blood or name, or simply by choice. Chapter 27. Cari Nick had called over the weekend 10 days ago and told Cari he wanted to take the next week off to get his head back in the game. Back in the game? They weren't playing anything, were they? Cari called and texted him, repeatedly, and he never called back, answered or replied to her messages. She got an email. A week later from him saying he'd give her a call when he was ready to go back out with her. She was rightfully frustrated at the way he was acting, and she didn't understand what she'd done to deserve it. The truth was, she didn't deserve it. But he was doing it anyway. After not hearing from him for the second week, Cari's nerves were frayed to their last life. She pulled into his driveway at 7 in the morning. His truck was still there. At least he wasn't going out without her. Honestly, that had been a huge fear of hers. What if he just didn't want to be around her? What if he didn't like her anymore since they'd kissed? Maybe he blamed her for losing the professionalism of their relationship. She hadn't meant to kiss him after saving the baby bison, but she couldn't help it. She'd been so excited and confident. She'd been thinking about kissing him for a while, and that just gave her the courage to do what she'd been thinking about for so long. Could he really blame her for acting? But her kiss had been brief. He'd been the one to take it a step further. Was that her fault? Or was he feeling guilty since then? Like maybe he felt bad for pushing it that way when they'd both been adamant about keeping things professional. Who knew? All she could say for certain was that he wasn't answering her when she reached out, and she wasn't going to sit by and take being ignored. That wasn't what she was going to do. Confident or not, Cari didn't deserve that. She climbed from her car where she'd parked to the side of the vet truck and stopped at the sight of Nick coming down the drive toward the truck. He glanced up, seeing her for the first time, judging by the way his step faltered. Nick looked over his shoulder at the house and then back at Cari where she stopped at the hood of her car. He didn't say anything, just stared at her. "Hi, Nick. Are you leaving?" Maybe he'd come out to see her, but she knew that wasn't true. He hadn't known she was there. So where was he going? It was too early to do much of anything, except go for breakfast or an appointment. She desperately hoped he wasn't going without her. How would he be able to do that? Nick turned to the side, trailing his left hand on the hood of the truck, avoiding Cari's eyes. The Jensens. For an appointment? Breakfast? Why would you be going there so early? Cari furrowed her brow. Why couldn't Nick look at her? "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Yes. I'm going there for a follow-up appointment." He nodded tightly, folding his arms carefully across his chest. He hadn't been able to do that the last time she'd seen him. She blinked at that realization, but didn't let it distract her. "I don't understand. You're fine? You're going to do an appointment? You told me you'd let me know when you were going back out again." Nick shook his head, still avoiding her gaze. "I didn't say that. I said I'd call you when I wanted you to go back out with me." Cari jerked her head up, pinning him with her stare. "Why are you treating me so nonchalantly? What did I do? Did I upset you or something? Is this about our kiss? No?" Nick shook his head, slicing his hand through the air to stop her from saying more. "It has nothing to do with you." "Oh, it's not you, it's me? Are you kidding me? That is so cliché, Nick. Or am I back to having to call you Dr. Lanford? Why have you been ignoring me? I've called, texted everything, and you barely had the courtesy of just emailing me. What is that?" Cari's chest heaved as she gulped in air after speaking. She was getting emotional, and she didn't want that. She didn't want him to see how much he affected her. "Actually, I don't need your help anymore. I'm sorry I came across as rude. That wasn't my intent. I think I've got things figured out." He shifted forward on his feet and then back like he was rocking for comfort. Cari stepped back, hitting her hip on the front of her car as she closed her eyes. His words stung, but not as badly as his tone. He was cold, almost indifferent. Even his apology was chilly. In all the time they'd worked together and she'd seen him before the fire, he hadn't treated her like that. Cold. Impartial. She'd at least believed they were friends. If they weren't friends, then what game was he playing at? After a minute, Cari lifted her head, narrowing her eyes. "Tell me the truth. What did I do? Why would you be so... I thought..." What did she think? That he cared? He'd said from the beginning that things were professional, that they would stay that way. "Be honest, Nick. Is this because I kissed you?" Nick's tone grew colder. "That was a mistake. I know you wouldn't have kissed this." He moved his hand over his face, encompassing the scar tissue on the side of his face. Scar tissue Cari didn't even see when she looked at him. "I wouldn't think for a second that you would be interested in this, so don't worry about that. I wouldn't take things further. I wouldn't do you the disservice." Cari felt like she'd been punched in the gut. She blinked back tears and took a deep breath, nodding at him. She had no idea how to react to his words. She'd done so much. Maybe she'd tried too hard. Nick lifted his gaze and studied her, and then his expression softened as he stepped closer before stopping and holding himself back. "Cari, I'm not doing this to you to hurt you. I need to get better, and I can't do that while I'm relying on you. You have to admit, it's easier that you don't have a grown man using you for assistance." He cleared his throat, continuing before giving her a chance to say anything. "Thank you for your help. The kissing was a mistake. This way you won't be forced to repeat the experience. Now you have time to bake or do whatever it is that you do when you're not helping invalids." Cari slapped her hand on the hood of his truck and shook her head. She couldn't help the surge of righteous anger, and she pointed her finger toward his chest, unable to blink back tears. "The thing is, I wasn't doing it out of pity. I was helping you because I wanted to be around you. I wanted to... for the record, I like you. Liked you. I don't even know what to think about you now." Cari turned, wishing he would stop her and apologize, or do something to take away the sting of such harsh rejection. But he didn't. And sadly, as Cari pulled the car out of the driveway and drove away, she realized that nothing had really mattered before Nick, and now he was sending her back to that. Nothing. She wasn't going to just take that as the final answer, was she?
Chapter 28. Nick. Bracing his hands on the hood of the truck, Nick hung his head and breathed. That's all he could do as Cari's car disappeared down the road. What had he done? He wanted to prove himself to her, not hurt her feelings. He hadn't wanted to reject her so completely that he would ruin any possible feelings she might have for him. Yet, there he was, messing up everything in his life into unrecognizable failures. The sound of a car engine broke through his misery. He lifted his head, finding Cari had parked her car again, and climbed from the driver's side. She didn't hesitate as she approached him, her jaw tight and her eyes bright. Anger radiated off her, and she pushed his chest with her fingertips. "What is wrong with you?" She stopped less than a foot from him and shook her head, then pointed at her own chest. "I'm here. I'm literally standing here. I want to be here. I want to help you. I want to be around you. I care about you." Nick rubbed his lips together. She didn't know what she was saying. She had no idea what she was tying herself to with her words. He had to make sure she didn't ruin her life with him. Not with the way his physical condition was. She would be optimistic, but for how long? How long until she would be changed by his moodiness? Nick scoffed, shaking his head. "Pity. You want to be here to help. I can't take help forever. I care about you, Nick. I think I even love you. And you're pushing me away? Because you think this is pity? It's not pity. I don't want to be around you because of pity. I don't even feel bad for you. You're going to do fine. I know that. I don't know why you don't. Doesn't the fact that I love you mean anything?" She blinked at him, as if she struggled against tears just at the threshold. She couldn't. Why would she say that then, when he was half the man he could be? Why would she say that about her feelings for him? Gut clenched, Nick gulped before speaking. "You can't love this." He motioned toward his face and down the right side of his body. "Why would you want to? Why would you even joke about it? It's cruel and unjustified." He was starting to get mad. Was she there to make fun of him? Make fun of the man who would always be alone because of his accident? Why? You're obviously fine. You're going out to work without help. Why would you think you're broken? I don't understand. Or is it just an excuse to push me away? Cari lifted her chin, her beautiful eyes captivating in their anger. Nick fully turned his wounds toward her. "How can you love this? I'm not even going to show you my arm. I'm not going to tell you about the way I want to scream when the painkillers wear off, which is more often than I care to admit." His anger faded into exhaustion, and he shook his head. "Look, I don't want to lose you as a friend. I just don't want you to see me at my weakest. You already have in situations I can't control. I'm ugly. I'm scared that I'll never be myself fully, and all of that makes me angry. You don't deserve to deal with my anger. You don't. You deserve better." Tears rolled down Cari's cheeks unchecked. The pain on her face, and in the way she held her arms tight to her body, left a shiver of agony up Nick's spine. He was hurting her, and that was the last thing he wanted to do. But her pain, he wanted to end it. Nick stepped closer, holding out both arms, ignoring the sharp pain as he moved his right arm. He gripped her upper arms in his hands, albeit weakly with his right. She didn't look up at him, pulling from him with a steady resistance that he felt deep down. Nick lifted his hand, touching the side of her face with the backs of his fingers. "Please don't cry. I don't want to hurt you." Cari sniffed, lifting her gaze to his face as she leaned her head into his touch. "No, you're not broken. You're not damaged. Don't push me away. Then we'll both be lonely." As much as he hated doing it, Nick dropped his hand and stepped away from her, motioning toward her car. He didn't want to. He wanted to accept what she was saying about him being acceptable as he was, but he cared too much to let her settle, even if it was for him. "Don't push me away, please." Cari's eyes grew wide as Nick stepped back, keeping his arms by his sides. "Goodbye, Cari. Thank you for everything you've done for me." He smiled softly at her. He didn't add how he'd look for her once he felt worthy, or that he wanted to make sure that he wouldn't be a burden on her before he pursued anything with her. He couldn't. He wanted to take care of her, and putting that kind of stress on someone like Cari wasn't the best way to take care of her. She deserved better, and Nick wanted the chance to give it to her. Just not like that. Not like he was. Cari wiped her cheeks and lifted her chin. She shook her head and climbed into her car, driving off for the last time. Nick focused on breathing. He'd done what he needed to for the greater good. He was helping Cari. Things would get better, and he would try again, but better. He had to believe that, because his gut was telling him he'd just shot himself in the foot.
Chapter 29. Cari had put everything out there. She'd laid it all on the line. Everything, and she'd still been rejected. He didn't care. Not enough to set things aside. His insecurities, his flaws. Cari loved him regardless of all of that. And yet, he'd thrown it back in her face. "Not you, it's me. Not you, it's me." Why couldn't he just have told her the truth? It was okay if he didn't like her. Why couldn't he have just been honest? The kiss pushed him away. Wasn't that when all of this started? He didn't want her. That couldn't have been clearer. He'd blamed it on his scars. "It's not you, it's me. It's not you, it's me." That always meant it was you, or in this case, her. Cari needed to keep as much pride as possible since she'd pretty much abandoned all attempts at keeping her pride in check. She'd begged him. Begged. What was wrong with her? The drive back home seemed both fast and slow at the same time. She drove it in a mental fog wrapped up in memories of her time with Nick and rethinking everything she'd done. Maybe she'd scared him away. Maybe she'd been too... What? Thankfully, no one was at the house when she pulled in and parked her car. Inside, she went into the one place where she felt most at home. As if by habit, her hand found the control panel on the oven and she turned it to 350 degrees. She was going to create more cookies than she knew what to do with. That would make everything better. Rejection sucked, but at least she knew what she wanted now. Nick had given her a purpose. She'd had something to put her time into. Just because she had nothing to do without working with Nick didn't mean she had to stay that way. No. What she had to do was figure out what her goals and purpose could be. He'd given her a sense of herself that she hadn't had. Nothing made her feel worse that she hadn't done that for him. Instead, because of her help, Nick seemed to have become more lost in who he was, less confident in himself and his abilities. Cari hated that. She didn't want that for him or for anyone. She cared too much about him. She would have to focus on getting herself back to where she used her newfound confidence to give herself purpose. She couldn't rely on others for that. As angry as she'd been, she couldn't blame Nick for the way he felt. He had a lot of things going on in his life. Cari wouldn't take the things he'd said personally. Well, maybe she would a little bit. There couldn't be anything wrong with that. Could there?
Chapter 30. Flynn paced back and forth in front of the window of the new house. Kaylee had left to follow Samantha home to get some girly things they were borrowing from each other. Flynn wasn't sure. All he knew was he'd started glazing over when she was describing it to him. They'd left and he'd texted her, asking that she meet him back at the new place in a couple hours. Her prompt reply saying yes made him smile. She should be there any time. Flynn pulled his hat off and ran his hand through his hair. Kaylee had been through a lot since their wedding day. He regretted the fact that he hadn't given her a fancy wedding with the dress, the cake, the bridesmaids, and the guests. He hadn't done half the things he should have. Yet Kaylee hadn't acted like he owed her anything, which just made him feel worse. He was hoping his efforts that evening would make things up to her. Flynn didn't want her regretting her decision to marry him. He didn't want her to regret anything about her time with him. Her truck pulled up in front of the new house, the chipped red paint making Flynn internally wince. He'd been trying to get her to let him at least give her dad's old truck a paint job, but she was adamant that nothing change. She'd even threatened him with no home-cooked Cari cookies for a month, if he did it. They were all spoiled in the Wilson and Dean family with Cari's baked treats. That threat was real, and he took it seriously. Flynn moved to stand closer to the door. The house was for the most part done. They were just waiting on a few final touches like the granite work throughout, and some of the customized stained glass windows Flynn had commissioned. That wasn't what he was there for, though. No, his surprise for Kaylee was much more sentimental. Through the front window, Flynn watched his wife stride with her long legs up to the door and walk through. "Flynn, are you in here?" She looked around as she came inside, grinning when she laid her eyes on him standing in the doorway to the living room. "There you are." She walked up to him, only looking at him, and she leaned up, kissing his lips. Flynn always felt like the only man in the world when she looked at him the way she was. Taking her hands in his, Flynn held her in front of him, so she couldn't see behind him. "Hey, I wanted to talk to you." A shadow of worry and confusion crossed the depths of her eyes, and she nodded. "Okay. What's going on? Is everything okay?" Shaking his head, Flynn then nodded. "Yeah, of course. Everything is fine. I wanted to apologize to you for not being able to save the stable." Flynn swallowed the lump growing in his throat. He couldn't explain to Kali how many nights he'd lain awake, going over different ways he could have handled that scenario. What could he have done to stop the fire? He wasn't sure, but the what-ifs were insurmountable. Kaylee shook her head, glancing at their hands, and then back up at him. "Look, it's not your fault. Some things aren't meant to last forever. I did find a cement square that has my mom and dad's handprints in it, so at least that's still there." She smiled softly, the sadness in her eyes more of an echo from the past than the present. "We had something great happen that day, though. I got to marry you." She lifted her shoulder and batted her eyelashes at him with a coy smirk on her lips. He pulled her into his arms, shaking his head. Kaylee never ceased to amaze him. He had a feeling he'd never be bored with her. He couldn't wait. "Okay, so I was able to save your clothes, but you knew that." Flynn waited for her to nod again. She seemed distracted, but only because she probably didn't want to talk about the fire anymore. Flynn didn't blame her. It was a painful event, and recalling it daily was getting tedious. "Yeah, it's okay. I don't want to talk about it anymore, if that's all right." Kaylee licked her lips and forced a smile. "Well, the thing is, I need to talk about it, because I didn't just pull your clothes from the stables. I made 2 trips, and one of them just happened to be centered around the clothes and a few other things in your apartment. You had a box of pictures and books I grabbed. I have them over here." He motioned into the living room toward the box he'd left on the ground, in front of 2 fold-up Adirondack chairs. They weren't ready for furniture just yet, but he had to bring in chairs for them to sit on. Kaylee gasped, moving into the living room and sinking onto the seat. She reached out with trembling fingers and opened the box, lifting her gaze toward Flynn as she did so. And then, something past him caught her attention. Flynn knew it the moment she saw it. Her hands froze and her eyes grew wide. He knew what she saw. He'd placed it carefully over the last couple days. The etched railing from the stables that her father had done had been placed as a centerpiece to the room. The hewn look to the railing gave a rustic feel that the trim, Windowsills, mantel, and flooring had all been based off of. Even the furniture Flynn had commissioned was leather in a muted buff color that would set off the importance of the piece. And while it was just a railing hanging on the wall, it was everything to his wife, and Flynn could see it in the tears on her cheeks and the way she folded her hands and placed them over her mouth. "Flynn, you did this? You got that out?" She shook her head, still speaking through her folded fingers. "I don't. You could have been hurt. I did it for the chance to see you like this. Are you happy?" Flynn sank into the seat beside her, glancing up at the wood railing section he'd torn from the stables. He suddenly felt overwhelmingly nervous, and his fears from the last few weeks of sleepless nights reared in his mind. "I mean, I know it's not the stables. I still feel awful I couldn't save them, but I got this piece. I'll get the cement up for you. We can put it on display in the new stables." Kaylee reached across the small space between them and took his hand in hers. She just smiled and then turned her gaze back to the piece. Together they sat there in silence for a long time. Flynn wasn't sure if he'd done enough, but he did as much as he could. Hopefully, it would be enough. He loved Kaylee, and the last thing he wanted was for her to suffer any more than she needed to. Chapter 31. Nick hadn't been completely honest with Cari. He wasn't all the way bandage-free, he certainly wasn't 100% independent either, but he was forcing it. Neil wasn't letting him slack off even a little bit either. "Look, push harder. I know you already did 4 buttons, but you have 12 on that shirt. I'm not going to do any for you, so if I want out of it, and judging by the blood on the front you do, I would suggest you step it up and focus." Neil moved around the kitchen, on the dining room chair with his shirt half off. Nick leaned his head back, staring up at the ceiling as he took a deep breath. He'd wanted this. He'd agreed to do whatever it took to get back to where he needed to be to find his independence. No one had told him difficult it would be to button his stupid shirt. Everything else he did, maybe not well, but he did it. That's what he needed, to get things done. "Why can't I just change my wardrobe to buttonless? I don't see what the problem is. He did, though." Just wanted Neil to repeat it. He knew what Nick needed. It was one of the things Nick had made him promise to do no matter what. When Nick... He'd known he'd complain, especially when things got too hard, like right then. You need to know how to do buttons so you can perform surgeries. If you can't push a simple button through a hole or pull it out, then you'll never be able to suture an animal up or cut into one without doing major damage. Neil grabbed down 2 glasses and poured sparkling water over ice. He pointed his finger. "You want peach again?" Nick lowered his chin and nodded. "Yeah, please." He sighed. "Okay, I can do this. It doesn't have..." He took a deep breath and tried again, working his way through buttons 5, 6, and 7. Then he let himself rest. It wasn't enough to get the buttons out of the hole. He had to do it with one movement of both fingers. He was forcing himself to use his right hand more, no matter how much it hurt. Neil finished pouring the Italian sodas and shook his head. "Look, man, I know you don't want me to do a daily rundown on your progress, but I think you need to accept just how well you're doing. You haven't needed help on the job for almost 3 weeks. You've gotten rid of all of your bandages, including your arm. I mean, you really have to see the positive here." Neil pointed at Nick's face. "I mean, when was the last time you actually looked at yourself in the mirror? Your scars are there, but they aren't the only thing a person sees when they look at you." They were the only things Nick saw when he looked in the mirror, thus the reason he avoided looking at all. Under the button-up Nick wore a soft cotton t-shirt which felt better to wear the sling for his right arm over. Less material to bunch up on his shoulder and against his side. He pulled the sling on, letting his tired arm rest. "Done for the day?" Neil stepped back with his own drink in his hand and leaned his hips against the counter behind him. Sighing, Nick shook his head. "No, I have to go back to the Ingrid Ranch. They've been out in the fields all day, so I made an exception." He didn't want to admit how much he missed Cari, not just because of the work she had. She kept him excited to work. She made everything fun. By the time he was exhausted and barely able to interact with people nicely because of his fatigue and pain. His arm wasn't fully better,
but it was functioning at more than 50%, which was better than the doctors had told him to expect. Going to an appointment at the end of the day was going to be harder than normal. Hopefully Nick was up for it.
He really just wanted to sit on the couch and think about what he'd lost when he pushed Cari away.
Whiling his nights away in misery was exactly how he planned to spend the rest of his life. Yeah, well, finish your drink. I'll get you something to eat before you go, and you might take some pain meds too. That's a lot you're expecting of yourself. Too bad you pushed Cari away. Neil turned away, clanking some pots and pans around in case Nick came back with a reply. What would he say to something so obvious? You're right? I'm an idiot? They both knew it, so why rub it in his face further? Nick didn't bother with a button-up shirt that evening. He probably wouldn't wear them normally, except Neil forced him to practice on them. He drove to the Ingrid ranch and pulled into his normal spot, waving at Xander Ingrid, who came out of the barn to meet him. Well, it's been a long time, Doc. Thanks for making the time. I know it's after hours for you. Xander reached out, careful to shake Nick's left hand. Nick appreciated not having to point out that his right arm didn't work as well, even if everyone pretty much knew because of the ever-present sling. Yeah, well, I appreciate everyone's patience as I work through some things. Nick smiled tightly. Dad, you gotta try these. Jansen, the ranch owner's oldest son, jumped out of a car that just pulled into the drive. He pushed back his wayward hair with one hand while his other held a bright turquoise and brown box. The open lid flapped around on top as the boy moved quickly toward his dad. What do you have there? Xander peered into the box at multiple shapes, sizes, and flavors of donuts and some random cookies. Whoa, that looks like a diabetic coma just waiting to happen. Xander grinned, reaching in and taking out a triangle-shaped chocolate donut. He motioned toward the box. Can Dr. Lanford try one? Oh yes, I'm sorry. Of course, Doc. Pick which one you want. I'm partial to the raspberry-filled ones myself. The kid grinned as he shoved the box closer to Nick, the peach fuzz on his face testifying to his burgeoning age. Nick pulled out a square chocolate-covered donut with blue and brown sprinkles. Various shapes put a creative spin on the donuts. He took a bite at the same time that Xander did, and they both made the same sounds of deliciousness. The donuts were that good. Wow, where did you get these? Nick licked his lips, already taking another bite after he asked. There's a new bakery in town called Every Day is Christmas. They're packed all the time. I was able to get a box because they just pulled a bunch out of the oven when I got there. But usually they're sold out. A triangle maple bar caught Nick's eye from its nestled position in the box. He'd tasted those donuts before. There was too much similarities between the donuts in his hand and the box and the one Cari had asked Neil and Nick to try. Do you know who owns the bakery? Nick asked, taking another bite from the chocolate delight in his hand. I think one of the Dean women does. The Ingrid boy turned and waved at his friend. I'll talk to you guys later. See ya. He turned and darted away, careful to tuck the box of donuts against his side. Nick and Xander finished their donuts in silence and then headed toward the barn. As soon as Nick finished that appointment, he was going to check out Every Day is Christmas. It might be the chance he needed to see Cari in a fairly neutral setting. He just needed to see her. That's all that mattered. Would she feel the same way?
Chapter 32. Cari. Everything seemed to click into place with an ease that left Cari breathless. In weeks, she had a bakery up and running, and she even hired 2 employees from the diner who were looking for more flexible schedules and more consistent pay. I just love the Christmas theme in here. It doesn't feel like you're shoving Santa down my throat. Taylor grinned as she slid some money across the counter and accepted 2 full blue and turquoise boxes. She winked at her sister and lifted her shoulders with a giddy smile. I bought your eclair ovals just for me. You got almost a full dozen of those. Cari's eyes widened from the other side of the display case. She wasn't working as much as she was overseeing. The last batches for the day had come out of the oven about 40 minutes before, and there was already a significant number of donuts missing. The display cases would be empty by 7, which was only an hour away, and they would close, opening again less than 10 hours later. Cari had no problem getting up before the sun. especially when her shop was filled with praise from the ranchers for her amazing donuts, pastries, and cookies that they loved taking with them to work. Nothing better than the praise of others. I'm telling you, these are the best eclair donuts I've ever had. Taylor stepped out of line and cast a glance around the interior of the shop again. Seriously, Cari, I just love the way you've made brown and blue feel like Christmas when those two colors are so far from the traditional color theme it should be illegal. She laughed and shook her head. Well, I better get going. Roman knows I came for these. He's probably chomping at the bit to have one. I still haven't decided if I'm sharing yet. Taylor's laughter followed her out of the shop, leaving Cari to shake her head and grin. The line hadn't diminished since the new batch had come out, and from the last week since opening it hadn't changed. They were busy, and it was constant. Cari just hoped she'd have time to start offering her wedding cake service. If she continued being slammed with the donuts, she might never have time for cakes, which were a huge passion of hers. Not to mention, cookies and bars would need to be represented more fully. As it was, they only took up a third of one case and they were always sold out. She'd hit on something the market needed more, and she hadn't even expected to do well. She just wanted the chance to feel needed, to have a purpose, like she had when she'd worked with Nick. Ms. Dean, Mrs. Stevens wants to know what the special will be tomorrow. Do you know? Tilly, a new employee, stood at the register and angled her body toward Cari as she asked. I think tomorrow we'll do a pecan maple twist for our special. Cari loved making things up on the fly, part of the fun of owning her own business. Tilly grinned and looked back at the customer. Her brown and blue apron complemented the white t-shirt and black pants. The main color of the shop was white with brown and turquoise accents. Christmas trees stood in various sizes around the dining area with brown and turquoise decorations. There was an old diner feel in the black speckled white linoleum flooring. It was all hers. Cari loved it. And no one could kick her out because they were feeling cranky or didn't even have a real reason. Cari grabbed a damp rag and wiped across the stainless steel trimming of the case and glanced at the line. She scanned each customer, smiling when she recognized someone, which was 90% of the time. Until her eyes landed on Nick. Her smile faded and her eyes hardened. She turned, dropping the towel onto the ledge of the sink, and ducked in the back hallway. She didn't want to see him. She wasn't crazy in thinking of course he'd come in at some point. She just didn't want to see him. She didn't want to long for things that couldn't be, and she hated the way he'd made it obvious she couldn't be with him, professionally or platonically. Forget about romantically. She wasn't too proud to say she fled to the office in the back, sinking into the seat at the desk and leaning forward, resting her arms on her knees. What was she doing? Was she going to let herself hurt every time she saw him? They both lived in Mistletoe. He was the town veterinarian, for crying out loud. Her family had animals. There was no way she would be able to avoid him forever, especially when she'd opened a bakery for anyone to come in and buy donuts. What was she thinking? Every doubt she'd harbored before opening and since took over her confidence and left her shaking. What was she doing? She couldn't do it. She couldn't be the person she'd grown to think she was. A knock on the door jamb to her office made her jolt upright. She gasped, whipping back and sitting up straight in her padded office chair. She pressed a hand to her chest at the sight of Tilly standing in the doorway. Tilly. Oh, my Lanta, you scared me. What can I do for you? She swallowed and took a deep breath, trying to regain some kind of composure after her scare. Tilly furrowed her brow and pointed toward the shop front. There's a gentleman who would like to talk to you. Should I send him back? Back? As in back into the office where they'd be alone? No. That would never work. And Cari had no doubt it was Nick asking for her. He would be the type to push their non-relationship into the ground. Okay, she had no idea, if he actually was like that. But it made Cari feel better to think he might be. If she made him unlikable in her mind, it might make it more bearable that she loved him and he didn't love her back. She had to hope for some kind of help in healing her heart. No, I don't want him to come back here. I'll come up there. She sighed and shoved off the chair, turning back to the desk and calling over her shoulder. I'll be right there. Thanks. Tilly didn't say anything, but her footsteps carried softly to Cari as she walked back to the front. Cari didn't want to go out there. Okay, she needed a plan. She could do this. All she had to do was keep things professional like he'd constantly worked to keep between them. She could do that. Plus, with everyone else out there, they would have witnesses, so it wouldn't be the place to make a scene. Was that a reminder for him or her? She took a courage-inducing deep breath and smoothed the front of her own everyday-as-Christmas apron. Turning on her heel, she strode from the office and to the front, holding to her courage like it was a rod of iron offered up like a railing. She pushed through the door and smiled tightly as she did a quick search for Nick. He stood by the case on the end furthest from the register. He stood there, his arm resting in a sling and his hat pulled low over the side of his face with the scars. Dr. Lanford, how nice to see you here. Cari smiled big, reaching for a half-dozen box and reaching into the case beside him. She pulled out some maple bars, some chocolates, and even a couple old-fashioned huckleberry-glazed donuts. She put them into the box and folded the top down and secured it with a sticker. She set it on top of the case and raised her eyebrows. What can I do for you? He stared at her like she might be manic. Who was Cari kidding? She very well could be. I'm sorry, Nick cleared his throat. You're doing good? It looks like it. He waved his hand around the shop and smiled at her, searching her face for something she couldn't name. I'm good, thanks. Cari didn't ask how he was. She was still stung from the way he'd cast her aside at his place. She wasn't going to show any other interest than absolutely necessary. How else would she ever get over him? She'd never been in love, so she wasn't sure how it worked, the whole broken heart thing. Nick opened his mouth as if to say something more, but Cari shoved the box toward him. Here you go. They're on the house. I need to get back to work. Have a good day. She nodded at him and turned. There was absolutely no point in torturing herself. She had an auction to prepare for and a business to plan. Her heart didn't get priority. Not while it was still hurting from the careless way he'd turned her away. She could do better. She had to believe that. Even though she doubted there was better than Dr. Nick Lanford. Chapter 33. Amanda. Amanda licked the creamy inside of the eclair donut she'd conned Cari into bringing home earlier that night. She couldn't help it. She loved baked goods, ice cream, pastries, candy, and anything else that looked like it would be sweet. Aren't you sick of eating so much chocolate? Tanya wrinkled her nose at Cari and poked her fork into the leafy green salad on her plate. Amanda shook her head. No, I love it, and I think it's fair to say that since chocolate grows on trees, I'm eating healthy. What's not good for me here? She motioned at the donut half with its chocolate frosting, creamy center, and fluffy cake donut. I have wheat, dairy, and plant. What more could I want? Meat? Covered. She winked at Tanya as she leaned forward and picked a piece of bacon from the plate in the center of the table. That's for burgers. Don't eat all of it. Their dad growled playfully from the slider before he ducked back outside to stand at the barbecue. I don't think it's fair that you can eat whatever you want and I barely look at one of those things and I can't fit in my saddle. Tanya glared at Amanda, avoiding looking directly at one of the delicious treats. Licking her lips, Amanda fell quiet. She had a different metabolism than most of her sisters. Even their father had to watch what he ate, or he'd balloon up as well. The one time Amanda had asked him about her mother's metabolism, he'd said something about how she'd dieted more than she'd lived. One more thing Amanda had to chalk up to always feeling like the black sheep. As if sensing something had shifted in Amanda, Tanya set her fork down and squinted at her sister. What's wrong? Licking her lips, Amanda considered how much to tell Tanya. How detailed did she go when she wasn't even sure exactly how she felt? How about all in? Shrugging, Amanda lowered the donut and avoided Tanya's gaze as she spoke. I feel like I want to go out and find adventure. Do something I would never normally do. Skydive or something. Anything to get rid of this feeling that I don't belong. There. She'd said it. Tanya jerked back. What do you mean you don't belong? Of course you do. You belong here. Amanda turned her gaze from the lazy Susan in the center of the dining table to her sister. She shook her head. No, I don't. I do not belong. I don't fit in. I don't look like you guys. I don't have even any similar talents or hobbies. I literally don't fit in. Why couldn't anyone else see it? Amanda was the one with the dark hair, the curls, the bright blue eyes. Neither of their parents had those traits. None of the other girls did. It didn't make sense, and she needed someone else to acknowledge the truth of it so she didn't feel like she was crazy on top of everything else. Tanya scrunched her lips to the side and then nodded slowly. Honestly, I don't feel like I fit in either. I'm never going to be able to match as well as you guys. It's just too hard, and I'd rather just stay in the barn every day. Amanda rolled her eyes and leaned back in the seat, glancing toward the slider in case their father came back inside. The problem there, Tanya, is you have to believe in love in order to match. Well, it's not something I've experienced. How can I have faith in something that I don't really know is real? Tanya sighed, picking her fork back up and eyeing Amanda's donut with longing. Me either. But I have to believe in it, you know? It's the only thing that really works as an anchor in my life. Amanda couldn't get any rawer with Tanya. Tanya wouldn't understand. Cari tossed car keys at the basket on the counter as she walked into the kitchen. She wiggled her fingers at her sisters and reached across the end of the table to snag a piece of bacon. Don't rush off to find love, ladies. It sucks. Cari held the bacon piece between her lips on the side of her mouth as she chewed on the end. She sank into the seat beside Amanda and tapped the last remaining part of the donut on her plate. That's my biggest seller. Do you love it? Tanya and Amanda narrowed their eyes and ignored Cari's question as they turned toward her and stared. Amanda blinked and jutted her chin to the side before asking, Wait, what? You're in love? I didn't know you were dating anyone, did you? Amanda turned toward Tanya, questions in her eyes. One more thing that proved she didn't fit in. Everyone always knew the gossip before she did. And then they both spun in surprise at the sound of Cari crying. She folded her arms and rested them on the table, leaning forward and dropping her forehead to her forearms. Her shoulders lifted as she cried, and Amanda glanced at Tanya in alarm. Reaching out, Amanda rested her hand on Cari's shoulder. Cari, what happened? You fell in love and doesn't love you back. That's impossible. Even an idiot would know you're a man. Tanya's anger was unmistakable. Anyone messed with their family and the rest didn't question what the reasoning could be. No, it all came down to how could they fix it and how could they help. Cari shook her head and lifted it from her shoulders, tears streaking her face. Shadows under her eyes worried Amanda, taking Amanda's mind off her own problems. What can we do? Tanya snapped her fingers. I know. We should match you at it, but I could do better. I need the practice. Amanda gently shoved her shoulder. You're not practicing on Cari. She glanced at Cari, whose tears had stopped, but her grief was obviously still present. Aren't you signing? Cari nodded, wiping the back of her hand on her cheeks. The pink in her skin could have been from crying, or it could have been from embarrassment in losing her cool. The girls weren't that big on emotional displays, which made Cari more alarming. No one ends up with the person they're sold to. That's not how it works. Cari huffed and took a deep breath. It's fine. I'm just advising you stay away from men. They're brutal, even when they're nice. Amanda arched an eyebrow at Cari. I'm going to pretend that made sense. If I can't match Cari, I'm going to try to match you, Amanda. Tanya ignored the disbelieving looks from Amanda and Cari and stared toward a spot above Cari's head. After a moment, she snapped her fingers. I know. Let's the Wilson guys. They're great and hot, and you guys would make adorable babies. Unfortunately, those aren't the only reasons to fall in love, Tanya. I mean, yes, looking great is obviously something I'm looking forward to in my Mr. Happy Ever After, but it's not a requirement. Then, good looking is always a great place to start. Tanya grinned, reaching forward and snagging the last bite of Amanda's donut. She popped it in her mouth before Amanda could object. Interesting. You're Amanda with a Wilson brother. Who are you thinking? Levi, Colt, Cari leaned forward, obviously grateful. Amanda held up her hands. Okay, that's enough. I get that they're good-looking and you don't have any higher standards than that, Tanya, but I think it would be too weird to date a man that looks like he could be my brother. She laughed, shaking her head. Cari chuckled at first and then narrowed her eyes as she stared at Amanda, her laugh trailing off. Wait, you do look like them. Tanya furrowed her brow and tilted her head to the side. You know something? You're right. They look a lot like you. That's just weird. Shaking her head as she licked her fingers. Well, I'm not saying you're hot, though. Of course not. Amanda rolled her eyes and cast a curious glance at Cari. Her sister stared at her with contemplation in her eyes. And what could it possibly be? And why did Amanda have that sinking sensation that there was even more she didn't know? Chapter 34. Cari avoiding. Nick was easy once the holidays hit and snow brought people into the bakery to get out of the weather. Cari came up with multiple holiday-themed flavor treats like pumpkin spice scones, mint chocolate chip no-bakes, a spicy chocolate donut, and a pumpkin spice cinnamon roll. She came up with new flavors all the time, which just brought more and more customers rolling through the door. Then she got a call from Taylor, who asked Cari to supply the auction with enough treats for the 500 expected guests. 500. Was Taylor crazy? They were down to a week until the auction, which Cari was already participating in. Cari accepted anyway. Of course, she wasn't going to turn it down. She'd have more fun keeping busy than wondering what she'd done wrong to lose Nick's friendship. Was she really that bad? No, she wasn't. And expecting him to treat her better wasn't a bad thing either. The whole week passed by in a flurry as Cari packaged and wrapped treats, cookies, bars, and mini pies. Taylor had given her carte blanche and was letting her do whatever she wanted, as long as it loaded trays nicely and could be eaten without making too big of a mess. Cari had settled on snowballs, which were coconut-covered chocolate cupcakes filled with marshmallow filling, mint mountains, which were mini lava cakes that spilled a minty filling from inside a chocolate cake, classic Rice Krispie treats but with chocolate, mint, and pretzel bits mixed in, and her favorite, a chocolate hollow ball at the end of a peppermint candy cane filled with junior mint-style candies. The user was supposed to stir their hot chocolate with it and make their drink a chocolate minty confection. Cari hoped they were popular and that everyone loved them. She'd also supplied mini eclair donuts, her highest sellers at the bakery, for people to get addicted to her donuts and maybe help with business. Not that she needed help. Her doors were rarely closed, and her display cases were never full longer than 15 minutes. The night before the auction, Cari rushed to the Bye family meeting at the Wilson offices, her arms laden with samples for both families to try of everything she was planning on featuring the next night. She was exhausted and couldn't wait to get into bed that night. She was only a few minutes late, but the conversation was in full swing. She set the multiple boxes on the table and flipped the tops up, letting everyone see what they were getting. Not pausing their conversation on place setting and order of auction participants, each one reached forward and claimed a treat from one of the brown and turquoise boxes. Then, talking slowly, ground to a halt as each person bit into their treat and then turned astonished gazes toward Cari. She shifted in the seat she'd claimed and cleared her throat. Are they okay? They better be at least okay. She had over 750 wrapped and ready to deliver to the auction site the next day. Her stomach fluttered. Brock spoke first. I think I married the wrong sister. Lily slapped his arm and shook her head. What makes you think you're good enough for Cari when she bakes like this? I might move back in just to be closer to her. Lily winked and bit into her mini eclair. You're both wrong. She's going to move in with me and be my chef. Taylor winked at Cari, and Roman nodded, enthusiastically. Amanda leaned forward, snagging one of the Rice Krispie concoctions and biting into it. She'd taken a seat between Levi and Flynn, her hair color exactly matching theirs and the blue of their gazes undeniably the same. What Amanda had said not too long ago in the kitchen at the family house came back, echoing in Cari's ears. Too many things bombarded her tired mind, and she shook her head. There were too many secrets. They needed to get them out in the open before it was too late. And Jennifer came after them like she'd promised. Before she could really think about what she was saying, Cari blurted out, "Do you think it's possible we're looking at the Jennifer situation all wrong?" For the second time in only a few short minutes, the room fell silent because of Cari. Taylor quirked an eyebrow her way, then glanced around the conference room. "What are you talking about? We haven't heard from Jennifer in quite a while. I think she gave it up." "Do you really think she's capable of giving up something she's so adamant will destroy the family, Dad, and this town?" Lily tapped the side of her lava cake in a small tin dish and shook her head. "You know better than anyone what Jennifer's capable of." "Mom, she's our mother, Lily." Tanya spoke quietly, but the rebuke was evident in her eyes. In front of other people, they should refer to Jennifer as Mom. They had a reputation to protect. "That's fine if that's what you want to call her. I'm not going to. You were too young to know what that felt like, being abandoned." Lily held up her hands and glanced apologetically toward the Wilson men and their mother sitting in the room. "I'm sorry. This is something that shouldn't be aired here in mixed company." Cari cleared her throat. "Actually, I think this is the perfect time to do this. I think this concerns both families more than you know." Their father leaned back in his chair, his gaze hard on Cari, but she couldn't tell if he was waiting for her to go on or silently telling her to stop. Well, she couldn't read minds. If Dad wanted her to be quiet, he'd have to be blunt about what he wanted. Cari didn't understand subtleties. "What are you saying, Cari?" Elizabeth Wilson sat forward, folding her hands on the table and staring intently at Cari. Suddenly, Cari realized everyone in the room stared at her, waiting for whatever she was going to say. That unnerved her, in a monstrous way. And yet, not enough to make her stay quiet. She licked her lower lip and lifted her chin. "When Jennifer left our house, she was very open about all the affairs she'd had while we grew up. I don't know if she knew I was there or not, honestly, but I watched her walk out." Cari braced her hands on the table and leaned forward, her arms straight. She looked at everyone in the room. "Amanda said something not too long ago that made me think." She cleared her throat and then glanced at Elizabeth. "Is there a possibility your late husband was having an affair?" No one spoke. The silence was absolute. How dare Cari make that kind of an accusation? She couldn't believe it herself. She couldn't believe the boldness with which she'd thrown it out there. Her chest suddenly felt tight and she pushed off the table, ready to apologize immediately. "Actually, I can't say no." Elizabeth ignored her son's gasps as she raised her gaze to Cari. "My husband, a lot of people don't know this, but Simon and I did not have a good marriage. We were fairly cold to each other. When he died, it was just one more nail in our relationship. I'd already mourned losing him years before that." She glanced around at her sons and closed her eyes, her voice dropping into a painful whisper. "Honestly, I always wondered if it was possible he was cheating on me." As if the air had been sucked from her lungs, Cari straightened and tried to breathe slowly. "Then I think it's important that we keep in mind that whatever secret Jennifer has, it might have something to do with that. Because I know for sure she was cheating on my dad. I'm sorry to say that, Dad, but it's something we need to address." "Yeah, but what would make you accuse our dad like that? It doesn't make sense." Levi had curled his fingers into a fist, his face ruddy with suppressed anger. "Because Amanda looks too much like you guys and not enough like us. If that's what the secret is, then yes, it could ruin a lot of things. First, we might be accused of colluding as companies and creating a monopoly. Part of the appeal of coming to Mistletoe and participating in the annual matching competition is because only one company wins. If people think the companies are united and the show is just a ruse, that won't look good for business. Add to that the fact that we make our money with matches and finding people their one true love, and yet both main marriages failed? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be blunt or hurtful, but this needs to be said. Cari's gut hurt, but she felt better getting the pressure off her shoulders. Elizabeth motioned for Cari to continue. Cari's father just watched her with his hand covering his mouth. Cari ignored everyone else. They would accuse her for what she was saying. She didn't blame them. There has to be a way to get ahead of it. If it's not true, then there's no big deal. No harm. I'll learn to keep my ideas to myself, and that will be it. But if this is possible, if Amanda could potentially be partially Wilson, then I think it's only fair for us to find out on our own and not from Jennifer's cruel attempts at extortion. Cari had no idea how a woman like that could have gotten a man like her dad. Okay, so how do we find out? Different unnamed emotions ran rampant on Amanda's noble features. Cari glanced at Amanda and then at the men sitting beside her, casting alarmed gazes at her and each other. We would need to compare the DNA of Amanda to one of the guys. Cari looked at her sister. I'm sorry to out you like this, sis. If Jennifer is coming after us and we haven't heard from her in a while, I'm worried what she's up to and just what exactly she can do to us. Amanda nodded, her eyes downcast and her cheeks flushed. I get it. Excuse me. Amanda stood, pushing from the conference room, her features tight. Taylor watched Amanda leave, then turned back to Cari near her. That could have been handled a little more tactfully, Cari. Cari blinked back tears. Maybe it could have. Maybe she could have done a lot of things differently, but at least she'd done it. At least she was trying to uncover the secrets everyone else seemed determined to keep hidden. She nodded anyway. There was nothing easy about this. I'm so sorry. She glanced around at the rest of the Wilsons and Deans sitting in the room, each with their own level of disbelief and unveiled anger in their expressions. Well, I'd rather find out from us than from her. Let's get it all out there. That's important. I think we're about done here for tomorrow anyway. Grab some treats and let's finish getting things done for the auction. Thank you, everyone. Cari's dad smiled and nodded as if excusing everyone from the room. Had Cari made an even worse mistake than keeping quiet? She hadn't wanted to hurt anyone, but now she knew she'd hurt everyone. She sat in her seat and waited until everyone else had left before slowly standing and boxing up the still full boxes. Hopefully, she hadn't destroyed the two families. That wasn't her intent. Now, looking back on what had happened, she wasn't sure if she could remember what her intent had been. Maybe she wanted everyone else to hurt as much as she did. That would make her more like her mother than anything. And even that was more honesty than Cari could handle.
Chapter 35. Nick. Sitting in the cool office at the veterinarian clinic where he did his operations, Nick kept his eyes closed and his head leaned back against the wall. Cari had moved on, and she'd done it fast. That left Nick with an aching pit in his chest. Maybe their time together had been more important to him than it was to her. Well, that much was obvious. Or maybe he had to stop wallowing in self-pity. She'd done exactly what he told her to do. Nick tapped the end of his black ballpoint pen on the paperwork he'd been trying to work on for over an hour. Forget it. He shoved away from the seat he'd claimed and stood, pacing back and forth as he tried to shrug off the doubts and insecurities and lack of confidence in himself. The same issues he'd been dealing with since his accident. He'd never been one to think that physical discrepancies like scarring would make that big of a deal to how he felt about himself. But the damage he'd undergone had affected him worse than he'd thought possible. He ran his fingers through his hair, wincing at the rough scarring along the side of his hairline on the right side of his face. The scarring had faded minimally, leaving Nick more than aware of his obvious past. The door opened, clicking shut before Nick could spin around. He blinked at the sight of Cari Dean standing just inside the front door of his clinic doorway. He cocked his head to the side. Ms. Dean, hello. How can I help you? Tanya stared at him for a drawn-out moment, and then crossed her arms over her chest as she arched an eyebrow. You're an idiot. Nick blinked, stilling as he studied her. I'm sorry? She was more familiar with Nick than he was with her. You heard me. Tanya moved further into the clinic, pacing around the smaller space, as if she couldn't hold still with so much frustration. I feel like maybe the name-calling is unwarranted. Why would a woman just come into his clinic and verbally attack him? What had he done? Look, Doc, I know what you did. I know Cari loves you, and I know you walked away from her or turned her down. That makes you an idiot. She's the best thing that could happen to any person in this state, and you walked away from her. Tanya's derision couldn't be more obvious. Is that what she said? Nick swallowed, suddenly nervous that he'd burned more than one bridge with Cari. Tanya shook her head, taking a deep breath and letting it out on a sigh. No, she didn't. But walking around in a permanent mope as well as telling my sisters and me that love should be avoided is not hard to put together after she spent so much time with you. And then suddenly, didn't. Tanya waved a hand in front of her, like she didn't want to talk about that anymore. The point is, she loves you. And you're just going to let her get auctioned off to someone else. That's not a smart move, Doc. I think you can agree with me. Nick was momentarily speechless as he took in Tanya's frustrated expression. Look, I don't know what to say. Nick glanced erratically around the clinic area, unsure where to focus or do. I saw you guys together a few times. You care about her. Now it's one thing if you just wanted to keep her as friends, and that is fine, but I match people for a living. There's something between the two of you, and I don't want to see either of you miss out on something with potential. Tanya stopped moving, turning to pin Nick with her gaze. Nick met her gaze for 3 seconds before dropping his eyes in shame. After a second, he lifted his eyes again and motioned lamely toward his face. Look at me. She can't want a broken man. She'll only ever see me as helpless, pitiful. He shook his head, as if the evidence of how he looked was more than enough for what he had to say. Men, don't you understand that she cares about you? Not the way you look? You couldn't be more wrong. Cari is the last person to care about some minimal scarring. Plus, take it from someone who is not hitting on you in the least. The scars look kind of hot. You have a rakish, rough and tumble guy vibe going on. She shook her head. Plus, you're discrediting Cari if you think she cares about anything like that. She spoke with unabashed honesty that was just charming enough to not be offsetting. If Nick had a moment of humility, he could accept what she was saying. Okay, so what do you suggest? I'm not good at this. I don't do plans or anything. I'm more of a bold and brash kind of person. A crack appeared in Tanya's overconfident facade. Well, I think you're doing pretty good so far. How about you treat it like a consultation? What would you tell me to do? I need direction because I think I've made a terrible mistake. Knew he'd made it was more like it, but he couldn't say that. He couldn't tell Tanya he'd regretted running Cari off since before he did it. He couldn't admit that he'd made a terrible decision, and he didn't think she'd be able to forgive him. He was willing to get whatever help he could, and if Tanya was willing to come to his work to tell him he was an idiot, maybe she'd be comfortable telling him how to fix things. He could hope. Have you tried talking to her? Tanya furrowed her brow and tucked her thumbs into her pockets. Yeah. I went to her new shop and she gave me a box of donuts and that was it. She wouldn't talk to me. And Nick had gone home and binged on every donut she'd given him. Comfort food from the woman he was sure he'd run off. I'll see what I can do, but I'm not guaranteeing anything. Cari can be determined, and I know you hurt her. Tanya shook her finger at him. Just so you know, you're not my favorite person right now either. I know you can fix this with her, though. So, I'm willing to give you a second chance. If Tanya believed Nick could do it, he'd take it.
Chapter 36. Cari auction night loomed with an impending inevitability that left Cari feeling doomed while also flooding her with hope. Not hope that she'd replace Nick or even find anyone else. That wasn't going to be possible when her heart hurt like it did. No, her hope lay in the hope that she would get even more orders for her bakery. "You look good, Cari. Is that Kaylee's dress?" Mirabelle from Taylor Falls sashayed by in a tulle skirt that was more green than anything else. Her smile was sincere, though, as she skimmed Cari's figure in the outfit she'd borrowed from Kylie's foray into the first charity auction event. "Thanks." Cari wrinkled her nose as she smiled and nervously smoothed her hands down the front of the sassy Mrs. Claus outfit. She'd added her own touch with a chef's hat instead of the red and black with white palm-style hat Kaylee had used. She was nervous to go out on stage. What if no one bid on her? She'd asked Taylor to pity bid if it got bad. Her sister had laughed, shaking her head. Hopefully, that meant she'd back up Cari. "I can't believe you got Kaylee's outfit. I was trying to text her for the last few weeks." Amanda narrowed her eyes at Cari, folding her arms from where she stood at the end of the bench where Cari had taken up her post to wait for her spot. A large tent had been set up in the park to protect the audience from the cold. Heaters filled the interior with warmth, and it might as well have been the middle of summer. "You didn't ask her when the first talk about the auction started?" "That's how long ago I asked." Cari smirked at Amanda and then divided her humor between her and Tanya as her other sister walked up to join them. Rolling her eyes, Tanya flipped her long braid over her shoulder and thrust her hands on her hips. "At least you didn't get stuck with sequins. Whose idea was this anyway?" Tanya glared around at the rest of the contestants, her sparkly cowboy hat pivoting with her movements. After a second, she sighed and returned her gaze to Amanda and Cari. "Okay, so honestly, which one of you already asked Taylor to cover your butt with bids?" Cari raised her hand and grinned. "Sorry, but I can't be the only one up there without any bids." "At least you were closer than any one of us." Tanya huffed, folding her arms and swiveling to look around her. Furrowing her brow, Cari stared at Tanya. "What are you talking about?" She hadn't told anyone about Nick. She couldn't. She didn't want her shame to be the talk of the town. "Well, you came in the other night upset about falling in love and stuff." Tanya motioned between her and Amanda. "We just assumed that you had fallen in love and something had happened." "No. You. There's no we here. You said you bet it was the vet, and I said I wasn't getting involved. I have my own issues going on, if I'm completely honest." Amanda's thick, dark curls glistened in the light bouncing off the decorations. Tanya's cheeks turned pink, and she looked back at Cari. "Sorry, but it seemed obvious." Cari took a shuddering breath. She shook her head and licked her lips as she tried to get her insides under control. "It's fine. To allay your suspicions, I don't have any love interests. I'm not what men look for, you know. Too wholesome or something." She had no idea. She still had no idea how to ask Nick what she'd done to push him away. Maybe if she could find out she could skip making the same mistake again, if she was going to get an again. Tanya averted her gaze and bit her lower lip. Amanda stared between Cari and Tanya, and then blurted into the silence. "Well, I took a paternity test." She pressed her lips into a thin line. Tanya and Cari slowly turned to stare at their sister. Cari blinked and commented first. "Are you okay? What does that mean?" "Tanya Dean, you're up." Roman motioned from the back of the stage, and Tanya huffed as she spun from the suddenly interesting conversation. "I'm coming, Roman. You don't have to be so bossy. I know your wife." Roman rolled his eyes and opened the back curtain a little more as he waited for her to walk through. Cari turned back to Amanda, patting the seat beside her on the bench. "Grab some seat." She waited, and when Amanda finally sank onto the pine bench beside Cari, Cari continued, "Okay, so tell me, are you okay?" "Yeah, I think so. I honestly don't know." Amanda lifted her gaze from her lap and stared out over the other contestants without really seeing them, judging by the vacant expression in her eyes. "I'm supposed to find out in the next week or so, I guess. Dad, or maybe I should say David, paid for a rush on it." She bit her lower lip and dropped her gaze to her hands in her lap. Her change in title for their father stung Cari, and she reached out, resting her fingers on Amanda's forearm. Hey, Dad is still your dad. If he's not blood, then so what? You're still our sister. Do you understand? Just like we're yours, no matter how much you want to get rid of Tanya or Taylor. Cari arched an eyebrow and tilted her head to the side. Amanda laughed, tears brimming from her eyes. Oh, if only it were that simple. She dashed her fingers under her eyelids and sighed. You don't think everyone will look at me weird? You mean more than they do already? Cari's attempts at joking were only to make Amanda feel more at ease. She wasn't sure what else to say in that moment. Her heart hurt for her sister and what their mother was doing to the families. Secrets were good to reveal, but not in any manner that was going to hurt others, especially one's children. Amanda didn't laugh. Instead, she twisted her fingers in her lap and took a deep breath. I'm scared. I've never felt like I belong, and this will just justify the way I've always felt. But I won't belong with them either. Cari grabbed Amanda's shoulders and turned her sister so they faced each other head-on. No. You belong with us. You're our Amanda, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Do you understand? Amanda Dean, you're up. Roman's voice called gently from the backstage. Cari didn't let her go until she nodded, searching Cari's eyes for answers Cari didn't have. Okay, I'll see you out there. Good luck. Try to get at least 100. Amanda quipped, but she blinked back her tears and forced a smile to her well-made lips. Cari watched her sister walk away. Break a leg, girl. Sadly, the secrets coming out were only going to tear Amanda down before they helped build anything or anyone. Cari could sense it just around the corner. Jennifer had only catalyzed something that was coming down the tubes, and the whole of Mistletoe was going to feel the brunt of it. Hopefully, the spirit of love and community was strong enough to get through whatever Jennifer threw at them. And in almost no time, Roman waved to her from the back of the stage. Cari Dean, you're up. She was up. When all she wanted was to be with Nick. Oh, how fast things could change.
Chapter 37, Flynn. Knowing what you know about this last summer, do you think you would do the auction again? Flynn leaned back in the well-decorated seat he'd snagged for himself beside Kaylee to watch the charity event unfold for the evening's entertainment. He twirled a long chunk of Kaylee's hair between his fingers and gazed at her while she studied the plate of pastries sitting in front of them. As if startled, she glanced up, her gaze taking in his earnest expression. He couldn't help it. What if she wished things had gone differently? He'd found himself in the untenable position of bidding against himself for her, and he was anonymous at the time. Keeping secrets from Kaylee had proved to be more problems than it was worth. Kaylee studied Flynn's eyes with the same intensity she'd considered the treats. She raised her hand and rested her fingertips on his cheek and smiled. That night was so fun. It made me feel like I had more value than I thought I did. I needed that. You did that for me. I wouldn't change a thing. Well, I would like to have known you were my secret Santa sooner, but we're happy now, so why worry about it? She glanced around, her fingers still touching his skin and causing tingles. She lowered her voice to a husky whisper. Do you think anyone would notice if I ate 3? Flynn's grin grew wide, and he shook his head. I won't. I'll be eating 4. He reached out and slid a mini eclair toward her. Here, your favorite. Kaylee wrinkled her nose and softly shook her head. No, but thanks. I don't like those lately. Flynn drew back. Kaylee loved the eclairs. As soon as Cari had opened the shop, Kaylee had made Flynn go down every day for a week and buy her a box of the eclairs. Now she didn't like them? Are you okay? What's going on? I'm fine. The baby doesn't like them. She held one of the fancy Rice Krispie treats in her fingers, but stared at Flynn with large round eyes. The air left Flynn on a whoosh, and he blinked at Kaylee like she'd slugged him. What? What did you say? She licked her lips and slowly lowered her dessert, her gaze wary. Well, we're pregnant? Flynn stared at his wife, his mouth partially open as he tried to accept what she was saying. Pregnant. They were having a baby? Just as suddenly as he froze, the air seemed to suck back into his chest, and he blinked rapidly as he stared at her. Kaylee, are you serious? A baby? She watched him cautiously, like she wasn't sure if he was going to freak out on her or not. She nodded slowly. Flynn reached out and grabbed her arms, whooping and hollering. Everyone at the auction turned to look at him, and he didn't care. He stood, waving his arm around. Whoop! We're having a baby. We're going to be parents. Brock's first time officiating, and he did it like a natural. He laughed and pointed at Flynn. My older brother, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently I'm going to be an uncle. Drinks are on me. Flynn twirled his finger over the room. Everyone cheered, and Brock rolled his eyes, continuing to speak into the microphone. That's great and all, bro, but it's an open bar. Not to have his excitement dampened, Flynn raised his drink into the air. Let's toast, then, to family, and new members, and love. He leaned down and pressed his forehead to his wife's before sipping the sparkling cider. She laughed and kissed his lips while the room cheered around him. She was probably nervous about the horses and the stables and all of that, but they had each other. Nothing was going to be too hard for them to undertake.
Chapter 38. Cari. The crowd was already cheering before Cari climbed the steps and smoothed the front of her dress one more time. She hadn't peeked around the edge of the stage like Tanya and Amanda had. Cari really didn't think she was going to be bid on by anyone. She knew everyone in town, and the one she wanted to bid on her would be busy working. The audience was obscured from easily seeing them because of the spotlights shining onto the stage. Brock said something funny, and the crowd laughed as Cari stood and spun when directed. What Brock said broke through Cari's nerves. These delicious treats placed strategically around your tables were created by this beautiful sister-in-law of mine. Gentlemen, you'll be crazy to turn this one up. Cari laughed, her hair flipping around her shoulders as she shook her head. They're good, but they'll stick to your hips. She cocked an eyebrow as the crowd laughed at her remark. Oh, look at that. Cari is spicy too. Brock motioned toward her from his spot at the podium. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the bidding, this is for a tremendous cause. The shelter in town has been overrun since the fire, and the shelter in Colby shut down. We're trying to earn enough money to pay for food, upkeep, updating the facilities, and more. The Dean Matchmakers and the Wilson Matchmakers are willing to match whatever is made tonight for this amazing charity. He paused at the resounding applause and glanced at Cari. Okay. So back to this woman who is one of my favorite people. Not only can she make treats that will make your soul sing, but she has a tendency to go above and beyond for anyone she cares about. I don't know why anyone would skip this opportunity. He turned back to the crowd. I'm going to open the bidding at $1,000. And then it seemed to spin out of control. In no time, Brock was saying something about $8,000. Cari stepped to the side to get out of the light and to see who might be bidding on her. Two men stood just past the light, their features hard to make out in the shadows. I'm not going to back down just because you think now you want to be with her, Doc. That's not the way this works. The familiar voice brought Cari up short. Why was Neil bidding on her? He didn't like her. They both laughed at the thought more than a few times when she'd worked with Nick. Neil? Cari squinted at him, holding up her hand to shade her eyes from the bright light shining directly at her. Well, you heard the man? He said we'd be crazy to pass up this opportunity. Neil turned her way and waved his hand. The crowd laughed as if this was part of the show. Hey, you don't get to move in on my attempts to fix my mistakes. That isn't fair. And there was Nick's voice cutting through the dark and making Cari drop her hand in surprise. Neil turned back to Nick. Yeah, actually, I think I do. I'm willing to go pretty high on the bidding. Neil folded his muscular arms as he watched Cari and Nick. Which one are we going with, gentlemen? We have an auction to finish. Brock gently nudged them along. Nick raised his hand. Me. Finish the bidding. He lowered his gaze and pierced Neil with his gaze and then muttered loud enough for everyone else to hear. "I'm not giving her up this time without a fight, Neil. And I'm willing to play dirty." Neil pulled back, surprise in the widening of his eyes. "How can you play dirty at an auction?" "I make more than you. I'll use all of my savings. I'll stake my business, my land, and my dad's Rolex to take her on one date. Do you have that much to put up for the same chance?" Nick's confident voice was different than how Cari remembered. He'd been broken and unsure when she'd spoken to him last time, when he'd told her he didn't need her. He'd really gotten to where he didn't need her. So then, why would he be there? Was it to make Neil feel bad? If Nick didn't need her, he wouldn't want her. It was that simple. Cari moved to open her mouth and then she snapped her lips shut. She didn't get a say, but as soon as she had a chance, she'd have plenty to say.
Chapter 39. Nick Neal backed down, slowly sinking into his seat as if he finally understood just how serious Nick was. Nick nodded, and then realized that he'd said all of that in front of more people than he even knew actually lived in Mistletoe combined. Might as well keep going. The only person whose opinion he cared about was up on stage, and he couldn't get up there just yet. She was protected from his reach by about 30 feet and a stage. Not to mention, Nick was still nervous she would cold shoulder him like she had at her bakery. He couldn't handle more comforting calories and the brush-off like she'd given him before. He'd backed off too early. That wasn't going to happen again. Nick didn't sit down. He stared at Kaylee and walked around the tables, heading for the steps up to the stage. Brock chuckled. "Looks like our winner doesn't want to wait." Nick didn't care. Brock wasn't wrong. Nick didn't want to wait. He didn't want to give Cari time to think of how she would get out of a date with him, or how she could avoid him any longer. He'd messed up enough as it was. He wasn't going to do it again. Cari glanced around the room with her hand pressed to her chest. The Mrs. Claus dress she wore was enough to make Nick lose focus on what he was doing, but he'd missed her so long, he wasn't going to be distracted easily, even by legs like hers. Cari turned toward him, casting a worried glance toward Brock. Her brother-in-law didn't do anything. He just stood there and watched with a grin on his mouth. "Cari." Nick stopped walking. He just stopped to her left and waited for her to accept that he was standing there in front of everyone and their dog. She licked her lower lip and blinked. "Nick." She snuck a look at the crowd and smiled self-consciously. "I was wrong. I need you more than I need air, or my hands, or even your donuts." The crowd chuckled, but Nick didn't care. He'd already started pleading his case, and he couldn't stop now, or he'd lose everything he was working for. "It's okay. We don't need to talk about this right now." Cari cleared her throat and smiled tightly. "Actually, we do." Nick reached forward with his right hand and carefully took her hand in his. "I love you. I don't know how long I've loved you. I just know one day it hurt when you weren't around and I need to make it easier to breathe. I need you. Please. Say you'll be mine. Say you'll marry me, Cari." He didn't ask. He couldn't. He wasn't willing to leave the fate of his life on something as trivial as a question. He wasn't the marrying type, and yet his proposal spilled from his mouth, and it was the most right thing he'd ever said. Cari gasped a split second before the rest of the audience gasped. Would she accept? Nick had nothing left to lose. He'd already lived an eternity without her, and that wasn't an option any longer. Never again. She nodded carefully and let him pull her into his arms. Her shoulders shook as she cried into the crook of his neck. "You really love me?" Nick turned his lips to murmur into her ear. "Cari, I've never loved anyone more. I'm so sorry I pushed you away. I just wanted to be enough to deserve you. I finally realized I will not be good enough for you, but I need you, so I'm not willing to wait any longer. Just give me a chance. I won't mess up again." Cari pressed her lips to his, and the crowd went crazy. Somewhere in the background, Brock claimed his auction was the best one of all time. Nick wasn't going to let her go as long as he could get away with it. That was his only wish. All he wanted, and he wasn't going to take her for granted.
Epilogue Amanda. Sitting on the stool at the counter, Amanda glanced around, leaning back to see if anyone was hiding in the living room just out of sight. She took a deep breath and returned to sitting normally at the counter. She picked up her cell and typed in her password to listen to her voicemail. She memorized the phone number and the extension the woman told her to call back. She hung up the voicemail and then called the number, pushing the buttons to dial the extension. A woman answered after 4 rings. Family Genetics. This is Maureen. Maureen? This is Amanda Dean. I'm returning your call? Amanda's foot jiggled on the edge of the stool rung. She tapped her finger on the counter and swiveled side to side. Ms. Dean, thank you for returning my call. I have the results for you for your paternity test. I'm showing that your alleles do not match Mr. David Dean's, but the paternal markers on Flynn Wilson match yours. I'll mail you the official results as soon as we get off the phone. Yes, thank you. Amanda hung up, unable to catch her breath as she set the phone on the counter. She couldn't breathe. What exactly had her mother been thinking? How could she have done that to their family? To the Wilson family? Now, Amanda had a reason for not fitting in. She'd never fit in again. And she had a revenge to plan. Phew, and that's the end of One More Wish. I am so glad Cari and Nick realized their worth before they almost lost each other. I can't believe the trials Amanda is facing. I hope when she meets the man who is coming to destroy the families of Mistletoe that she can look beyond what he was hired to do and see him for the match he can be. Keep reading for a sneak peek at One More Storm and find out what's in store for Amanda's future and her heart. Join the Wilson and Dean families as they find love, face loss, and fight against anything determined to steal the Christmas from Montana. One More Storm is next. Santa is bringing the enemy, and Amanda is going to fall for him. He definitely wasn't on her Christmas list. What if loving him ruins everything and everyone she cares about? Mistletoe is under attack, and Amanda is at the forefront of the Christmas war. With nothing to lose, Amanda is determined to face down the problems tormenting her families. Both of them. But when Amanda hires who she believes is a private investigator, she plans on taking things to the next level. What she doesn't plan on doing is falling for the man who ends up working for the enemy. When Tommy comes to get information on the town of Mistletoe and the families thriving there, the last thing he plans on doing is falling for the woman at the crux of the situation. But his protective instincts rear up as he realizes Amanda is trying to take on so much and she has no idea what she's up against. With debts owed and unpaid, can Tommy do the job he was hired to do while keeping Amanda safe? Or is he destined to destroy everything he touches? And can Amanda believe in love when she's not even sure what family is? Continue with the Mistletoe Matchmakers and see just how much family and love play a role in finding redemption. Other Western Romances by Bonnie R. Paulson. In the Clearwater County universe. The McAllister brothers and Ronan James fight over love lost and seek revenge during the hardest times. When their family's feud almost costs them a loved one, both sides of the fight have to swallow their pride or lose the very things that they want the most. The Lonely Lace series is the start of the Clearwater County world, with Enemies and Lace as Book 1. Celebrating families is the way of the mountains, and when these sisters discover each other, they have to reconcile their pasts with the women they want to become. As daughters of the notorious Caracas outlaw, each one strikes out on a treasure hunt that ultimately leads to love, loss, and the returning to family and sisters they didn't know they needed. Start at Broken Ranch in the Sisters of Clearwater County. As if that isn't enough. Fall in love with the Montana Trails who struggle against the hard times together. Even though they're cousins, they're thicker than siblings and they'd do anything for each other. Even accept truth, poverty, and loss. Nathan Rourke is the lead of the family, and his heart is broken over and over as he tries to find the peace he needs to go on. Read Broken Trails, Book 1 of the Montana Trails series.